Revelation was first.
Oh, there we go. That's why I was like, why is it slightly the wrong size? It's because I was in the wrong scene. There we go. Revelation. Easy first. Easy. Yo. Okay, so it is Iron U. It's not Irony EU. We've darn chat correcting Dom who corrected me. Darn, not first. You've been first before, surely, at some point. Oh, what up, Inori? Surely. Alright. Time to review the official. What? Do we not have it? Why is it not auto-correcting me to nice shirt, Mitchja? Surely we have it. Yo, nice watch streak. Do you guys see it? I don't see it. Oh, it's showing up on the on-screen chat. So I don't know. I don't know why my chat is not showing it, but the on-screen chat shows it. I just have to type it manually. We get the official nice shirt Mitchja. It's beautiful. All right. And yeah, this match I can also review my own commentary. Do I say things? Not only do I say things that are accurate and good predictions and stuff like that, not only, hopefully, do I make it entertaining to listen to, but also am I being as kind as possible to the players? Because I did hear some feedback after we rated Gray. Someone in his chat was saying he doesn't like when the commentators are like, oh, he shouldn't have done that. Oh, I wouldn't have done that. You know, I would have done this other thing. I guess, like, because you don't want to be, like, condescending to the players. You don't want to be like, oh, we're so much smarter than them. But we'll see. I'll have to see how I hear myself talk about it for... Because I don't think you could just not talk about good strategies and bad strategies and things that's going well and going poorly. And I really do think it was a mistake to go for this right here. Like, I know you kind of need some of that. I don't think you can just be like, and now he's headed to Melania. Okay, yep, he is headed to Melania. That is a square that he could go for. It is along a diagonal. Okay, he got Melania. Like, I think you have to be like, he's going for Melania. Wait a minute, if he gets that, that means it's going to be this. But it is a really scary square, so oh, you know, that's a tough call to make. Like, I feel like you have to inject some drama into it, so I don't know. We'll see. The content reviewing commentary, heck yeah. Waiting for you to return to practice. Practice matches? Like watching people as they practice? Part of commentary, though, giving a different perspective seems normal. I agree. Doesn't sound condescending. That's what I think. So I don't even know if they were talking about me. They just said, in general, the commentary, they don't like when commentators say, oh, I wouldn't have done that, or things like that. So we'll see how I feel about it when I hear myself do it. Because I do think sometimes it is the tone that makes the comment. I know you can say, you know, some form of this square was a bad idea for this player, and there are 10 different ways you can say it. And, you know, one of them being like, oh, horrible call by Raidens. What is he doing? That obviously that would be a terrible way to phrase it. And you'd be like, wow, commentator's just being a jerk for no reason. Whereas you can be like, I don't think that's the best idea right now. It's like, okay, you know, neutral, but maybe, you know, you can be like, oh, wait, this could get him in trouble. Uh-oh, Iron U is already doing something that could counter this. This could really put Raidens in trouble. Focusing on the drama of it, I think, is more positive. So we'll see how I approach that specifically, because, of course, I do want to work on my commentary, and what better way than watching yourself back. Also, we will discuss the match itself as it happens as well.
Or eco, whatever you want to call it. To go for those incantations as well. So that'll
El
be very, very
Raidan's
interesting.
Bozo went for that square.
Beyond that,
Yeah,
we
if
have
Chris
sorceries only
is
on the
there,
board,
then
and
it's
also we're down without
acceptable.
stats effects or summons.
Uh.
So we also have Godric with Nefeli Lu. There's actually so much in Limgrave here. We have Tree Sentinel, Margit,
Yep.
Godric, Nefeli Lu. That's already 3 bosses out of the 4 bosses for Limgrave top square here on the top right. Right. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe that Limgrave is kind of the call here early on at the very least, kind of like a bit of a rush.
Yeah, I definitely think there is a lot of Limgrave, and it is in a diagonal, so also a very, very powerful spot. Yeah, you could combine it with like almost everything on this board, right? You could do Rick for bosses with God in the name.
Oh, he's
You
not
could do
supposed to open the door
Cemetery
yet.
Shade. Oh,
Never mind. No, they are supposed to open the door.
It's past 10. It's past 10. No, they're both going. They're both going.
Okay. My bad. That scared me for a second because I saw Raydance just sit there, and I was like, wait, did he just like open the door without checking the timer? Okay, never mind. We're good.
I'm
We're
trying to
good.
manufacture drama here.
Holy schmoly, I almost had a heart attack.
That was a funny start. Yeah, we were on a little bit of delay, so the difference in starts was caused just by a difference in delay between the two streams. But as far as I know, they actually did start at the same time.
There's so much in Limgrave here. I think that's a really, really important thing to note. But there's also so many other things like outside of Limgrave. It's like, do you want to commit to Limgrave or do you want to go around to other things? Because like I also think that Dragonkin Soldier with Scar Seal is also like a really, really powerful one. And
Yeah. I like the Dragonkin Soldier into Scar Seal. I always think that's a very, very good one. It's 2 boss kills for 2 squares with basically no wasted movement, because the movement to get to the Dragonkin Soldier is also the movement to get one of the Scar Seals. So it's just kill 2 bosses, get 2 squares. Yeah, I think the Limgrave Tree Sentinel also makes sense. I think Margit also makes sense, especially both being +0. And if you do Tree Sentinel and Margit, you do get the Limgrave bosses. So
in fact, even the Scar Seal
it's kind of a good call as well.
So yeah,
Right.
I don't know. There's so much synergy here.
Every now and again, you do
almost
say
feel like
that you
we're not
wouldn't
gonna
do
see them go
stuff,
the
though it's
same
more of
way,
explaining
because there's
what
so
you think
many
would be
things,
best
it feels
rather
like
than negative, not saying during
they're
official
probably
matches,
gonna
but
pick
during
something different,
practices.
But if they do pick the same things,
Yeah. I mean, I do think the tone needs to be a little different during official matches. During an official match, it's strictly for the sake of like the overall audience of viewers, and so keeping it very professional and very positive is incredibly important. In practice matches, or especially review like this review is not, you know, the purpose of this is not the same as like an official casting of it. So in this one, I have no problem saying I actually think this move by a player was a big mistake, and here are the reasons why, and we lay out the reasons, and we go over, you know, the learning of like why this was a mistake in these ways. So yeah, it does
these
come down
early
to a
races
difference
could
of
determine a lot about the game. If you get off to a nice start, it could be hard for your opponent.
format. I don't know.
It's
A difference of like
it's a lot of line pressure.
in
and there's
different
a lot of
situations.
synergy
I think you
already.
need.
What I'm interested
Different levels
by
of
also is the
professionalism.
class
Yeah.
selection here. Raydan's going with the Wakazashi.
Yeah, we want to hear that. Yeah.
Unwieldable Wakazashi, by the way, which also is a dagger, so I'm very surprised by that. Maybe he's looking at Bloodblade here to put on that. Iron U going for a completely different class that has the
Now here, out of the gate, my initial thought was I really liked Raydan's going with the dagger for daggers only. I think just having a good usable dagger for daggers only sets you up quite nicely, and then Raydan's can look for a different primary weapon. I did not realize Forked Hatchet actually is kind of a gamer weapon. I didn't realize it actually does good damage with bleed. Like, Iron U does work with it, so
beast curved sword, I believe is what it is. So completely different.
I definitely think I evaluate the start here a little bit wrong. Where I was thinking I like what Raydan's is headed for, but I think Iron U actually gets off to a nice start with this
Wakazashi
hatchet.
Obviously could be used for Killer Remembrance boss with daggers.
Or hatchet
only,
low-key bangs.
so
Apparently it does. I thought it sucked, but
Start with a dagger,
seeing Iron
you're
U
just
use
like,
it, I'm
okay,
like,
set up for this.
actually,
Let me
that's
go,
pretty good.
Check the greatsword check for my main weapon, and then I'll use this little dagger for the Remembrance boss with dagger only. So I think that's a very solid call. You don't have to go check other daggers, and maybe you get ones you don't really like. You get to just start with one that's like, it's solid. It's not bad. So I do like this start from Raydan's, even though it maybe is going to make it a little harder. He's not going to win. Maybe Tree Sentinel with a +0 weapon. Maybe Iron U has a little bit better shot at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, both currently skipping the Tree Sentinel +0, obviously, because they can't.
Well,
wield
starting with
their
Cracked Pots
weapon
was a good
just
call
yet.
since it's also on the board. I think if Cracked Pots is on the board, you should start with Cracked Pots 100% of the time. Later in the match, we'll get to it. Domo says he never sees people start with Cracked Pots. I feel like there's no reason to start with anything else if Cracked Pots is on the board. Like, how would you make up 3 Cracked Pots? I can't even think of what the route would be if you didn't start with Cracked Pots. Like, you can buy the 3 from Calais. You can buy the 1 from the Saintsbridge merchant that makes 4. You can get the 2 in Stormvale, 3 in Jarburg, and you're still 1 short. There's probably 1 random jar you can pick up somewhere, but I don't know. I feel like starting with the 3 Cracked Pots is just so good. Starting with a third of a square already done, and the toughest third, because the last third will always be the toughest third because it's when you have to go the most out of your way to find new checks. Like, starting with the toughest third of a square already done, I feel like is a big advantage. As opposed to, like, Stone Sword keys, which are also good, you can just pick up or buy. Like, it's not like we're that strapped for cash. So, I feel like I would much rather have the Cracked Pots.
But I am very curious to see.
There's one in the cave. Oh, in the Bofa cave. Weeping Merchant and South Caelid Merchant. Okay. What do you think, Tom? Would you start with Cracked Pots almost always if it's on the board? Or would you actually still start with Stone Sword keys or, I don't know, money or something else a lot of the time? I guess there is also 10 Sacred Flask charges, so the Golden Seed could be solid, but...
Off after grabbing Torrent here, both going to be getting to this Grace in just a bit. Maybe someone checks the Greatsword chest here. That wouldn't be a bad idea at all. Yeah, and then we'll see how they split off, because this is definitely, dude, there's so much, because Scar Seals, Everjails is on here too with Limgrave Weeping.
Yeah, both of them going Gatefront, of course, makes perfect sense. There is Kill Margit with a +0 weapon only on the board.
To be honest, I think that's what I would go for if I was playing in this.
Yeah, I think so.
Depends on where it's on the board and the rest of the squares. Lately, I've been getting them, yeah. Okay, cool.
I think I'd either go for the Dragonkin for early squares, or I'd think about some sort of early line. I think those are the 2 things I'm thinking about, because the only problem with the Scar Seals, Dragonkin Soldier, Everjails is none of them are on a line with each other even a little bit. None of them are on a diagonal even. So the square positioning isn't super good, but it is 3 really fast, really good squares you could get. So I think it comes down to, are you going to try to, just get some squares, or are you going to try to pressure a line? Ooh, or Dovis's Greatsword is what Raydance has found from the Greatsword check.
Not bad, not bad.
That's a solid one. People definitely really like that one.
It's definitely one of the better Greatswords I would say you can find in that chest for sure. I do believe that we might do some more weapon checks, obviously in Round Table as well. Iron, you already grabbing a bunch of the Mountaintops money here.
Yeah, Iron U starting with the money so that he can do +0 weapon kills on bosses, I think is really good, because this is a rush board, it feels like.
This Margit +0 square after grabbing this. Sorry, Jesus.
What a JK runner.
Yeah, I actually do think the Margit with a +0 weapon is a really nice square to go for. Even though it's not a diagonal like the Tree Sentinel, it gets you access to Godric, and there are Godric squares. There's Godric while summoning Nefeli Lu. You could use Godric for a Remembrance boss with daggers only. You could do it for a Remembrance boss with Remembrance weapon only, or maybe you kill him with the Nefeli Lu, and then it gets you a Remembrance weapon, so you can kill Radon, something like that. So I do think Margit is the slightly better +0 weapon play, just because it gets you access to Stormvale, which...
Yep, totally agree with myself here. I said a slightly better. I actually think Margit with a +0 weapon is a much better first square than Limgrave Tree Sentinel for all of those reasons. You are gonna have to kill Margit at some point anyway. So your opponent, if you go Margit and your opponent goes Tree Sentinel, your opponent might get the Tree Sentinel before you get Margit. Maybe he has less health, I'm not 100% sure. But your opponent will have to kill Tree Sentinel now and Margit later, whereas you will only kill Margit now, no Tree Sentinel later, so you will save a lot of overall time throughout the course of the game by going for Margit instead of Tree Sentinel. So I really like the Margit start.
Can be very powerful. Also incantations. You could get the Book of Incantations.
This Mitch gentleman is really knowledgeable about the game. Heck yeah.
Early start there. There's also capital access for God.
I mean, really, what does he know though? What does he know?
I do like the idea of going for Margit instead of the
Bro
Tree
hasn't even
Sentinel,
won a
though it's not
season.
diagonal.
What's he talking about?
Okay, looks like we are going for Tree Sentinel, though. He did change his mind. He kind of has
Just watch the Tom Sweat matches and I'm going through withdrawal. Watching meta
right
Mitch.
now, while Raydance is actually getting set up with his weapon upgrades instead. Not going to go for any of those early game squares. And here we go,
Mr.
Irony
Riz,
right now
they
on
call
the
him.
Tree
Yep.
Sentinel. By the way, fun fact for everybody else, if you've been watching DRL, by the way, this season, I think Iron U was actually in the finals with Forza. So obviously,
Was Iron U in the finals? That's what I heard, but then I think I mentioned to chat that Iron U did well in DRL and they said 4th. They said he got 4th. Either way, top 2 or top 4, Iron U was a gamer in the Deathless Randomizer League.
a very vetted player when it comes to just doing boss fights.
Season 1. Oh! He was top 2 season 1, top 4 season 2?
Yeah, really, really incredible player, and it's gonna come down to his bingo knowledge. You know, I think that's what we often see in bingo is like you'll get a really, really good player, and it's like, is their bingo knowledge up to par? And if it is, they become one of the scariest
very
competitors.
cool. All right.
And you know, if it's not, it's like they still might be able to do pretty well, but maybe don't end up taking it all. So we'll see how Iron U adjusts to the bingo. I don't think anybody should sleep on him, but we'll see how he does. Also, very nice.
There it is.
Almost jinxed him.
Yeah. Now, Iron U did go for the Tree Sentinel with a +0 weapon first, which, as I just mentioned, I do like the Margit a little better, but I don't think this is bad at all either. I think it's totally fine to go for the Tree Sentinel.
He did not die, but
so Iron U basically set himself up. His entire starting plan was to get off to a really good start with
nice
immediate weapon
Very nice.
stats without
1-0
weapon
currently for
upgrades.
Iron U on the board here, gets that Tree Sentinel.
Whereas Raydan's doing it a little more synergistically. So instead of grabbing the money in Mountaintops, which is faster, he's grabbing the money in Haligtree because along the way, he can also grab
+0
upgrade
kill, and
materials.
Raydan's in Haligtree going to be grabbing some of this money here. Also maybe a Somber 10. Definitely a Somber 9 at the very least.
Is he going for the Somber
and we're
10? Is he a
immediately
Somber
rushing
10
Margit
gamer?
here right after that. Oh, Raydan's stream is buffering.
Is there a prize for winning, like overall at the end, or is this actually just fully for fun? The beginning seasons were all entirely for fun. There is now a cash prize at the end, but like, it's not really the reason to do it. I mean, a little bit. I guess it could be. Like, I could definitely see some people being like, oh no, that would make a big difference to me if I win the whole thing and I get, you know, $5,000 to maybe $10,000 or something, which I mean is obviously no small amount of money. Would love to win that, but like, you know, it's not like, you know, an esports tournament you're winning $1 million. It's, you know, it's sizable for first place, but it's not, you know, that gigantic for all the months and months and months you put into this. I feel like I had something else to say about that, but I forgot. If Raydance was Mitriz, would he have committed to any % by now? No, because Raydance was not going for Limgrave Tree Sentinel with a +0.
It's not the restream. It's just...
So Raydance is skipping the 10, which I've said before. I think the meta is going to shift. I think people are going to start going for the 10. I think the time that it takes will be proven to be well worth it to grab the Somber 10 here.
It's just the
I think time will tell that all of the best players doing the best plays will grab it. You know, everybody that grabs it will suddenly have a better chance of winning their games, will have a higher win rate, and it will trickle down eventually to where everyone is doing it.
See him, which I think is a solid method. Maybe a little bit slower than trying
Loma knocked Iron U out of DRL 80 to 79. Dang, that's a high score for both of them. In the playoffs, Iron U was the 2 seed.
It's about 8% increased damage.
$1 million for Bingus, imagine the day. Bro, if so, I'm not a commentator anymore. I'm playing. Unless commentators are also getting paid, if only players are getting paid and there's a $1 million prize pool, I'm grinding bingo all day, every day.
Some of the best talismans in the game, you know, give
there's nothing else I'm doing.
That 10% mark, so it's like getting like a free... Yeah, it's wearing the entirety of Rakshas.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, right? Dom, I mean, power in the DLC is much more important than power in the base game, because in the base game, there's a lot more running compared to how long you spend fighting. A square in the DLC might be, you know, 5 minutes of running and then 2 minutes of fighting, whereas a square in the base game would be more like 3 minutes of running, then 20 seconds of fighting because it's some quick little kill, then another 2 minutes of running, then another 20 seconds of fighting because it's a second easy kill, then another 2 minutes of running, then another 20 seconds of fighting to finish out the square. So the time that you spend in each fight is a lot shorter in the base game generally.
30-second pickup.
Not always.
So I think that is a little bit of a
Remembrance bosses and such absolutely do not follow that, but
games, for example, Aggie versus Sirius,
but the point being, Rakshasa armor 8% is so powerful in the DLC. Getting that for a little 20-second pickup in the base game is also very, very powerful.
1 or 2 upgrade levels makes. Aggie was at +9, where
this +10 was an available pickup since many seasons, though. Didn't become that meta yet, although the rules didn't change a bit over time. Or rules did change a bit over time. I want to say no. I don't think this has been an available pickup for many seasons. I don't recall. I don't. It was available in season 5, I guess, for the base game. I don't know. There was a square for get somber +9, right? In season 5, which was the worst square in the game. Ever since Graces were made available. Well,
Sirius was at +8, and Aggie
I have no idea then.
So much faster.
It was first for season 3, so it has been available for season 3. Why have people not been going for it then? What do you think, Tom? If you have an opinion, you don't have to have an opinion. Do you have an opinion on whether people should, whether you do or like to, and I don't know, anything else? If you have anything. I really feel like it genuinely just mathematically has to be worth it.
He also had a better weapon, Alablaster, but you know,
I haven't actually timed out exactly how much extra time it takes to get it, but
the whole time he was getting hit. But yeah, the point is damage.
CBD used to say always go for the +10,
like, and so I'm a little sad to see
so CBD caught on to it
for that, but. Maybe he really wants to rush some of these early squares with Margit, but he's
disagree. Tom must have an opinion. Simply must. I feel like +22 is enough for base game. I don't know that 30 seconds early could matter for some early squares. I think it could, but I think if it does matter, then why are you going to Haligtree is my thought. Why? My thought is, if you're going to Haligtree, it is... I mean, I'm sure there are situations. But my general thought is, if you're like, let's say, just trying to get a weapon online and then rush things, you probably shouldn't be going Haligtree anyway. It's already like a couple minutes slower, maybe only a minute or two slower than going mountaintops for enough money to wield your weapon. So if I'm willing to spend a minute or two that my opponent may or may not be, then I feel like 20 extra seconds on top of that is not likely to make that big of a difference. And if I'm upgrading later because, okay, we've reached the point in the game where it's a bunch of really long boss fights yet left. Oh, I'm going to have to do Melania at some point. You know, I'm going to have to do Godskin Noble at something. I'm going to have to do Goldfree at some point. I feel like once you're at that point where you're like, oh, I'm headed to Haligtree to actually upgrade, I feel like it becomes super worth it. But yeah. It's the best rune pickup. It's like 20 seconds slower than Mountaintops and gets you 40,000 more runes. It's like 20 seconds slower than Mountaintops? I thought it was like a minute at least. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to review Sweat vs MPT today. If we've got time to get to it, absolutely. If you're going for 50,000 Mog by picking up Newman Rune plus instant Mog, that used to be a play. Yeah, it got up to 100,000 so that you couldn't just do that instantly anymore.
It's really not bad.
I mean, you
Nice.
kind of
Not
still
bad.
can.
There it
Didn't
is.
over-rotate.
You just
There
need
it
like a
is.
bit
Huge
more
kill
extra
for Iron.
runes,
2 to
but
0. What a start.
Bang. Yeah, Iron U definitely like setting up these early game squares that we said like, hey, like pay attention. This early game Limgrave is going to be very, very important. He already has 2 Limgrave bosses under.
yeah, you can see Iron U though, basically doing exactly that play that I said of like, if you really want to rush the early squares, you go for the mountaintops. And Raydan's, having not gone for rushing early squares, I feel like has given up enough of the early square stuff that I feel like the +10 is worth.
His belt, this row 1 starting to get more and more scary the more you get these early game squares. And I'm expecting
35 seconds. Including the Mog, of course. Okay. So you have timed it. I mean, all easy rune pickups into 1 square is a very arguable play. It's arguable. It can work.
I mean, Dragon
Still not that
Controller,
bad.
Star
That's true. It is still not that bad. So you would make it, instead of being 35 seconds worse, you'd make it 55 seconds worse. Again, assuming, and I haven't timed this, CBD said it was about 20 seconds to pick up the 10. I assume that was if you were already picking up the runes. It's like 10 seconds to walk over and grab it, and 10 seconds to run back. Which even that maybe feels too
Tells
long.
us to
Like,
happen here very soon,
but
just
I
because of the
guess I
synergy
could see
with
it. I could
every
believe
deal. Like,
that
such
it's
a
like 20
nice
seconds.
combination across the board.
Which to me still feels worth it. I don't know. Obviously, everything is situational. Everything depends. I don't know that there's any one route, one play that is always the best in every situation, but
Yeah,
I feel like a
and-
lot of players treat it as though +10 is never the best in any situation, when I feel like +10 is probably usually the best in most situations, but there are definitely some situations where you have to rush something. Altria is basically the same time investment as Ordina. Really? Ordina feels very slow. I guess you don't have to wait for the elevator,
if it
though.
does go next, I would expect
Makes
Raydance
sense.
to be the one to
Makes
go
sense.
for it. He already went.
How much runes does Ordina give? Because I know the reason you go for Ordina is either for the Frost Grease or the Crystal Darts, usually. But does it give similar money to Haligtree? Also depends if there are any big fights on the board, I suppose. Yes, that's definitely one of the big factors. But I would argue, even without, like, singular giant fights like Melania, like, obviously with Melania, I'm like, please, I want a +10. Please. But even without something like Melania, if you just look at most squares, every little bit of upgrade helps you just go a little bit faster and a little bit faster and a little bit faster to where I feel like that 8% power increase is like pretty large. About 30k is the total in Ordina, and Haligtree is 70k. Is Ordina? What are the total numbers? I don't know all the total numbers.
Into Shifra in order to get some upgrade material.
Yeah, it does feel like
so
it's
he
tough
should be able
to
upgrade
go
quite quickly
Ordina
and
then,
just go
unless
for
you
a
really
kill.
need the crystal
You
darts.
do sometimes see people go for Dragonkin Soldier at +0.
Doesn't
just
get
to
you
rush it.
other stuff you want.
But Raydance did not decide to do that, so he should be very
55k with the
upgraded and
quick
should have
route,
no problem
67.5k
killing
if
that,
you
and
get
should be well ahead
Newman's
on that.
rune.
Iron U even
Okay.
skipping the Shifra upgrades. Maybe he just assumes
Interesting.
Raydance has got to be going for that, but he's going for the alternate upgrades here in Liurnia. They are
The quick route being skipping the rune next to the avatar. Commentary on the day was so good. Thank you. One thing that I wanted to say, why nobody is rushing 14 incants with Haligtree money? Because even with the money, it takes a little while. I think you have to find one extra book and 1 or 2 extra incants on top of that, and then talk to him a while to get him to move, and then go get it. I just don't feel like it's that fast. I don't think it's, like, mega slow. Like, I think it's... You will see them do it in the match, and it's fine, but...
a little bit faster, But
I
obviously they
don't
get you
think
access to
it's
the Dragon
like
Soldier or
fast
the
enough to be a rush. Like obviously I don't think it's nearly as fast as the Margit Tree Sentinel that Iron U already did within 9 minutes.
Talisman. So
for example,
I think this is gonna end up, I think, shaking out a little bit more even than it seems at the moment, right? It feels very Iron U favored.
Plus, if you think about it also, 14 incants not only loses you time, it also spends your money, so lowers your money. Whereas Tree Sentinel and Margit both give you money, so that's another thing to think about.
But I think Dan is gonna probably pretty quickly catch up with 2 squares.
You could, but it'll put you behind on other squares and your upgrades.
Yeah, a little faster with their upgrades. Oh, Iron U actually not even going for the upgrade.
Need a box score for bingo showing levels upgrade weapon at each point match is marked. Then we can mine those stats for advanced stats like optimal weapon level at different stages. You know, you could do that manually, but we definitely do not have the tools to do that automatically. Plus 10 Somber also seems relevant on this board for dagger and sorcery only. Yes. So what I would like plus 10 for on this board, personally, is gold free. Not necessarily for the fight itself, but the fact that you have to get through DTS to get to him. You got to go through 2 remembrance bosses. Like, there's just a lot of killing required for gold free. Sorcery only, because sorceries don't do good damage, so having a bit more damage on your weapon to multiply your damage is going to feel really, really good. Godskin Noble, you'd kind of be surprised how somewhat slow he can be. Melania, dagger only. Radon, personally. I mean, you're fine without it, but I feel like he does have enough health that you will see the difference with a plus 10. No. Not really Makar, honestly. Not really Putrid Crystallian Trios. No. I would say for 4 NPC bosses, if you have to go through, like, Vike or something, that could definitely make a big difference. Oh, Memby, definitely. I would say that's 8 of the squares. And that's probably about it. I'd say that there are 8 of the squares on this board here that I feel like a plus 10 would make a solid difference in the fight timing, or in the total timing that it takes to get to the square. So as long as you are doing, you know, at least like 2 or 3 of those out of the 8, as long as you're not giving all 8 to your opponent, I feel like that plus 10 is going to make up for itself pretty quick.
I was thinking, I thought he was going to go
going
for the
cracked
merchant.
pots here. Yeah, he's going for jar.
Filling the Somber 10 Snake Oil again. That's me. Somber 10, Blade of Mercy, Skidoo Fragments, Alablaster, I don't know what else. This would be the only board I would consider rushing incant since it's center square, but there are better rush squares IMO, and you can make a plan to block all of center lines and not worry about it. I agree. Yeah.
It is a powerful.
Like Iron U has already blocked one of the diagonals.
Plus 0 weapon only, so big line pressure already.
So a little scarier for Dan, but
he gets this,
not too bad.
He will. It's not like Raydans is going for it, so I mean, very, very strong, very early start from Iron U. This is really nice play.
Yep, moving very, very quickly here. Raydan's going for that Dragonkin Soldier. He can grab a Somber 5 here as well, by the way, in like a little alcove with some spellcasters. He might grab that, but we'll see. Maybe he thinks that Dragonkin Soldier is a race here. After Dragon Kid, he can get that Scar Seal Talisman and then go straight to Weeping here. There might be a loop.
Yeah, I do like Raydan's interrupting his upgrades to go for the Dragonkin Soldier. I think there is a possible play to just upgrade before doing a single square. I think sometimes that's a really, really strong play. But I feel like the strength of Dragonkin Soldier plus Scar Seals should not be underestimated, and is definitely something that Raydan's
when it comes to
would like to keep in mind here for this.
But as of right now, Iron U kind of going for a collection square right now with these 10 cracks.
So I like this a lot from Raydan's.
And this row 5, which would be really, really nice for him. And then we'll see what he does next.
Cragblade? I like Cragblade a lot, but
yeah, if it does,
I wouldn't say that Cragblade is worth going way out of your way for. The Scarab to get it it definitely takes some time to ride over and kill that Scarab. If you can combine it, if you're going from Radon over to the Cemetery Shade. I think it's a Cemetery Shade over there, which there is unique Cemetery Shades on the board. I would get Cragblade on the way if you have a non-somber weapon, and I would absolutely throw that on. The main reason isn't even necessarily for the Cragblade, even though it is really good. It's also so that you can make it heavy so that it can scale better with strength. Heavy almost always does more damage than standard because of the 1.5 times bonus to strength. So I would get Cragblade if it's on your route. I wouldn't necessarily go out of the way for it. I think this board is too fast for a full upgrade rush. Unless you're rushing Melania. Yeah, for a full upgrade rush, I do agree. I think this board... I do want full upgrades on this board, to be clear, but I do agree it's too fast for a full upgrade rush. I wouldn't do it until, at minimum, obviously the +0 weapons squares were marked. Duh. Dragonkin, Scar Seals, Everjails, Limgrave, Cracked Pots. At that point, I would think about fully upgrading my weapon, going to +10. You could also do Sleeping Golem in Lane Dell first, depending on your routing and whether it makes sense. But that's probably where I'm about drawing the line and saying, okay, I'd like to upgrade my weapon now.
Iron U does already have 2 bosses killed for Limgrave/Weeping bosses. The Tree Sentinel and Margit are both bosses. Whereas Raydan's at the end of this will only have 1 from the Scarseal Talisman. It will also be an Everjail though, so like things are shaken up very, very differently, but they're gonna cross paths at some point in bosses in Limgrave, and we'll see who either rushes it first, or if they both rush it, we'll see who actually ends up finishing it first.
So what did Iron U start doing? I kind of wasn't paying that much attention. He went to Jarburg, was collecting Cracked Pots. Okay, yep.
It'll also be an Everjail though, so like
makes sense.
Things are actually ends up finishing it first. I do think Iron U is probably ahead on that, but Raydan's with the upgraded weapon, I wouldn't put him too far behind.
Iron U did miss a pot in Jarburg. He only grabbed 2 of the cracked pots, not the 3.
Maybe he only needs those?
Yeah, he did only need 2. I guess the last one is more out of the way. I'm not sure how long it takes to get all the cracked pots in Jarburg.
He has 5 now, technically, with Kale, unless he started also with... Ooh, Raptor Talons at Kale.
Raptor Talons.
That is a very nice weapon compared to Forked Hatchet here. Definitely way better bleed buildup. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he started with cracked pots?
I would assume you do. Seeing cracked pots on the board, I feel like that's an instant start with cracked pots. Nice Dragonkin sold.
I think the fact that center square makes the case for itself, right? Yes, but also, if the center square said kill Melania, I still wouldn't do Melania as my first square. Like,
boss for Raydan's, very nice.
At a certain point, you need to do what is quick. I kind of think about it this way. Center square is arguably twice as valuable as other squares in terms of line pressure, but it's only worth 1 times as many squares in majority. So, if the center square takes longer than it takes to do any 2 other squares, any 2 other, doesn't matter which 2, then it's never worth going for the center square yet. Once you take out all the fast enough squares and the center square only takes, let's say, 1.5 times as long as another square, at that point you could start to think about it. But yeah, if one person gets the center and the other person gets 2 squares in the meantime, the person who got 2 squares will always, always, always end up ahead. Because 2 squares intersect with a minimum of 4 lines. And if they're on diagonals, it could be up to 6 lines. Whereas the center square intersects with 5 lines.
He didn't grab the... Did he? Oh, he did. Never mind, he did.
Oh, that's Blank's doing Melania at the
got it
half-hour
before the
mark.
fight, I guess.
Well,
I thought he was going to do it after the fight, but I guess...
Presumably that was not his first square, but...
Ballista, very low health, has to just try to roll through.
Sorry, that crack pot miss has got me paranoid, so I thought that he also...
I just mean that it's still pretty fast in its center square. I'm not sure how fast Incantations is. I have not timed it, so it feels to me like a medium length square. Obviously it's no like super long square, but it does not fit to me as like a rush square.
Okay, nice job by
and it is expensive.
I think he's going straight for Godric while summoning the Feli Lu.
As a spectator, I always got the vibe that players put too much priority on the center square. I actually don't think that's really the case. I feel like center square is often left whatever. I feel like commentators might put too much emphasis on the center square sometimes. But I feel like players don't necessarily. I don't feel like everyone's always rushing for the center square every game.
Trying to put the early pressure on. Or is there a cracked pot here in Stormvale?
In general, it unlocks Radon, gives you very
cracked.
close by 5s. Since Crystallian Tunnel, which are things you almost get every game almost. So instead of 5-minute square, it's more like 3 minutes. On top of that, you take away the synergy of Radon, Borealis, and the Incants. Private differently as well, taking the Grace near the Abductors and Troll, Tunnel, Elmer, Magnus, whatever. Gives a lot of options. Oh, if it's only like a 3-minute square, then yeah, I'd definitely take a 3-minute square for the
so maybe
center.
it's 2,
That sounds good.
3, 3. So
I was thinking it was quite a bit longer than that, but if you're saying it's only like 3 minutes, or you said normally 5 minutes, yeah, that's not
You
bad.
didn't need the third one.
I'd spend 5 minutes for a
if
center
you start
square
with
as well.
crackpots, yeah,
That doesn't sound
maybe
too
you
slow.
did. I don't know. I don't really see a lot of people starting with crackpots just because those stone sword keys are so valuable, especially if you're going for like that old Altus tunnel strat, or even go for like an early Misbegotten Crusader rush, or if you want to do, for example, an Everjail rush and need that key right away for Ancient Era of Zamor. These keys are like really useful in the early game, so I don't fully see a lot of people doing crackpot starts, but this could be
It's
really
pre 9 minutes from the start. Huh. 5:20, 5:30. Okay. 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 That doesn't sound so bad.
really strong here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with cracked pots is I kind of feel like if you want to rush it, you have to.
It's not been a priority in recent games. I do feel like center hasn't been a priority in recent games. Yeah.
It's a lot of places to go. Whereas
Center
the
square
Stone
isn't a
Sword keys,
priority
at
all
least
the
you can
time
just
from what I've
buy
seen.
3 of
Right.
them at round table hold. So I do think the cracked pot start is probably a better one, and I think he did start with it. I think he's about to mark it. There it is. Wow.
Honestly, for me, the big thing about center square is it enables diagonals. I think more than just center square by itself is like this one holy square that's super valuable. I feel like diagonals are the very valuable lines to go for. Because diagonals are the most effective at blocking your opponent, and both diagonals cross through the center. So if you have the center, you are the only one who has the potential to go for diagonals, and your opponent does not. That, I think, is the value of the center, but I think it's also equally good to go for a diagonal, 4 of them, let your opponent have the center, and then block the rest of their stuff, and you're fine. So
there it is.
Yep.
There it is.
Even
10
showed the 10
crackpots.
on his screen for us. Very nice.
Very, very nice. I like that a lot. And then now we have this row 5 and diagonal building here.
most players miss
for
diagonals
Iron
too.
U.
Not
First
most,
Everjail
but
right now for Raydance,
sometimes
going,
players miss
for
diagonals
these
due to the stress
Everjail-
of games. It
Everjail
definitely does
into
happen,
Star
but
Steals, which would be really,
I would
really
not
nice
say
for
most
your
players,
Raydance as well. Blocks
and I
this
think
column
even the
one,
players that
blocks
have
the
missed
Ripple, and
diagonals do
Succession
not miss diagonals
with
most
that
of the
will also block
time,
this row
but they
5.
will miss
So it'll be
diagonals
very,
some
very
of the
solid
time.
for him. Back to Ligurian of Lakes here for Iron U. Maybe grabbing the smithing 2s and 1s here from the
Diagonal
merchants.
threats are
There it
absurdly
is,
difficult
Scarsealed now.
to counter threat. Depends on what the line
Yeah,
is.
now finally get.
So looking, for example, on this board, the diagonal here is a powerful threat from Iron U, specifically because Melania is Melania, right? Forced into Melania is a scary place. Remembrance with Remembrance only is scary for Raydans because he knows Iron U has access to Godric, whereas Raydans does not yet, so he can't get Memby yet. So for that reason, if I'm Raydans, I would probably think about doing incants earlier than usual. If Iron U right now went for incants, grabbed the square, and then Raydans went, uh-oh, which of these two am I going to block with? Both of those are bad options. You go for this one, and Iron U could just snipe you by doing Godric into Radon while, you know, it's faster than you can do it. And if you go for Melania as Raydans, it's like, well, what if I just get stuck there? We're at 14 minutes in the game. If I have to do Melania at 20 minutes into the game,
That Raydance has.
that's
Even
a
though
tough
Iron U
call,
is
so-
ahead by 1 square right now.
I do think in this exact case, this diagonal is super powerful from Iron U.
And has access to Godric while summoning Nefeli Lu. Raydance has already up.
Column 5 looks disgusting. Column 5 looks disgustingly easy to block. Like, yeah, okay, Iron U can probably get Godric while summoning Nefeli Lu. Totally. But Raydance has at least one boss in Limgrave, so he's not... I mean, he's a tiny bit ahead on that, but not really. Raydance is the one who's been at Weeping, so he's ahead on Sleeping Golem. Either one of them can do Abductor Virgins right away. So I feel like it's one that's really hard for Iron U to keep Raydance out, right? It's a very easy one for Iron U to do, but it's a hard one for Iron U to prevent Raydance from blocking. And that's, I think, what's more important in a line.
Upgraded some.
It's not how easily you can do it, it's how difficult you can make it for your opponent to do it.
The whole game. I mean, you can't even really stay at +0.
Do you have any thoughts about Remembrance DLC weapons being available in base game? Their stat requirements make them tricky. I've never thought about it, but in general, I don't know that I care that much. Because in base game, you can get so powerful by just getting a +10 upgrade that even if you can't wield the weapon, you can still do good damage. Spoiler alert for later.
To 20 minutes in the game, or you're just going to start falling behind. So this is where Raydance can really make up some of that time, is while Iron U has to go and upgrade just to keep up in the power level. So if Raydance does a second ever jail, which he can do as a Limgrave boss, he can do Darrow.
Iron U is substituting in for Chemist, yes. Chemist was the original second player on the team for France, but Chemist did not enjoy bingo. Been there. Did not want to practice. Been there. And so his first weekend showing was not great. Was really not great. So there was a mutual agreement between Chemist and Domo that he would be replaced. Iron U was excited to step in, so I think it's better for everyone all around.
Then all of a sudden we're tied up 3-3. Raydance maybe comes out of there with a
also,
little
there's so
time
much money
advantage,
people
whereas
can
Iron
run
U
into in
comes
base
out.
game. There's a good amount of money people can get in base game, but there's also a lot of things you need to spend it on, right? Sure, you could just go grab every bit of money in Haligtree and Ordina and Mountaintops and Mogwin Palace. I mean, that would take forever. Don't do that. But, like, you could go grab all that money. Oh, but then you need to spend it on Incants. Then you need to spend it on 30 Arcane, which isn't on this board, but, you know, could be. Then you need to, you know, spend it buying your arrows for bow only. Then you need to, you know, like, there's a lot of uses for money as well, so
with the synergy advantage of having Godric
I
available.
do feel like base
Very
game
powerful plays from
can
both
feel
teams so far.
somewhat tight on money.
Dragon Hunter's great katana.
And even outside of that, like, if I have to spend all my money getting only the stats to wield a weapon that I'm going to throw away after a fight, that leaves me with no vigor, and I'm going to
By
get
the
one
way,
shot by
from this
anything.
merchant here in Liurnia, that's very big here for Iron U. But yeah, Raydance going for what seems to be
Incants,
Sleeping
30
Golem,
squares,
which is a
vitality,
little bit-
weapon
that
upgrade.
makes
Yeah,
sense.
there's a lot of
Kind
things to
of
spend your
an
money
odd
on,
pick
so
right now. I don't think that
base
is
game
mostly
is
important.
definitely a
That's
lot
kinda like in a
about
weird spot
figuring
on the
out
board.
how to manage your
Also,
money. In DLC, it's like, oh, I don't have enough money. I'll just go kill a big boss. They'll give me like $500,000. It's fine.
I don't know. I just
Base
feels
game, you're like, I don't have enough
different
money.
types of games, but just
What
block
am
out the
I gonna do
top
about
five.
that?
Maybe Raydance really just wants to play for majority off the rip here. Block every single column, every single row. Because
As
that
for both
isn't one of
parties,
those,
Chemist
you know,
community, I'm
uncontested
sure wouldn't
rows
want to
at
watch
all.
him do something he doesn't
Like,
enjoy, and the Brawler
alright.
community gets to watch
So,
higher level, more
yeah,
competitive
I don't know, he's
games
going for the
with
Sleeping
Iron
Golem
U
just right
replacement.
off the rip,
100%,
though.
yep.
And Dragon Hunter's Red Katana is going to be very big for.
So I feel like if Iron U didn't fumble the Radon fight, he would have. It would have been a very, very good competitive game with Iron U in the lead at that point for sure. We'll get to there when we get there. We'll do no spoilers on these matches, even though obviously I've already seen them. Just in case this is somebody's first time.
Iron U once
But
it
yeah,
gets that
I
upgrade as
think
well.
I've been
Yeah,
told,
agree.
and I don't know
actually
how
like
true
the
this
Sleeping
is.
Golem pick, Because
I've been
look at
told that
line
apparently the
that it's
French
in. It's with
audience
Godric,
doesn't
which
like
he
watching
knows
Bingo
Iron
at
Yu
all.
has better access to. It's bosses in Limgrave and Weeping, which he knows Iron Yu has killed already at least
I don't
2
know
of.
where someone
So
came up with
if
that
he did not
information.
go for this sleeping golem,
If it was
he
just
would have to be forced
Chemist
into those
streaming
abductor
Bingo,
versions.
his
And
numbers went
so,
down.
I mean, that's
That
not
could
a
also be
horrible
because
square,
he
but, like,
hated
it's
it.
also a really fast one that Iron Yu
I don't
could
know
also
if
try
like
to take
Lil
from him.
Muzz
So
numbers go down also when he does Bingo. Iron Yu, if his number, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Which I think is completely fine.
Yeah.
But I've heard at least the, let's say,
that's not
rumor
bad either.
that
Vision
French
Crucible
audiences
as
don't
the
enjoy
Crucible
watching
Knight here
Bingo
in
at all.
Limgrave instead as an Everjail. Maybe trying to see if he can contest.
Iron
not
Yu
just
played a great
Everjail,
game,
but also
especially for a
Limgrave
newbie.
bosses. If
Yeah,
he
I
doesn't
mean,
get
yeah.
that, then he goes for Sleeping Golem right
You could
afterwards.
kind of
I
argue
actually really
he's
like
not
this. That is
really a
very,
newbie, because apparently he's
proactive
played
kind of,
the
like,
French
defense,
square set of
if you
Bingo.
will, being like, hey, I'll grab this Grace, and in case I
But
have
yeah,
to
new
respond,
to the
I
Bingo
already
and
have
Brawlers
it
format.
set up and ready to go. It looks like
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Iron Yu does not get to rematch Chemist's opponent. He gets the 0-2 record that Chemist had because there's not time to work in more games. The schedule is already really tight as it is.
Iron Yu
My only thing for Raydans is how is he
I
going to
mean, also it would be unfair to the opponent, right? Imagine you play Chemist, right? And you get the dub and you're like, let's go, I beat Chemist, awesome. And then they say, okay, we're replacing Chemist. You have to redo the matches, and if you lose this time, it counts against you. And you're like, what the heck? But I already won 2 matches. It would feel very, very bad to have won 2 games and get those 2 wins stripped away, right? Obviously, it sucks for Iron Yu that he is gonna be slapped with 2 losses, but that's also, I think, something you can tell a player coming in, and they can accept much more easily than a player that literally wins 2 games, and then you tell the player, we're taking away your 2 wins.
That diagonal is looking
You know?
a little scary if Iron Yu were to go for the 14 unique incantations. So that's the one thing I'd be thinking about as Raydans is like, I kind of have to get this center square, otherwise the pressure could be
They go more entertaining than DRL? I think they're both very entertaining. I don't know.
Exactly because of that center square, though, because it gives you an Everjail, but also an incantation.
I don't agree
right?
with that take
So-
given the circumstances. What's your take then? I feel any time that you have to take away someone's wins, I feel like that feels worse. It does suck, but Iron knew that and accepted it, so I guess it's fine. I think it's fine. I'm sure Iron Yu wouldn't have said yes to joining if he wasn't okay with inheriting the 0-2 start. Right. I'm sure that was explained to him beforehand. Tiz even said he would replay them, but even with him being cool with it, it would shake the integrity of the tournament a bit too much. I don't know that it would shake the integrity of the tournament. I just think it is really hard on the schedule, and if you forced it upon Sirius, I think that would feel really bad. If Sirius if Sirius goes out of his way to say, I would like to replay the matches with Iron Yu, and Dom finds time in the schedule, and it is Sirius that volunteered to do that, I think that's acceptable. I think you could totally do that. But I wouldn't just strip Sirius of the wins, you know? As YouTube would say, nuclear bomb versus coughing baby, but I'm not here to stir the pot. I mean, so? That's your I think that's your reward for being the nuclear bomb. Your reward for being the nuclear bomb is getting the 2 wins against the coughing baby. That's, I think, saying, oh, hold on, that match was a little too unfair. We're not giving you a win for it. You won by too much. You don't get the win, actually. We're taking that. You're going to have to try again. But with a different opponent this time. I think is, yeah. I wouldn't agree with that. Again, if it was forced on him. If he wants to do that, I think that's fine. But I wouldn't even bring it up to him, right? I wouldn't go up to Sirius and say, hey, so could we redo those? Because then you're kind of pressuring him into it. You know. Every other player does not get that chance since the player is replaced. That's true. But, you know. Like, that's not Sirius's fault that the schedule said that he went first, you know? Sirius looks really good this season. I'm impressed. Me too. Also, yo, Ali Quest, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Thank you for the hydrate. Under Sirius goes through Swiss, and the person under him, main difference in points is getting 2-0 by Iron U. It's very possible. So then just beat Sirius, right? That's the great thing is like, if the main difference is 2-0 Chemist versus 0-2 Iron U, but then, you know, if you beat Sirius 2-0, then it'll completely make up for that. Because then Sirius will have 2 less wins, you'll have 2 more wins, and then you'll even have the tiebreaker over Sirius. So you'd get in instead. So all you have to do, you know, if you think it's like, oh man, it sucks that I'm going to get less points than Sirius because I'm going to have to face Iron U, and Iron U is great, just beat Sirius, and then you'll still leapfrog him in the standings. We're instead making it more unfair for the rest of the group instead of one player. Let's move on and keep with the review. I don't know that the fairness of like what exact opponents you had, because like technically there's also like the unfairness of like which group you're in, group A and group B, and like, oh, this group I think is slightly, you know, harder players and whatever, but
this is the,
I think it all shakes out.
Get 2 books for Corrin and move him to Altus.
It all shakes out with just beat the players that you want to advance ahead of, and then you will be ahead of them.
For that center square. So I actually really don't mind this at all. He already has 15,000 runes still in his inventory here. After this boss fight, he might be able to just almost buy.
And if Chemist played out the whole season, it would basically be a bye week for anyone facing him. So at least with Iron U here, it will be
really nice synergy that I did not think
points
about.
that have to be earned.
You're so
Yes,
right. That is
it'll be more fun for competitor for viewers at the very least.
Yep. Blocked, I mean, almost everything. He will still need something in column 2 and something in row 1. Yeah, that's it. So if he did gold free, which I'm
and yeah, this is not the first. By the way, this is not the first time this happened. This happened in season 2, where Zoodle stepped in for Dom's Roundtable after Dom's Roundtable was dishonorably discharged. And Zoodle also inherited a 0-2 record, but that wasn't even like 1 match loss. That was 2 full match losses that Zoodle inherited. So it's not as though this is the first time that has happened. Yeah, I think it just soon is how that works for scheduling.
Already have blocked out every single bingo line from Iron U, so really nice defense.
Crashed out, yes.
I would love to also see him be able to force a line of his own, but I'm not seeing that so far. He's got to be a little careful in this Crucible Knight fight.
Simply donate one of his points to Iron U.
After the Crucible Knight flew away. That's scary. Oh, that was an early roll. And he gets hit, but okay.
Okay, Raydan's got really greedy there at the end there. Holy.
He kills it.
Also,
line from Iron U, so really nice defensive play from Raydan's. I would love to also see him be able to force a line of his own, but I'm not seeing.
How does he not heal here? When he goes up into the air, it's a free heal timing, and he's at like a third health.
That so far. He's got to be a little careful in this Crucible Knight fight. He is under half health.
But just
he didn't heal there after the Crucible Knight flew away. That's scary. Oh, that was an early roll.
Yeah, and then the attack not killing. If that had killed him, that would have been such a devastating swing, potentially. Holy.
Okay. Oh, he kills it. He kills it. Dan, that was so scary. Oh, my.
Dishonorably discharged. I wasn't there for it, but it sounds like a loaded statement. Maybe that's not to bring it up. No, you can bring it up. He crashed out hard. He was like I don't know what to say. He just he was like, and my opponent's cheated, and Dom is stealing my content, and I don't know, there was a bunch of other things. I don't even remember it all. It's like so many things that it sounds like a cartoon villain for how hard he crashed out at losing 2 games.
Very risky
next time.
There it is, Everjills though, and if he gets incantations here, honestly, this row 3, column 3, kind of a plus.
That's super disappointing. I mean, I don't know the guy, so I that is the only thing that I know about him at all. So
I don't know. I feel like once he gets incantations, this could be pretty dangerous actually for Iron U. This whole board.
That's actually a great point, especially because Dan started with a dagger, and if Iron U
Okay, so now that Raydance has the second ever jail, that is 2 out of the 4 bosses in Limgrave/Weeping.
Who has already killed Godric, he would have a much harder time killing a Remembrance boss.
Iron U, in the meantime, was setting up, excuse me, for more stuff. He got the cracked pots. He set up for Nefeli Lu, but now...
Only. So if Dan went incantations into
heads down to Weeping...
and forced Iron U into Remembrance
just kidding.
boss
He says, never mind.
only, I mean, maybe Raydance could just...
I do like Dan just going for the Tree Sentinel. Just go for the fastest bosses in Limgrave Weeping you can. I feel like you cannot get greedy on this particular square when both players know the other player has 2 out of 4 on it. So if you try to synergize it too much, I feel like you're just going to lose out on it.
That could be a scary line. It's a little bit of maybe too much future thinking.
About who? Dom's Roundtable. You gave a nice synopsis last time he was brought up. I don't recall all of what happened.
But definitely some possibilities here for Raydan to put on a lot of pressure. Oh, he goes for a really
big
greedy hit there.
shield
He thought it was going to
slam.
stagger. Yeah.
What I really do like here,
Okay.
though, is Raydance is contesting Limgrave bosses here, by the way, doing the Tree Sentinel right now. And Iron U right now is going for actually Godric with Nefeli Lu. This is going to take a little bit longer. This actually might give Raydance enough time to actually steal away Limgrave bosses here, top right corner square from Iron U, who currently had a head start on it.
Yeah, I think he almost certainly will. He's just heading to, I believe it's the Bofa cave that he's heading to.
Yep.
So giving up a little bit of potential synergy. He could have done Rick for God bosses. He could have done a Cemetery Shade, but he just says, I do not want to lose this square. I just want to win it before Iron U can. And
Yeah, I like this a lot from Dan, whereas Iron U going straight for Godric while summoning Nefeli Lu feels a little preemptive. I mean, it's not a bad square to go for by any means. It just feels unlikely that Dan would head directly there after Everjails. Like, technically, Raydance has been silent for long enough while he upgraded his weapons that technically he could be past Godric, or sorry, past Margit and headed towards Godric. It just seems so very unlikely. So if I was Iron U, I maybe would have thought about also just rushing bosses in Limgrave Weeping, which Godric is not going to be your fastest bet there.
This is a nice way of ensuring that he gets this.
I have all of the clips. I can send them to you. You know what? Do send them to me. I'm going to watch them, let's say off stream, because I don't know how wild those are going to be. But send those to me. I'll watch them off stream, so at least I'll be caught up on the lore. And maybe if any of the clips are actually good, I'll have them prepared for showing in the future if the topic comes up again.
Okay.
Or phase transition from
Oh.
Nefeli.
Godric is
Big
really
damage.
low on this phase transition. He should be able to get a very quick kill here in the second phase. Just walk up, charge R2. Unfortunately, when
Underrated crazy thing about the crash out was that he wasn't even losing at the time he started accusing Pup of cheating. What the heck?
Phase 2. Oh, he still gets it. Wow.
Oh, and the
kind of bleed
headshot.
proc.
Jesus Christ.
Nice kills, and huge kills by both of them. I love Raydance just immediately saying, hey, I know we both have progress and synergy here. Let me take
was
that away.
huge. There is 4 Limgrave bosses.
In general, right, my philosophy is if there's something like 4 bosses in Limgrave Weeping, go get synergy with it, right? That's my philosophy, right? Do a Cemetery Shade in Weeping. Do I don't think there's Patches. Do an NPC boss in Limgrave. You know, do Everjails in Limgrave. You know, do God bosses in Limgrave, right? In general, that's my philosophy, unless you can absolutely see and know that your opponent has progress towards it. In which case, just take it away from them so
Iron
they
U
can't
is
get a
huge
very
plays by
quick
both of them
square.
here.
Yeah,
And
I
they
mean,
we're about
can't
to
afford to
have
synergize it.
A Wendy's. A 4 for 4.
There it is. Wendy's 4
There it
for 4
is.
on the board. That is that's a very, very nice block there from.
If Dom removed them, not sure he'd want you sharing them on stream. Okay, makes sense then. So probably won't then. But I mean, I would still be interested to watch them for my own knowledge, the forbidden knowledge.
Raydance very preemptive.
But yeah, sharing them on stream would not be a good idea.
I just sniped away 4 bosses here from Iron U. Although I do believe Godric was his 3rd boss in Limgrave, so it wasn't that close. But still, very, very nice. Very, very.
Wasn't
nice
said
block.
which Dom.
Getting that, you know, and this is the crazy part is that right now I think
Would the invader outside of Patch's Cave count as an NPC boss? No, it is not a boss. It is an NPC invader. It is not a boss. No boss health bar.
Obviously, from Iron U is still very intimidating.
Oh,
But beyond that,
Dan having trouble picking up the Smithing Stone 4s. Nice.
Yeah. Now here's a little bit of a play that I don't think Raydans is gonna make, but if he did, if he kills Melania, that blocks the diagonal, that blocks column 2, that blocks row 2. He'd have blocked every single bingo in only 5 squares if he goes and kills Melania. I mean, how cinema would that be if we just get like a 25-minute, he just goes and kills Melania? I don't think he's going to. I don't think anyone wants to do Melania 25 minutes, but if he did, that is already every single bingo line blocked. So Raydans with incredible defensive play of figuring out exactly where to line up his squares to block everything that Iron U can do.
Yeah, honestly, like, just think about that. Every remaining bingo line for Iron U crosses through Melania. He has 1 column left, 1 row left, 1 diagonal left. They all go through Melania. There is no way for Iron U to bingo without Melania.
Oh, he's grabbing money. Is Iron U...
Wouldn't show it on
He's
stream.
looking
Yeah,
at doing a Memby here, by the way.
Just send Melania 25 minutes in. Yeah, just send that.
No, it'll be Radon. It'll be Radon without status effects and summons. The Sunflower doesn't do any status effects. It's got to.
Yeah, but like, hey, if you want Raydans to do it, why not have Iron U do it? He could do it. You know.
That, yeah.
Iron U could do it, but if he was gonna do it, he wouldn't do it with the Sunflower. You would not do an unwieldable weapon against Melania.
I guess the only problem with that would be you're forcing Raydans into incantations, which I kind of feel like Raydans should already do anyway. So I don't love forcing my opponent into a square that he probably already wants to do. If Iron U first does incantations, then does Melania for the Melania Memby bang bingo, then I would love that as a play. But doing the Melania part first feels very risky and gives your opponent a lot of time to get the incantations.
Oh, we're getting this.
Ooh, Iron U grabs the 10 and the rune, and then just mogs out. He doesn't go for the 9. Does he already have a 9?
Necessarily, because you already blocked that column 5. You might as well just set something else up instead. Maybe.
And that's like the lesser money as well. I'd like him going for the 10. I love going for the 10 there, but then he doesn't follow up with the rest of the Haligtree stuff. That seems strange to me. Have I already forgotten something he did? Did he already go that way before? Is this like his second time in Haligtree, just for a bit more stuff? I don't recall. Unwieldable stamina into Melania is a death wish. Yeah.
For daggers only. You can go for Radon with dagger only if you really wanted to.
Yeah, I don't mind at all Raydan's going for the Sleeping Golem. It does block out one of... So all he needs is 3 more squares. Anything in row 2, anything in column 2, and then anything along the diagonal. So Raydan's, if he goes like Sleeping Golems, Incants, Graven Ghost 1, you know, then he's fully blocked out Iron U. So I think those are very solid plays. Especially Raydan's could... then be threatening this diagonal, because in order to get Graven Ghost, you get Radon. So Radon, I guess maybe I would skip Sleeping Golem, actually, now that I think about it, because winning Radon already blocks the row, sets you up for Graven Ghost, and threatens the you know what? I had changed my mind. I didn't mind the Sleeping Golem in Lanedell. I don't think it's like a slow square. But I actually think, based on the available options for Raydans, I actually like just rushing Radon, like, right away, straight away. And then, you know, even doing it, like, dagger only, let's say. Because I feel like that just... it's something both players are going to have to do at some point. Both players have to kill Radon at some point in order to get access to Graven Ghost, Glovewort, Bell Bearings. And in order to get access to the capital, I guess unless you did Melania, and is just a great way to get sorcery only, dagger only, or remembrance only. So
that Melania maybe a little bit more onto
the earlier you take that away, the less your opponent can synergize it.
Into those two, that could always be an option as well, right?
Would Memby be viable on Melania for Bingus? Depends on what the weapon is, and depends on your stats, but it can be. Blasphemous Blade, his other Memby option, would be sort of crazy on her, though. when they asked to stun her a lot more. Were those the options he had, or are you saying he will have the option?
If he did, if we just to that blocks road 2.
Oh, he went for
play that I
Sunflower
don't think
over
I-
Blasphemous Blade. Oh, they were the 2 options. I feel like you go Blasphemous Blade 100% of the time, no?
Great Hands is gonna
So the stat requirements are 22 Strength, 15 Dex. Both of those you're probably going to get at some point anyway. 21 Faith. It's an incredibly good greatsword. Incredibly good greatsword. Versus...
if he kills
Oh, wow. Sunflower actually does not have that high of requirements. I thought it would be way higher. Sunflower, what does that say? 20... I cannot see on the quality here. Can I make it higher quality? No, that's the highest quality. 22 Strength? 8 Dex, 28 Faith? If that's 28 Faith, that is a lot. Oh, it is 28 Faith. Okay, yeah, no, I probably still wouldn't go Sunflower. I still probably would go Blasphemous Blade, because, yeah, that's too much Faith. That's too much Faith. I think most of the chat at the time pogged at Blasphemous Blade, and then he picked Sunflower. Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. I would pick Blasphemous Blade, I think, here out of those 2 options. I think you could maybe get enough stats for the Blasphemous Blade, and I'd actually even just use Blasphemous Blade after. I mean, maybe I'd use Sunflower as well. I don't mind Sunflower, but, like, look at the scaling on Sunflower by default. DD. Like, why is the scaling so low?
Yeah.
Is that just how it starts unupgraded?
Of a play that I don't think Great Hands is
Because, oh, I guess it is also D for Blasphemous Blade. Okay. Maybe things just do start at D scaling until you level them up. 24, 8, 25. I think Sunflower is 32 strength. It's definitely not 32 strength. It's apparently 24, 8, 25 compared with 22, 15, 21. 15, 21, so 4 difference, 2 difference. I guess maybe if he's really low on dex. What's his current dex at? 13. No, he'd only need 2 more dex. Oh, he would need a lot of faith, though. 2 dex, 13 faith. And to 2 hands, 14, 15, 3 strength. 3, 2, so that's 5 plus 13. He'd need 18 level ups to wield Blasphemous Blade. Or 8, 25 would be 17 plus 16, 17, 5. 17 plus 5, 22 stats to wield the Sunflower. Okay. So, what did I say? I literally just said it and I forgot in my brain. It just disappeared. What did I say? 19 versus 22 stats to wield Blasphemous versus Sunflower?
But if he did, if he kills Melania, that blocks the diagonal.
Blasphemous ends with C and C in Strength and Dex and B in Faith at plus 10. Huh, okay. Which, honestly, I mean, those are solid things. You could absolutely make use out of that. You could even go, like, split stats. I think you said 18. Okay. Sunflower does have a high C at 81 for Strength versus Blasphemous 60. Okay. The thing about Blasphemous Blade is that you can easily make it work with the Faith tier from Weeping Peninsula, even on lower levels. Oh, yeah, maybe you could for Sunflower as well, though. Either way, Blasphemous Blade is going to require a few less stats, but...
That blocks
yeah.
column 2. That blocks row 2.
Both are solid. Honestly, those are 2 of your best options you can see in terms of actual weapons. Although not 2 of your lowest stat requirements, I think, but honestly 2 of your best options. Very, very, very good weapons.
Bingo in only 5 squares if he goes to line up. The sun.
You know?
That, yeah. I guess the only problem, then I would love that as a
Sleeping Golem's still here from Raydance, by the way. I don't know if I like this necessarily.
Sunflower is also a
because
funnier weapon,
really
which has to be
that
taken
column
into
5, you might as well
consideration.
just set
That's
something
true.
else up instead. Maybe go for daggers only.
Still
you
two
go
great
for
weapons.
Radahn
Yeah, no
with
matter
dagger
what, two
only
great
if you really wanted
weapons.
to. Yeah.
I think we're arguing over, not arguing, but we're discussing minute little differences of actually the scaling is technically a little bit this.
Really
Yeah,
build up
both
that
are fine.
load too, try and force that Millennium maybe a
I
little bit
thought
more
the
onto your opponent.
requirements for
Maybe he is
Blasphemous Blade
thinking
were a
that.
lot
He's just
lower
doing
than
Sleeping Golem
Sunflower.
first
Turns
into
out they're
those
actually
two.
not
That could always be
that
an
much
option as well,
lower,
right?
so
But overall,
yeah, I think
I'm not
Sunflower
sure
was
I'm
still
the
a very
biggest fan of
reasonable
Sleeping
call.
Golem right about now.
Yeah, it feels like you mostly have already blocked what is necessary for the Sleeping Golem. I mean, it is fast. He already had the Grace.
There he
This
is.
probably cost him a minute and a half. Like, I don't mind I'm just going to take a square in a minute and a half and get ahead 5-4. I don't think that's a bad call. I do think the incantations are kind of screaming at me right now. Like,
Yeah.
alert, like, this is important.
Yeah. The incants are important. Yeah. Good call, me. Yeah. I was saying go straight to Radahn, and like I do still think that a Radahn is super important, but I think incants is very important right here. That diagonal is just very scary.
But outside of that, I think going for fast squares.
And picking Melania is also weaker to fire. Yes,
I
yes.
really think incantations right now is very,
Maybe so
very,
is
very, very
Star
important.
Scourge Radahn. I'm not
Which
sure.
means you gotta go for those incant books, you know?
Yeah, gotta go for them.
Fire for
Right
Blasphemous
now,
is
the
better
Raydance
for,
is
say,
actually
Radahn.
heading
Yeah,
to
if
the fall.
fire is better for both Radahn and Melania, which, I mean, I don't know that Iron U was actually going to swap to it full time, but if he did, it's a great weapon for Radahn, it's a great weapon for Melania. I don't know that it's that great for Goldfree, but, like, who cares? It's great for Godskin Noble because it's not strike damage, whereas the Sunflower is strike damage, and also not holy, so it's better on... So Blasphemous Blade, just to count it out, we've probably stayed on this for way too long, but Blasphemous Blade is better against Radahn, Melania, Godskin Noble. That's it. It is worse on Makar, Crystallian Trio. That's it. So I have no idea on Virgin Abductors. I don't know if they're weak to anything. So, specifically, since you're using it for Radahn, I feel like the Blasphemous Blade was better, but I think both are fine.
Star Beast at the Celia Crystal Tunnel, probably just as
Great
part
Sword
of
wouldn't be
his
so bad on
standard-
stamina consumption with no faith, right? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Does anyone know if you don't have the faith for Blasphemous Blade, does it treat it like Alabaster, where there's no penalty, you just don't get the fire scaling? Or does it treat it like other weapons where, you don't have a requirement, boom, stamina costs way more, and it's just going to be bad. I actually have no idea.
upgrading Route. I feel
Maybe
like
Iron
this
U just
is
like Sunflower more. Very much could be, yeah.
slower.
A lot
no,
of weapon picks are preference, right? People have
Maybe not
practiced
actually
with
killing
certain
the
things
fallen
and
soldiers,
haven't
maybe
practiced
just
with other
grabbing
things
the
for sure.
stones in here, as a little bit of synergy with some of the stones.
I'll test out real quick
on
and
the
let you
way
know.
south
Thank you,
to
Derek.
Radahn. But yeah, he's definitely doing this for some sort of upgrade here, because I don't see any other reason to actually
Sunflower's
kill
pretty good in
fallen
DLC because
soldiers
Strike
here.
plus Holy just crush
Yeah,
everything
just grabbing
there.
the stones here, heading down.
But Holy is pretty garbage in the
I think
base
he's gonna
game.
head
Yeah.
out of here. Yep.
Fire is also surprisingly good in DLC. There are a few bosses that are resistant to fire. Your Mesmers, your Midras. Surprisingly not your Bales.
Doing
But fire is also overall a very
Setting up a race
good
for later, I guess,
element
for
in the
Goldfree.
DLC as well.
That could be a thing. Also,
he
you
was
have
grabbing
Sacred Flash
some-
charges, right?
Yeah, Sacred Flash charges. Yep, those gold.
Resistance
seeds.
breaking Sunflower is
Very,
42
very
charge
important
heavy
spot
versus
for
Blasphemous
getting those
33.
is the
Yeah,
cattle
but
outskirts.
that's
There's
the
just
difference
a
of a
ton those
Colossal
that you can
versus a
grab
Great
really,
Sword.
really
They just
quickly.
have
And
completely
here we go,
different
by the
move
way,
sets.
Iron U going for the Radahn without status.
Virgin Abductors are weak to lightning. I did know that. I didn't think they were weak to holy or fire. What if a mod existed that gave information to players when certain things happen? Example, when a player opens a door. Aggie has opened a door, appeared as text. Now the other player can look at that. At the board and try to use the information to surmise what Aggie is currently doing. Another example, a player dies, a message is sent. Aggie has died. Attempt to snipe a square based off that info. I think that'd be a little too much info. That'd be I know that they have that in Minecraft. You can see what advancements your opponent is doing. I don't think you get to see deaths, but you get to see your opponent's advancements, which can tell you where they are, what they're doing. But I feel like that's way too much for Bingo.
As a nice diagonal build, but also diagonal block, right?
Like, I feel like it would really, really complicate it.
Really juicy.
Absolutely, yeah. And for anyone wondering,
which can be fine if
it's a little shorthand that
there's a reason to complicate it. I don't know that I feel like I love that personally. I feel like it would make it too complicated for myself.
Maybe just makes it a lot easier. It's definitely less of a mouthful. Yeah. And I'm assuming Iron U is going to be
Dodgers are minus 20 lightning, 20 fire holy, 0 magic. Okay.
Well. We see Lake of Rot right now going for that somber.
Somewhere Aggie's heavy door has opened.
You know,
somewhere.
Possibly going to be maxed upgrading to +9.
Doesn't seem like a good thing for Bingo ammo. Yeah, I don't think I love it personally.
+10, pretty much as early as all the rush squares have settled out.
I did not know the Bale was as resistant to fire as to magic and stuff. Neither did I till I looked it up.
But outside of that, I feel like, yeah, this is a great time to upgrade. I think you want to be powerful enough that whatever your opponent does, you can respond to it, or you can be so powerful that when you make threats, your opponent has a hard time responding to you. So either way, more power.
Yeah, Radiant's going all the way up to +9. You know, I'm still in the camp of, I feel like +10 would have been better, but
it really lets you dictate the tempo of the board a lot better.
Going to +9, I think this moment right here, minor spoilers for what's about to come up, is a deciding factor of the match. Raydans goes to +9. Iron U is at +5 right now.
This is definitely kind of insane. For sure.
Did you know Senesax has 4,000 more HP than Bale? I did not know that.
Memby, if you will.
I would not have guessed.
I have not seen it.
Yeah.
What does lightning scale with? Generally dexterity.
So close.
I know.
How does the weapon randomizer work for remembrance weapons? They're shuffled with other remembrance weapons. So instead of getting the normal remembrance weapon, you would get a different possible remembrance weapon. Just tested. Yes, it does act like Alabaster, and you get the physical damage by having full strength dex. Oh, yeah, then Iron U would have done probably incredible with Blasphemous Blade, and all he needs is a couple more strength to be able to two-hand it.
Strength for it? It's currently showing the X.
That would have been really nice then, potentially.
The faith requirements?
Maybe. I think this is one of
Senesax
the
True Boss also having 80 lightning resist. Do not try to lightning down Senesax.
I think it'll cost a lot more stamina. But
I'll tell you, commentated for 7 hours yesterday, then reviewed games for 7 hours after on stream.
Yep. And there are some weapons where it's not okay to skip. So we'll see.
14 hours of talking about Bingus in one day.
For Somber, that's
an idea for a bingo variation called Blind Bingo. Both players racing each other in random objectives. The players don't know where on the board each objective is, so it winds up being a lot of mini races, and the player can get lucky and win a lot fewer squares if they happen to be on a line. It takes away the strategy for bingo. I think that'd be mostly less interesting, but I mean, anything can be fun for a one-off video. I think it makes sense for Minecraft when it's about the speedrunning against each other, but yeah, the info in Elden Ring seems a bit unnecessary. I agree.
Yeah, we'll see what the damage is like here in just
and then 2v2 was peak, but also was stressful and hard to follow, even if you had unreasonable number of hours in the game. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that stamina cost, though, is looking...
Yeah, you can see here, he does not have the stats for the physical part or the magic part, so he's getting a bunch of minuses on his damage, and it's costing him a bunch more stamina.
It's not the greatest. It's not the great, but hey, honestly, for +5 though, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's yellow.
It's definitely doable. It's yellow. It's not gonna be the fastest kill, but it is yellow.
I definitely don't mind it. A guillotine attack here.
Yeah. Oh, that's a scary
good
attack.
double
nice
dodge.
Double roll to not get caught by the second bit of it.
Hmm?
Oh,
there's a stagger
big
already.
Stagger.
Is Senesax just a more difficult boss than Bale if you fight him melee? I don't know. They're both difficult. I don't know which one's more. Gamba that didn't pay off, sadly. Yeah, I mean,
even gets the riposte.
It is a Gamba, right? It's not like his damage is so bad. There's no way he could do it with this weapon. But it's just bad enough that you have to be very, very good on the fight. And it's bad enough that I genuinely think he would have killed the boss faster if he took the time to upgrade before he killed the fight. You know what I mean? Like, this is gonna be, let's just say, you know, a 4-minute fight. I don't know how long it's actually gonna be. I'm not looking at the timer. But let's say that it was a 4-minute fight. If he took 2 minutes to upgrade, I think he would then get, you know, like a 2-minute fight. Where, like, I actually think he could cut down significantly enough on the time of the fight
You don't gotta tell me
through
about
upgrades that I think it would be relatively worth it
Radon as well
to
now.
upgrade first.
Ooh, bit of a race here. I mean, Iron U so far ahead.
I mean, I just pulled numbers out. I don't know exactly, but it feels to me like this is bad enough damage that I really would want to upgrade. Dama's the most if it can bleed, it can die player I've ever seen. You know, if it bleeds, it can die. But yo, Sony, thank you for the Prime sub. Hi. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Also, with the Blasphemous Blade with full physical, you get the fire damage despite not having the faith. You don't get the Ash of War or the heal factor, I'm assuming. Well, the heal is only on the Ash of War, right? I don't believe Blasphemous Blade heals on R1s. So if you can't use the Ash of War, then of course you can't heal off of the Ash of War.
Yeah, he might.
Oh no, the aftershock!
What happened?
Does anyone know what attack this even was? Iron U with his camera over here. I'm like, I genuinely don't even know what's happening right now. I have no idea what hit him.
These guillotines attacks are really, really good. He might even get another stagger here before the phase 2.
Yeah, he might.
What attack even is that? Like, I actually have no idea. It's the slam shockwave. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh no, the aftershock!
What happened? Well, oh my goodness.
Because he's in phase 1.5, some of his attacks have that
It heals on kills, right? Oh, it heals on kills. I didn't know that.
aftershock attack.
And the hitbox is
I saw
so
some purple. I definitely saw some purple.
Wow.
But otherwise, I have no idea what that was.
Well, I mean, that's definitely then a chance for Raydance to come back into this. If Raydance has a more upgraded weapon and he just sends it, I can definitely see Raydance sniping this one away. I mean, it's gonna be close. Iron U's damage was not bad, but Raydan's damage is going to be
10% on Ash of War.
amazing. So we will see.
Right, yeah.
It's gonna come down to the wire on this one.
That is very, very tough.
10%
Yeah, I
HP
really
plus
wonder
150. Oh, even
how
better.
Raydan's damage is gonna look,
Doblerus,
because
thank
he
you for the
does
Prime
have
sub.
wieldable, so
Welcome back
stamina
to
at
the
least gonna be
bunch.
very
Enjoy the
much
emotes.
better. But I do believe he's also at
There's some
plus
purple.
9
I
at
think the
this
one where
point,
he
so
makes
this
a
could
wave
be
of gravity
a lot
stuff on the
damage
ground
Raydan's.
forward.
For some reason, his Twitch is
Okay, not like the big, like the
just
big
classic
one,
Twitch
but
things.
So it's irony. I guess we'll say irony. I think it's irony. Not I keep saying iron you, but
it is Iron U. Here's where we got corrected to the wrong
it is
thing.
Irony.
Might be irony.
I thought it was Iron U, but
yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, I hate that attack.
Raydan is definitely ahead now. All he has to do is not die, and Raydan snipes away this square that Iron U
The SAM consumption really cost Iron U this fight. I don't
really wanted.
know that that's the case. Like, if we go back to the first death,
Iron U is so far ahead, I can't imagine him losing this unless he dies. But if he does die, Raydan's is really not far behind.
His
oh,
reaction
that
to his
stamina
guillotine
consumption
attacks
was a
are
lot,
really, really
but
good. He might even get another stagger here before the phase 2.
Yeah, he might.
no, he had stamina there. He did have stamina there.
Ends it.
So it was not only
So
the
does he do it
stamina
again? Does he
consumption.
go for it again? Does he leave?
Okay, nice.
Raydance gets the good
Dan
attack
gets
here.
the good
Oh.
attack.
I mean,
Very
unless,
solid
like, it
damage.
just-
He's doing more
R1s.
per hit than the Colossal with less stamina cost and faster. So Raydance has definitely got this. Go for some charged R2 here. Now just going for some R1s. Doesn't want to build up too much stagger too quickly. I think he can still get the stagger before the phase transition.
Do the
Now I would
full-
definitely go for a charged R2.
No, full weapon art. Full weapon art. That's 80 poise damage.
Oh, true as well. You could do that.
Fully
Charged
charged
R2.
that-
Nice stagger.
Oh, nice.
Bang. Take the riposte.
I think he had stamina to roll. He was just locked in an animation. He was doing his previous roll. I think he got roll caught at the end of one of his rolls. It was just very weird.
He's not going to get a one cycle, but he should not have to do too much after he lands. Might be able to kill him.
Radiance is
before he
just
does a
killing
move in
Radon. Yeah,
phase
just
2. It's
killing
gonna be
Radon.
close.
I think he just recognizes two things. One, Iron U is probably doing this. Two, if I take away this, then whatever Iron U is doing, if he's doing dagger only, sorcery only, Memby, it's gonna have less value. He can't double up the square. And three, this is an important block for Iron U. Specifically, the diagonal that Raydans could threaten, as well as the row that Raydans could threaten. So it's just... Oh, and the column, actually. It's actually a triple block for Iron U. So I think Raydans just says, hey, I really, really want this square. I'm willing to just bet on getting it with no synergy instead of trying to double up with something. All of these are going to be hard for Raydans to do in the future, potentially. But he's like, I'm okay with having a difficult square in the future as long as I definitely get this square right now, because it's so important, which I think really makes sense.
Whereas Irony
Yeah,
is
stealing
back
square
into
value.
the fight again.
Definitely a very.
I think that's one that I would have a hard time making the call on. I love to synergize. I love to double up, you know. But same way that earlier I said it was really smart of Raydans to just finish bosses in Limgrave and Weeping because he knows Iron U has progress. It's also very smart for him to just send Radon because he knows Iron U has a remembrance weapon from Godric. So I feel like this one is a little bit harder of a call to make, but is equally as good of a play of just don't let your opponent synergize. If you're ahead and you get more squares and deny your opponent synergy, you don't need synergy yourself.
Them doing great here. Okay, Raydans.
I enjoyed
2 more
Iron U's
hits.
style of play, probably too high risk, but it's really entertaining to watch someone have the confidence to skip graces and send fights without optimal setups. I agree. Maybe a little overconfident in this one case we're watching here, but yeah, he was a very, very entertaining player to watch.
Don't think he quite
You think
has
it's a
time.
mistake for Iron to not just
one more
do
hit.
plain
Oh,
Radon
there it is.
and trying to double up? Not at all. I think this is the perfect call for Iron U, except I think it's the wrong call not leveling his weapon to max. I think that was overconfidence being a slow and insidious killer for him. But I think going for this double up was a incredibly smart play. He could have beat Raydans to it, and it would have put the game very Iron U favored, right? If instead of Raydans having this, he just didn't have it because Iron U got it first, Iron U would be up 6-5 and would have this very threatening diagonal that he could go for. So
Hitless Radon
I think it was a really
without
smart
status
call
effects
to
and
go
summons.
for.
Huge
I just think he got a little overconfident in, yeah, I can do this with like a hardly upgraded weapon that I don't even have the stats for. I think that's just extreme confidence. Sometimes you need that extreme confidence if you're way behind, but I think in a close game like this, you don't need to send something super risky. I think it would have been better if he upgraded his weapon to max first, then came back, and I think he maybe even still could have gotten it at about the same time as
Raydans.
Raydans.
He's now threatening the diagonal. If he goes for the incantations has become by far the most important square on this board.
Maybe even
Whoever
would have
gets
still gotten it before
blocks the
Raydans. I'm
opponent's
actually not
pressure
even sure.
and sets up their own pressure. I wonder if they're both going to see it and pivot out to it right away, or whether someone's going to miss that. I know
Ooh,
that some
early
people
dodge
have
from
some
Iron U.
blindness. Irony gets hit down to 1 health. He's got to be careful. He does not want to die for a third time here. It would be truly devastating at this point.
Guillotine.
There's the guillotine. Good dodge.
Nice
Nice.
Dagger. Okay, take their post. He can just... No, he misses it. He can
Wonder if
still
it's something
heal
with
up,
his
though,
normal
during
skill set,
phase
but stage
transition.
fright
He's
got
not
to him.
gonna
Yeah. I mean, he literally has placed top 4 in both of the Deathless randomizer leagues, so I'm sure he's confident with Star Scourge. I'm sure he does it in a randomizer with a random weapon all the time, But
too bad for him, but his damage is just not the same.
Star Scourge is also
he ends up on
not
20
one of the most
rushing
consistent bosses in the game.
Incantations,
Like,
by the way, going to be going for this incantation book in Liurnia. Here we go. Phase 2.
a lot
Radahn
of Star
coming in,
Scourge's
strikes the
attacks
earth.
just have
And
extra
juicy
weird
irony.
lingering
What's up on his
hitboxes
third attempt?
in weird places, and
Let's see it. I
the
mean,
normal
yeah,
dodge
the
just like
damage is
doesn't
kinda there,
work
but he's
all the
gonna have to
time.
do a
Like, I
full
don't know, he's
actual
just a
phase
very,
2
very
fight,
weird boss.
which I mean is tough. This second.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
it tricks you. He like puts his sword down, which causes you to roll, but then he just brings it through you, which roll catches you.
I have to say, I did not remember that Blasphemous was the other option. I can't imagine why you'd take Sunflower over it. We talked about that whole thing. We as a chat, which, what do we know? But based on the stats that we looked up for the two of them, believe that Blasphemous would have been better. But honestly, Sunflower is good. I really like Sunflower a lot as well. He just, he was just very far from the stats for it.
Knight perusing in the grass with an ancient prayer book for incantations, looking to possibly get the center square. So now the diagonal with Graven glows. Jesus Christ, Graven.
Yeah, so Iron U goes back to Haligtree. So here's where we can kind of look back on a previous call from Iron U and say it was a bit of a mistake. Earlier, Iron U, I think we can say that at least with some relative confidence. Earlier, Iron U went to Haligtree and he grabbed the 10 and the little money, but he didn't grab the 9 and the big money. And now he has to come back to get the 9 and the big money because he needs it for further upgrades, which costs him a lot of extra time because he's got to ride the elevator again. So I kind of think that either he should have gotten the money elsewhere, because I think there are faster places if all you need is a little bit of money, or while he was here, I think he should have done his full,
Yeah, I think probably
you know, pickup trip so he doesn't have to take the elevator a second time.
And 2 more. Not that hard to get. You can just go for Rick. You can go for
Is
Goldfrog,
Raydans
you
related
can
to
go
Radahn?
for,
Perhaps.
Godskin Apostle.
Maybe that's why Radahn was so much nicer to him than Iron U. It's
without
a
status effects. That would also count, and is a square on the board. So I think there's a lot of possibilities, and I think. If he goes
that
for
was not
and
a good
blocks
jump
out the
angle from
diagonal,
Iron
he'll
U
be in
as
a lot
well.
safer spot than if he leaves it up.
That's bad. That's
Devastation
devastating.
Oh.
Devastation right now for Irony as he does not get the quit out there, did not get the full jump that he needed. Has to wait for the elevator again here. He could do Melania, that is a god boss. Just saying, goddess of rot is there.
Nepotism scars,
And it would
Star
also block
Scourge. Yep.
out that row too, which is getting a little scary at this point. Raydans has 2 in there, and Raydans still has
Drama.
Godric available to do dagger only.
The 55k, I think, would have gotten him enough levels for the physical requirement for Sunflower if he got it the first time. Yeah, and that alone, he then could have stayed +5, and he still probably would have been fine on Radahn as well.
That's currently looking a little tough for Irony. Yeah, so Melania would solve some problems. You set up your own diagonal, which will probably be blocked by incantations. You get a god boss to block Raydan's diagonal, and you block the row too. So Melania is in a very, very...
Yeah, and if Iron U had also gotten Radahn first, I really wonder if he would have also just gone straight for incantations. If so, and it was a race and he won that,
prime position for
Raydans would
right now.
probably be kind of cooked at this point. Not cooked entirely, but like
for sure.
Iron U would be like
Raydan's currently
mega
buying
ahead.
out the shop here. Some pretty good incants here, by the way, as well. Bloodflame Talons. That's pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, no incant only on the board here, but okay,
Yeah.
looks like... So that is 11 from the shop that he has now bought. We know that he has at least 1 from the...
All right, now heading to the Lake of Rot so that he can get fully upgraded.
Currently, or more. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He has 13. So he just needs the 1 more. I think he just has to move Corrin, find where he goes, and then buy 1 more time, and he should have it.
Yeah, he does the rolling in the rot, slow rot method.
Okay,
I don't know if it's faster if you have enough flasks,
He's getting the 7
but
and the 8 stone. He, I believe, got
common
the 9
strat
stone
here.
there in the Halleck tree while we were counting the incantations. So he should get to either +9 or +10 Somber, depending on whether he chose to grab that. So this will be quite nice for him. And he's got plenty of flasks here for the Rot Lake. I know sometimes people do the slow Rot. Actually, he did do the slow Rot as well. Probably did not need to with as many heals as he has here.
That's a little bit slow. I'm not sure if he knows the crouch tech. If you just crouch behind the Forg, you can warp without having to quit out.
Okay, this will be the 14th.
What's nice for Iron U
Nice.
too is there's a very easy to spot concrete mistake that cost him big, which will help his own review improvement. Yeah, I agree. I think outside of that, Iron U, I think, played phenomenally, spectacularly, right? That one thing flips the other way, he's in the lead, and because that one thing flipped against him, he's losing currently. Like literally that one moment.
If I didn't,
they were both playing
he might have been in
even.
Okay, you know what?
Iron
Now
U was
big
looking to
pressure
break
from
away
Raydance.
with
You
it.
got this column 2. You got this.
Didn't
column
get
3,
there,
column 4.
and then now
You got the
Raydance is
diagonal,
breaking away with
row
it.
2, row 3. There's a lot of different ways that Raydance.
So yeah, I totally agree.
Here, and he has pretty much pickings that he can. You can go for whatever.
Surely, that's what I said.
Going on with that, like I just stopped mid sentence, but whatever. And now,
whatever.
Here's like you can just like let's see. I think God Bosses would probably be the best bet here for Raydance because you can cut him off on this diagonal. Go for Godskin Apostle. Go for Godskin Noble and no stats. So you have a +9 Ordovis Greatsword. This Godskin Noble and Volcano Manor could be a great addition to that, and just go for Godfroy or Rick.
Huge drama.
Yeah. I mean,
agreed. Very fun style to watch. Yeah, I think Iron U plays so entertainingly as well.
He could do Godric with dagger only. He's more than upgraded enough. I don't think that fight is going to last long at all. That would just be bang bang 2 squares that he gets with 2 God bosses. Finish it off with Rick. I think that would be a really
Most
nice
of the chatter has been
fight.
with Iron U, but Dan's has also played this game nearly perfectly. Yes. I think in almost all cases in a review, the focus is going to be on the player that is currently behind, right? Because that's where the most interesting stuff happens. The player ahead has less information, so whatever decision they make is a little more blind. It's a little harder to say whether a call is good or not if you're ahead. And if you're ahead, like, all you really got to do is not do something really, too bad, and you're likely to still end up winning. Whereas if you're the player behind, it's like, you have more information, so you can make more informed decisions, and your decisions are super important. You have to make all the right decisions to come back into it. So a lot of review, that's just kind of how it happens. It's easier to focus on the person who's currently behind.
Win that. I think Irony is going to see that and is going to block that out. But you can just
and right, if somebody is currently behind and you talk about here's all the ways they could come back into it, and then they do that, and then they do come back into it, you're like, holy.
Has the potential to get to Capital first before you, to get to Godfrey, especially if Irony does Melania early. So don't let him also get ahead on Magma Worm.
I think his cam is on the same monitor as his bingo board, and every now and again he looks into my soul.
By no means is this match anywhere close to
every so often he just,
I mean, 7-4 is really nice of a majority lead if you can block out all the lines. You just can't let the pressure get onto you. So,
and we see Irony.
Also more to commentate on as there's more room for improvement.
Is going for Godric, so he's going to be going for that God Boss block.
But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, since I haven't said everything about Raydan's just yet, I love Raydan's start. Just love it, adore it. Do I think it was 100% optimal? I actually think Iron U's start was probably better, but Raydan's a man after my own heart. He noticed what I noticed, which was the Dragonkin Soldier into Scar Seals into Everjails. After that, the immediate go for bosses in Limgrave and Weeping, because he knows that Iron U didn't mark it yet when he could have if he was rushing it, I think was really smart, and going for it with no synergy just to take away a square that Iron U was potentially sitting on was great. Also great positioning. It was at the crossroads of a row and a column. So love that call. The Sleeping Golem in Lanedell, I feel was a little bit premature. Because I feel like if you can pressure this diagonal and it will naturally block row 2, so I feel like the Sleeping Golem was not super necessary to do at the time. But I love the Radon kill, love the Incants pickup. I think both of those were really good. And I like that that is now putting pressure on the diagonal.
Like I said, that's probably his only bet here, because Raiden's looking like he thinks he has to block out the Grave and Ghost Glove for Bell.
Instantly Radon seems kind of GG since he has Prio on Grave Glove Lord, since it's an easier dagger only with Godric, which combos into God bosses. Yeah, but Iron U already has Godric, so Iron U should just win God bosses. Like, you know? Like, sure, Raidans could do God bosses with Godric, but he'd be slower than Iron U, who already has a God boss with Godric. So, I don't think it's GG. I think Iron U easily gets this block. Iron U would have a really tough time blocking the Graven Ghost Glovewort Bellbearing, but I think has an easy block with bosses with God in the name. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's GG. I mean, the other thing is that Raidans doesn't only have the diagonal pressure. I think the diagonal pressure is really big, really strong, but Iron U can also, or sorry, Raidans can also pressure with row 2, can also pressure with row 3, can also pressure with column 3, and can also pressure with column 4. That's the big thing that Raidans has right now. Isn't only the diagonal, which he does. It is all of these lines.
This could be very, very huge for him, actually. Having Raidens invest so much time into downstairs.
I think Dan's start was smart and kind of rope-a-dope reminiscing. So relieved that Iron U is actually pronounced like that. Like we all thought in the first place. Yeah. I'm very glad that it is Iron U and not Irony EU.
Here for Raidens.
Which it could have been,
I mean,
but
he doesn't even have to kill anything down here. Like, it's just grab the one. Like, it's not
Yo, good morning.
Time sink to get down here and get the first one. So I don't hate it. Is the second one is off of a Watchdog, right? It's not a Cemetery Shade.
Estelle.
Okay.
Sorry, Altus Watchdog.
Yeah. No synergy there. Unfortunately, he can't do Cemetery Shades with the Graven Ghost Glovewort.
The Graven Ghost Glovewort here honestly isn't like it. I feel like it's fine from Dan, but I actually don't really like it or love it. The reason I don't like it or love it is because it is a diagonal that you have priority on this one, but your opponent has priority on the other one, and this one is also faster. So you're doing a slow square that would be hard for your opponent to block, and forcing your opponent into a fast square that it would be easy for your opponent to do. That, to me, the math isn't mathing. That feels like losing a bit of time for yourself. Now, going down here does also get you the
Whichever one it is.
the NPC boss in the Mimic tier. So, like, there's another thing down here. But yeah, it just doesn't feel like the play to me right now. I feel like I'd rather pressure a different line from Raidans or go for God bosses first. If Raidans did God bosses first because he actually wanted to win on the diagonal, I think that's totally fine.
It is kind of fake pressure on the diagonal because Irony is already going to block it.
You means
it does
I
block
in
out
Portuguese, which is
column
probably,
so if he wins
or which
this,
is notably
he easily
not
will,
French.
He at least doesn't have to worry about any lines, and he knows he is allowed to win on majority.
Let's acknowledge that clean hitless
I do
Rick
not hate
fight.
this from Raidans,
Holy,
even though
what a Rick fight.
Maybe others
from
are
Iron
more
U.
important right now.
I feel like Virgins would be the better square right because you already have diagonal pressure, and then you put row 3 pressure. So, yes, potentially. Row 3 pressure isn't bad. There's also column 3. There's also column 4. There's also row 2. There's also row 3. My thought, probably what Dan is thinking, If I had to attempt to dissect his brain, he's thinking, I still have one line I haven't blocked yet. It's column 2. He's probably thinking, I need something in column 2. So Graven Ghost, Glovewort Bell Bearings does get you something in column 2, preventing Iron U from a sudden bingo out of nowhere and you lose. But, you know, it's really fake line pressure. So, what block should Raydans do on column 2? Well, excuse me. One option is not block it yet. Save it for later. I think that's fine. Another option is Melania, if you feel comfortable with it, because it actually pressures row 2. Or Makar, I know is very slow, but you are ahead by 3 squares, because that at least also pressures row 3. You could go, like, Abductors, then Crystallion. I don't know. Then if you win Makar, I don't know. There's a lot of options here. I don't think anything's super clean, so I think what Raydans does here is fine. I just think it is a little bit slow.
Irony now. So now
what's the multiplier for bosses with an NPC summon?
Non-existent.
Nefeli for Godric.
And
is it like 7 times the multiplier for Radon with all the summons? So Radon with all the summons doesn't get any multiplier. Anything summoned inside the fight does not increase the enemy's health. Only things summoned outside the fight increase the boss's health and stagger and stuff like that. And I think it's like 1.5 times increase in their health and stagger, but I don't know for sure. It might be 1.5 times the health and 2 times the stagger, something like that. But I couldn't tell you for sure.
Dragon Hunter's Great Katana better than Ordovis's Great
Interesting
Sword.
rule question
Overall,
was raised in
love
chat.
the bleed
If you
on
summon
it.
Nefeli but kill Godric before she hits him, can it count as Membi / dagger only or something like that? I believe Dom
and
would
the
just
plus
say
10
no.
compared to Raydan's plus 9.
Goes against
So
the
Iron
spirit
is
of the
probably
rule,
from this point,
but I'm
gonna
not
be
sure.
A little speedier
Actually
for
don't
all
know.
of the rest of the squares going forward, and that could absolutely lead to a comeback in this majority.
Just kill
game.
Melania, yeah.
a little bit of decision.
I like the idea of Godskin Noble into Daggers Godric to force Melania and God bosses, but not sure if that's a good play. That is a good play. A lot of the things that you guys are suggesting are good plays, but almost forces Raydans to then do Graven Ghost, Glovewort Bell Bearings. Because like, every line is like, oh, let's force Iron U to do Melania. Let's force Iron U to do Makar. But if he does, then Dan has to do Graven Ghost Glovewort. So
Paralysis here from Irony. He's currently just scouting.
maybe Dan almost does this preemptively just so that he's allowed to set up other pressure.
the map,
In which
trying to figure
case,
out what he wants to
I
do
maybe have
first.
swung back to
He's like,
liking
okay, I think he's
Raydan's
trying to
play.
think of all the different god bosses, and he's like, oh, there's
Just
some here,
block
there's some
it.
there. Which one
Just
can I
don't
do?
worry about
And I
it.
think
I
he's
know it's
deciding on
not
maybe
actually going to
Godskin
win you the
Apostle. No.
diagonal, but who cares about winning on the
Stormwatch Shack
diagonal?
instead? Okay.
Just block the opponent's
Shack.
line, and then you can do whatever you want. You would need a plus 10 Reduvia for something like that.
He wants the Stone Sword key.
Oh, for dagger only
okay,
Melania?
makes sense, yeah.
For dagger only on
Also, one
Melania?
cool thing
Yeah,
to
no,
notice
that's
with
not.
Irony,
that's not
I
happening.
believe he's normally playing on controller, but he actually is moving his hand
Of Elden Ring, no idea what you're talking about, though. Well, talking about bingo.
over to his mouse for a lot of the menu.
How do you determine when it's better to prioritize pressuring lines versus finishing fast squares when you're in the lead? This season, leaders have done both, gone fast squares when they should have gone for line pressure and vice versa. Is it experience-based or just hard to generalize since it's so reliant on board space or board state? It is. It's hard to generalize. I would say it is hard to generalize. I would say if you can win majority, then win majority. Like, if you are winning in majority, I think there is never a time where it's wrong to try to win in majority. If you are behind in majority and your options are either to just try to fight back in majority with fast squares or try to pressure with a line, I would say line pressure becomes more valuable because it's an easy way to get back into majority or sneak out a bingo win. Whereas if you're ahead, you don't need to throw all your eggs into one basket of, a risky line that could be blocked. If you're just ahead on a line, or there's like something really bad on a line that you could pressure your opponent into, then it's a great play even if you're ahead. Yeah, I don't know. Those are my general thoughts. Like, sometimes it's really, really, really good, depending on the board. Sometimes it's good, but not your best play. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard to generalize. Very, very, very hard to
Just
generalize.
click on the grace
So
you
much
want instead of
faster.
having to slowly scroll over. So much faster. So a really nice little optimization from him to get things out just a little bit faster. And those seconds.
Wish I was
can
genuinely
absolutely
better at
matter.
Elden Ring, because Bingo seems so
Plus
fun.
25
Too bad you
full
haven't
time
finished the
hatches as
game
well, by
once.
the way, here. So
That
this
would be a
make
good
huge
first
difference to that
thing
plus
to do
managed
before
division for the
Bingo.
most part. Raiden's really rushing these bell bearings.
I think on a board like this, it makes sense to go quick squares, since the only bingo for Iron U is a long bingo, but it's very board-dependent understanding of your opponent's progress. Yeah.
Right now, going straight towards Erdtree, Grazing Hill. Gonna go.
I think the other thing is, on this current board, almost every square on the entire board is technically pressure for Raidans. Right? If we just look at them and we just count how many are pressure for Raidans, gold free? No. So we've got one that isn't, and then yes, 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 6, 8, no. So that's a second no. We're currently at 8 yes to 2 no. 3 no. 9 yes. 10 yes. 11 yes. There are 11 squares that increase the pressure for Raidans onto Iron U, and only 3 squares on the entire board left that do not provide some sort of pressure of Raidans pressuring Iron U. So
Then straight into the cat.
at this point, I would say Raidan's going for any fast square makes complete sense, because it doesn't matter which one you do, it always applies pressure to Iron U.
Catacombs here. We don't have Catacombs on the board, so sadly no double synergy in that regard. But does have the Grace downstairs.
Sorry for all the
Mimic
big
Tears
questions.
and
Never
these
catch streams,
NPC
so I've been
bosses.
unloading your
These bosses
backlog of
on
questions.
column
No,
one.
love to answer them.
But
Absolutely.
once this God Boss square is going to be marked by Irony, I do wonder how they're going to disperse on this board. I'm expecting Raidans to just kind of go for random things that he thinks are going to be comfortable, whereas Irony is going to be probably focusing on more and more blocks, being like, okay, do I do Melania now? Do I do Makar now? Like, do I do column 3 blocking here with Sacred Flask charges?
You forgot 7? Did I, though?
That's going to be really tough for him to decide on,
Did
especially
I?
because we still have Kill Remembrance bosses, Sorcery only, Daggers only, and Membi only, right? So those 3, you have to make good picks.
An older
And he
gamer.
might go back to actually Radon after this.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of Twitch culture that, yeah.
Try and finish off that Membi fight.
If you stay long enough, you'll
think that
eventually
would be a
slowly
good-
learn. Dan is leveling
Play from him
int.
because I think a good play for Raidans after this might actually be to go
Int and Dex, which I believe Dom points out here, and that is for the potential sorcery in the future.
for the Putrid Crystallian Trio. It sets up his row 3
Favor
as
the hydrate.
well as his column 4, both very threatening. So Irony would have to do either.
Does Domo pronounce the name Irony? Didn't fully catch this match. We both started because somebody in the chat was like, it's not Iron U, it's Irony. And so we both were like, okay, we don't know how to say it. Sure. But no, it is Iron U. Chatter just lied to us.
Remembrance
One
with
cat.
Remembrance, or would have to do Remembrance with Sorcery only.
And then nobody corrected us for the rest of the match. One person said it was Irony. We both switched to saying Irony. And then nobody in chat said, no, actually it is Iron U. Not one person. Like, we really got one guide.
So forcing him to kind of take one.
Mitch is the best in the Brawlers community to ask questions to. Best in the game at explaining in an easy to understand way. Oh, thank you. I at least will try. I'm not gonna claim that I know absolutely everything better than everyone. Like, you'll see when Tom was in here earlier, I asked a lot of questions to Tom when I was like, we were thinking about things, because I think Tom also knows a lot more and probably more than me in a lot of situations. But yeah, I will at least give my best attempt at an explanation.
Early, I think could be
Nobody
really, really
knew.
good for Raydance. Another possibility that he could go for is actually dagger only. But I feel like that's
Does
maybe a
that
little
count
bit
as
too
irony?
easy to block on the column
It's
side.
like
10
rain
Sacred Flash
on your
Charges
wedding
or
day.
Cemetery Shades. Very nice fight so far from Irony. Honestly, this Forked Hatchet is
There was one guy who said it was Iron Ya, which is closer. There was? Maybe I missed the message then. I mean, I know there was in this chat afterwards when we were talking about it, and I was like, oh, so it is Iron Ya. But
doing work. I thought he would stick with the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana, but
only found out earlier when
really-
Aggie
I mean,
mentioned
this
it
is
because he accidentally said it the other
Oh,
way.
he can't go
Ah.
with it.
Oh, nice headshot.
nice
bleed.
bleed.
Proc.
Very
Thought about the last two
Nice.
matches from Sunday?
There it
You're
is.
right, they
Three
were
God bosses
also
now.
mental.
Raydance,
So close right to the end.
his
Yep.
reaction is, he's like,
Oh, he's nodding. He's like, okay, cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah.
I mean, he did do Godric with Nephilium.
Best thing is
moves,
you
I
know a
guess
lot,
Raydance was
but
kind of
also take the time to
expecting it,
discuss
but still
gray
for
areas
Raydance,
and or
it's like,
counterpoints.
okay,
Yeah,
even if I do
because
get
I
blocked
I
on
just
this
want to learn.
diagonal,
I just want to
like
know.
we mentioned, there is still majority. Majority now is available to Raydance as soon as he gets the square, so he can just do whatever he wants. He doesn't have to be stressed about any lines popping up, and we're back at Radon, just like I thought. Irony back at Radon.
I don't think it's
here.
required for a
Gonna be
caster to
using
know
the
anything
Dragon
and
Hunter's
everything.
Great
I like your
Katana
commentary
right
because you take the
now.
time to
Switching
explain
over
and
to
give
his
possible
weapon.
options. Thank you.
We'll see.
It looks like he's got the stats for it. I don't think I see a little X at the corner.
Yeah,
Thought
he's
it
got
was
the stats for
irony.
the-
Ew.
now.
Apparently not.
Oh, but it wouldn't be
It's like
Right,
iron.
yeah,
Yeah.
might be
That wouldn't really make
switching
sense.
at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
If you were to say it in French,
Yeah,
at
I mean,
least.
you got it. Yeah, you've got
I
to go
can,
for
yeah.
this remembrance. I feel like the sunflower weapon. It's not that bad. The only thing is maybe he still doesn't have the stats for it. Like it was really rough.
The second thing I ask is, Dom, can you play cool? How do I pronounce your name? Yeah, fair.
Just because he didn't have the stats for it, but he is also now plus 10, so it should be a lot better than it was before. Okay, Raydance going for this Erdtree Burial Watchdog. Nice circling. Ooh, tried to go for the stagger there, does not quite get it. Oh,
Yeah, so this is Raydance going for the Watchdog, which makes sense. For the Graven Ghost Glovewort Bell Bearing. He is already here. He just wants to block out the line from Iron and just say, up, have it be gone. I don't want to deal with it. And then Iron going for Remembrance Boss with a Remembrance weapon only, but now finally with a maxed out weapon, so it'll be a whole lot easier when he comes back to it. But it does block out Dan's column 4. I probably, if I'm Ironya, would prefer to just go to the Putrid Crystallian Trio boss, which I feel like just isn't... It's not that long. It doesn't take too long to get through the cave. It's not too long of a boss fight. And then you double block is probably what I would think. I almost feel like these Remembrance boss squares are all three right now a tiny bit of a trap. Why are they a bit of a trap? Because the more you do, the harder every subsequent one becomes. Right? Right now, either of them has access... Well, Raydance has access to Godric, Aranya has access to Radon, but both of them have access to one Remembrance boss that's easy to kill. And only one. So, if I do Remembrance weapon only right now, sure, that's great. But make it really hard to do sorcery or dagger only later. And same thing if Raydance right now went and did dagger only, that's great. But it makes him harder for him to do sorcery only or remembrance weapon only later. So I don't feel the need to take any of these right now when I'm just making the other squares harder for myself later. As opposed to let the opponent take one now, and then that's fine, I can do the other ones just fine still. Renala's not bad with daggers. Yeah, not bad, but still worse than your current option, you know?
goes for the
Or maybe to put it another way, the problem usually with allowing your opponent to grab a square before you is that you don't get the square, right? If the square says, kill a Dragonkin Soldier boss, and you're at a Dragonkin Soldier, and your opponent kills the Dragonkin Soldier before you, that sucks, because now, when you kill the Dragonkin Soldier, you won't get a square, right? That's how bingo works. That's how lockout works. But, because there are 3 available, if my opponent does Remembrance Weapon with Remembrance only before me, it actually doesn't prevent me from getting a square. It just means that when I kill my Remembrance boss, I'm going to get Dagger only instead. So, the downside normally of your opponent doing the square you want is you don't get it. But, in this case, that's not really the case. Yeah, I won't get this one, but I'll still get this one, so it's fine. So, that's my thought. Remember
Memby was a little greedy. He definitely could have gotten a hit there for it, but gets the
daggers you would want to dual wield quite often.
The fight. There it is. Nice.
I actually like one-handing a dagger. I think is the best move set for daggers. You can dual wield them as well, but
keeping the pressure on, taking the pressure off himself. Really nice.
I really don't think you have to at all.
Okay, yeah, looks like that we are switching our weapon back to this.
But yeah, dual wielding is banned. Yes, power stancing is banned. Oh, that's right. Even with daggers. I kind of forgot because I'm thinking jump slop. But yes, literally power stancing is banned. So you cannot dual wield daggers. Yes. It's like Iris of Grace Occultation where you wait for your opponent to do one and you do the other. Yes, exactly. Yeah, same thing. Renala is honestly a decent option for dagger, whip, bow if Godric is already dead and you don't feel comfy doing Radon with these restrictions. Yeah. You could, for sure.
Flower plus 10. Still
one-handed dagger has higher DPS and lower stamina cost.
Plus 5, it being plus 10 would make it a lot easier.
Iron going for the arrow Radon is very scary. And that's why. That's why I never do arrow Radon.
Wow. Getting clipped by the arrows. Yeah, that's the tough part. He didn't go for the D-summon, or maybe I missed it.
Apparently Domo tried bow. It was really bad on Renala. Yeah, it is. It is.
That's... The problem
dagger is okay, whip is okay, bow on
I know, because I've done
Renala is just awful.
Not doing the...
Why power stancing is banned? Because it would be very good. And that's about it. It would be a very strong strategy, specifically in the DLC.
So I just don't really consider that worth it. He's going for it this time, although he ran a little diagonally. I'm not sure if he'll get it. He should. Looks like it still got it before the first arrow. Yeah, okay. Good. This time...
What if you find 2 pair of claws and equip 1 on each hand? Banned.
He's going for it. He should get a nice start to the fight then this time.
In fact, actually, yes, is banned. And not only that, even if you were to, let's say, have 2 halberds, one of which was golden halberd, and you're like, oh, great. I'll just equip my golden halberd to buff, then I'll swap to my main halberd and then hit enemies with it. If at any time both your golden halberd and your other halberd are in both of your hands, you instantly lose the match. At least according to the rules. Maybe they'd give some leniency on it, but according to the rules, if at any time you accidentally have 1 in each hand, even if you're just using it to buff, and then swapping to 2-handing your actual weapon, that's against the rules. Even 2 whips are banned. Yes. You cannot have 2 weapons of the same weapon category in your 2 different hands.
So, should be...
That's why I equip them in the same slot. That's what you'd have to do. Yep.
Right, here we go.
Even if you don't hit. Even if you do not hit.
Gets the good attack. Excellent.
Okay, definitely better damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he now has the strength portion of the requirements.
Stamina cost is still a bit of an issue, but I mean, it's a colossal. You kind of expect high stamina cost. So this is fine.
Yeah, this might just be plus 10 literally without enough stats for it. I'm not sure. Or this might be enough stats, but not enough faith.
Yep.
Definitely not the best.
Probably change that to just if you make an attack with it. That's what I said, but it's not that's not how Dom is interpreting it. So, but I did say that. I did say that. Disagree, make rules consistent when possible. Well, that is consistent. Consistent is don't do a power stance attack. That's That's the consistency. Don't do a power stance attack. And if you do a power stance attack, it's the same as, like, if you got hit in a hitless attempt. You have to restart the attempt. If you kill anything where you hit it with a power stance attack, you don't get credit for it, you get locked out of whatever you did, etc. Then Domo and everyone has to enforce it? Yeah. But that's, yeah. You do have to enforce the rules. Not worth the headache? What headache? You just don't do it. What do you mean? Do you think everyone's gonna walk around wielding 2 of the same weapon and just going, what if I attacked with them though? Oh, I attacked but missed. Oh, does that count? Oh, like, everyone's gonna play the same way anyway, but I don't think there's any reason to punish somebody for just, like, equipping 2 weapons as they're swapping things around or buffing with something. I don't think there's any reason to punish that whatsoever. I don't think that makes any sense. Like, obviously still nobody's gonna do power stance attacks, you know, regardless of exactly how you word the ruling, but don't punish people for doing stuff that is just not what we're trying to get out. Yeah. So just no power stancing. Yes. Chatter headache is real. I mean, their chatters are gonna have headaches about things regardless. You could currently, in fact, I think currently the problem will be worse with that, Swed, because currently I am almost positive at some point during the season a player is accidentally going to have the same weapon type equipped in both hands as they're just doing some menuing, dropping stuff, swapping between weapons, whatever it is. I'm almost positive that's going to happen, just completely on accident. Are we actually going to disqualify somebody for that? It's going to be like in roundtable hold as they're like prepping to upgrade a weapon or something, and they're just going to be like swapping stuff around, and they happen to have had their starting class started with a great sword, so it's in their main hand. They buy alabaster from the shop. They want to put it in their offhand, so they're going to put alabaster in their offhand before unequipping their great sword from their main hand. They will technically have had both weapons equipped for a few seconds, and then we'll all go, "Oh, that's against the rules!" You know? So you could start with 2 clubs, then you need power stance upon loading in insta DQ. Exactly, so that's stupid. I don't think the rules should ban something like that. I don't think that makes any sense. I think it has to be if you actually do a power stance attack, which is very easy for players to avoid, whereas just equipping 2 things could happen by accident. Starting class with 2 of the same weapon. Yep, literally instantly banned. There's a real concern and a very realistic example with the great sword example. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's like super realistic, but like I think it's very possible to happen. So that's why I say, like, no, seriously, let's have some common sense about it. Let's ban the power stance attacks, not the act of having 2 things equipped at the same time. And honestly, I think that's how the rule will be enforced. I don't think the refs are going to watch a match and watch every moment for if you accidentally have 2 things equipped at the same time. I don't think anyone cares. But then I think that's also how the rules should be worded. If the rules are going to allow you to do something, the rules should say that it's allowed. And if the rules are going to ban you from doing something, the actual attacking with the power stance weapons, then that's what the rules should say is banned. IMO. No, this isn't that match, but guys, Swed killed it over the weekend, man. Heck yeah, heck yeah. What if after each power stance you must wait to let the enemy attack? Just an idea. No, but no, that would be much. No, I don't want to make it complicated. Please don't make it complicated. Just the simple rule: you cannot perform power stance attacks. What is the, you know? What is the punishment? You are banned from getting any advantage due to it, you know. If you kill something with a power stance attack, you have to memory of grace and drop the items you got.
That was crazy.
Standard stuff. Standard stuff.
That I got that one.
Very nice, though. Very nice.
Seems like it's a super heavy punishment to make it so that everyone avoids doing it, and Domo doesn't have to bother covering edge cases, but that'll make it 10 times worse to deal with if it happens. Yeah, I don't like the idea of, hey, I don't want you to do something, so I'm gonna punish you more harshly than is deserved for doing something less egregious than what I actually don't want you to do. I think those doesn't make sense, right? I think if you don't want players to use power stancing attacks to kill enemies, then I think the punishment should be fit for a normal, you're not allowed to kill an enemy in a way, like gravity kills, right? Gravity kills aren't allowed. What's the punishment? Discard the stuff, right? Makes sense. So why should power stancing be punished harsher? You could get disqualified from the entire match. And if what we want is we don't want players power stance attacking because it's too powerful, why are we punishing people before they even do that at only equipping? That's my thing. Punish what you want with the appropriate punishment. Don't punish something that is innocuous, that doesn't harm anyone, with an overly harsh punishment. That's my only thing.
It's way better than the other previous fights.
Discard the stuff, but you keep the runes on gravity kills. Unless it's a large amount. If you gravity killed a boss that gave like 100,000 runes, you would be forced to Memory of Grace. But if you drop, or if you have some random little guy die that drops 200 runes, who cares? Who cares? Yo, Junpei, thank you for the gifted sub to V-Swed. I don't know that there's a specific rune cutoff, but yeah.
Okay,
I gravity kill Moongrum by accident a lot. Yeah. Everyone
Grabs
does.
his runes
He just
while
dies
waiting
on his
for
own. That's
the landing.
that's just up to
Okay.
him.
We could see.
If he gets another stagger, he would just get the kill here, but I don't think he's going to get another stagger even before Radon is dead.
I thought Radon's stagger was going to recover when he went up, but no, it totally doesn't. Radon's stagger stays forever,
Radon is
so
very hard
he
to
does get
stagger,
another stagger here.
It's a solid one.
The Misbegotten on the way to PK, banned from gravity kill. Oh, that would be tough. Yo, Cloud Stripe, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes.
There it is.
Oh, he
stagger.
does get another stagger. That'll do it.
As a
I don't think he
streamer,
even
must
needs
never
the
wish
repost, but
someone
he
a
goes
happy
for it.
birthday, just in case chat is trolling. This is true. This is true. Chat could be trolling. But it could also be funny to say it anyway, just in case chat is you just... You're 34. Old. I'm about to be 34 as well. Happy birthday! Yippee! Old. V-Swed Boomer. Chat trolling never happened before.
For safety, bang, that'll do
Very
it. Nice kill by Irony.
Memby. But this also allows then, there is the mark.
The mustache is the secret to his youth. So besides it being powerful, was there an instance power stance got banned like in the prelims? Nope. It was, I believe, used in 0 games in the, maybe it was used in 1 game, I'm not sure. I believe it was used in almost 0 games in the preseason tournament. And then it started getting used in some practice games after the preseason, and then it was instantly banned. So we had like a week or 2 of using it, and then it was gone. Yo, what up, Yui?
By the way, from Iron U, very, very nice. This tells Raidan's like, okay, I can go dagger.
Recently saw a ruling that I really liked. A gravity kill happened. It was on accident, and the enemy was on 10% health already, and it was granted counting towards the square. I actually really like giving leeway there. I kind of don't, actually. I'll be honest, I kind of don't. I do think if you're going to say gravity kills are banned, and if it happens, you're locked out of the stuff, I think you have to be consistent on that, and you have to have the players' responsibility to make sure they don't fall. Because otherwise, guess what I'm doing? I'm getting every boss to 10% health, walking over near a cliff and going, there he goes. Well, saved myself 10% of the time on that boss there. Easy. I mean, I say I wouldn't actually do that, but a nefarious actor would absolutely on purpose gravity kill things at 10% health if you just say that's allowed. So I think you need to say it's not allowed, and I think it has to be the player's responsibility to actively make sure
really
bosses do not fall.
So
Deathred Bird and Caleb have me panic quitting out every time. Jumping off the cliff 50% of the time. Oh, yeah.
That's probably your best bet.
I think so. But I also think this means that for Raydance, you got to know...
Not the biggest Maple Syrup fan, but this V-Sweat guy has me wearing flannels again. He's just that good. He's just that good.
He's already killed 2 Remembrance bosses. There's no way he can block me on daggers only. I think this is a mistake.
Just some understanding on the power stancing. Not only is it powerful, but specifically Great Hammer power stancing, yeah, is busted. Yep. And on top of that, the way the mod works, you could get a build like that 73% of the time or something like that. In order to change that, we'd have to mess with the randomization of the mod, to which I said, screw that, we just ban power stancing. Yep. Very reasonable. I still would have liked to see it in some official matches, but yeah. It was very powerful and very likely that you could get it. This is very true. This is very true. That was fair. It was an NPC, and the fact that it killed itself literally took longer in that scenario than just killing it. I'm actually generally more on your side, but seeing this in person, I actually enjoyed the leeway. Gotcha.
First, and with Remembrance boss with daggers only, because Irony just can't block you on that. Like, you're just so far ahead on that. I think there's no reason to cash that in right now.
Yeah. So here's what I was talking about earlier, where if Irony goes for Membi early, which he did, it's really easy for Raydance at any time to do dagger only now. So for this reason, I also think it becomes bad for Raydance to do dagger only right now. I think it was a bad idea for Irony to cash that in, because it gave Raydance a free dagger only at any time. And I think it's bad for Raydance to cash it in, because he's got a free dagger only at any time for the rest of the match. There's no real reason he has to do it right now. If he wants to pressure, let's say, with the lines that he's building here, I think you can go for the other ones first and end with dagger only, and your opponent would have a really hard time blocking it. So he could go flash charges, then cemetery shades, then finish with dagger only, and have a much easier win. Wait, why is it free? Because Arenya has already killed Godric and Radon. I mean, yes, technically he could go all the way to Renala, but that would take a very long time to get to Renala. That he'd have to set up for a while. Arenya has been nowhere near Renala. He'd have to get a dagger. Like, it's just a lot of stuff. I guess he could maybe do Moose. No, he hasn't been underground. I guess he could technically do Melania daggers only, but like, I mean, if so, good show. But what if he did? He could, but what do you think is more likely? That Arenya is going to block dagger only on Renala, or that he's going to get 10 Sacred Flask charges? Right? Like, I think it's a no-brainer here. I think obviously 10 Sacred Flask charges at this point would be Arenya's much easier, faster block. So I think it also is therefore Raydan's least important square right now. Is pronounced, I thought EU was a suffix. Yeah, we weren't sure in commentary either.
So I would say this is a bit of a mistake from Ray.
Now I realize why the power stance was banned. Yeah, it's banned because it was very powerful and likely to be possible to get online in a seed. Technically, the math that was done was kind of assuming that you would go out of your way to get the build online. It's not as though 70% of the time the build just happened, but it was like 73 or 79, whatever the percentage of the time was. You could make it happen by getting a Great Axe, in which case it just automatically happens. Getting a second Great Axe is free. A Great Hammer, which then you have to go kill the knight in the church, which takes some extra time, but would be powerful. Or, I think we also counted did we count Colossal? No, there's no easy Colossal in the DLC. I think we also counted Great Sword, which would then require you to go to the Milady check, which is a bit out of the way. But I think we counted those 3. It was like a 70+% chance to find either a Great axe, great hammer, or great sword, I think. Power stancing, too good, it's always seen in the DLC. More weapon variety, more fun. It's what you'd see half the time. Over half the time, probably.
It's
not all the time, but over half the time, probably.
Really cannot.
Okay, we'll get into my opinion now. Like, you know, this is opinion hour. To be incredibly clear, I think the ruling by Captain Domo is completely fair. I don't agree with it. That's where my opinion's about to come in, but just prefacing it with, I think it's a completely fair ruling. Absolutely. Make the rules what you want, you know, and if something we feel is over-centralizing or too powerful, fine to ban it. Opinion, I kind of feel like every game is the same anyway. Are we really saying that Great Axe singular versus Great Hammer singular versus Great Sword singular versus Great Katana singular versus Colossal Weapon singular actually play any different? They all play exactly the same anyway. Like, they're all the same weapon. Oh, well, I know, yeah, the damage numbers and the stagger numbers are, like, slightly lower and slightly higher. They all, you walk up with two hands and you go bop, 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 till enemy dead. That's it. So, that's my thing. That's only my thing. I actually think it would be greater variety to have 50% of the time power slop, jump slop, power stancing, and 50% of the time, because I think that's about what it would actually shake out to in real matches, about 50% of the time, standard two-handed weapons. So, I like doing less damage, so I'm okay with it. And that's fair. Power stancing is more damage than most other weapons. Not every other weapon. Chicken leg is way more powerful than power stancing. It's not close. But, yes. A lot of times, power stancing would be very powerful. That's fair enough. Just think I got sick of it in DRL, so I am biased. Yeah, that's fair. In DRL, you get to check... in the DLC, you get to check, like... however many are in round table, plus, like, you know, 4 extra weapons in other places. In DRL, you get to check, oh, I'll check round table, and then I'll check this merchant, and then I'll check this merchant, and then I'll check this merchant, and then I'll check this merchant. So you can find it almost 100% of the time in DRL, whereas in Bingo, you can find it more than half the time.
Contest right now. So he will still end up ahead out of this, you know, keeping his majority, but I think he could have put on even more pressure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. That Wakazashi definitely putting in a lot of work.
Bingo should be whips only, but like
nice
just the default whip. True.
We had Godskin Noble here actually from Irony right now. Very interesting. Wants to get rid of that road too. He thinks that is too problematic. I mean, we do see daggers only coming from Ray Dance. So there's
Bingo Sorks only. Oh god, please no, please no.
But then we also have the Melania.
Yeah.
IMO, I'd like if there was a way to make incantations and sorceries more viable as a main damage option outside of specific squares. Well, then ask FromSoft to do that. Ask FromSoft to change the entire way that Elden Ring works if you want that to be the case. There's no other way that that's going to happen.
Yeah, he does not want to get forced into Melania. I think...
Ask FromSoft to just make sorceries do, like, twice as much damage as they currently do. And incantations do, like, twice as much damage as they currently do.
Nobody
then maybe
wants to get forced into Melania. Sometimes you choose to do Melania for the runes and, you know, all the other benefits. Yeah. But getting forced into it where suddenly it's the stress of, if I don't get this square, I lose the game. It just makes it so much harder to fight. So taking away that threat early...
And now Sork is kind of dead square now. Yeah, they both left Sork only, which is really hard to do on Renala. I mean, I guess they'd do it on Moose or something if they really had to, if it came to the last square. I like the Minecraft format Boostfer does. They kind of do a draft where each person picks one square out of 2 shown, then that square gets randomly placed on the board. Really cool mod. Love a mode like that for us. I would agree. I think stuff like that could be very cool for the future. Maybe squares that you can ban and squares that you can pick from. Like you get shown, you know, an option out of, I don't know, 5 or something. I don't know how many. And you get to ban one of them. And that one will definitely not appear on the board. And then you get it shown an option of 5, and you get to pick one, and that one definitely will appear. Or maybe you get to pick 2 or ban 2, or, you know, we can fiddle with the numbers. I think that would be very cool, yeah. So you do all of that before the board is randomized, and then it happens. Would be super cool. Play a game? No, thanks.
I think is important. And now that he sees Dagger only,
I played around with the idea of base game merchants similar to DLC. Fewer things and upping the cost. A couple of formats have done this. Looks really enjoyable for players.
He still will have a possible threat on
I could see that maybe.
3, but I think that's going to be the
Odds
only
right
one,
there.
if I'm looking at this correctly. It'll only be row 3 left if Irony gets Godskin Noble and either Sacred Flash Charges or Cemetery Shades.
We do see Raydans get set up for Sacred Flask charges right now. Yeah, I think he's just going to be going for that. And maybe then...
I was grateful that Elden Ring Bingo is a thing. It's entertaining and brings people together. Heck yeah.
Past... Well, technically, maybe taking the teleporter near the merchant would be
I like the base game setup. I actually agree. I do like the way that the base game currently works. And I don't feel like you get too or... I don't feel like you aren't powerful enough in the base game. I feel like you're plenty powerful in the base game. You don't need a bunch of shopping for talismans and stuff. Thank you for the hydrate.
Grave section with Red Wolf. There are like 4 version abductors just hanging out.
RE weapon variety. Players will always metagame whatever the best weapon is. You can keep carving out the outliers until you're left with nothing, but I think the auto-equip whatever you pick up might be a different way to tackle it in an interesting way. This eliminates the weapon-based squares, though. No, I think that would be horrible, 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 horrible. Just not allowing players to pick up weapons. And getting stuck with a weapon that sucks when your opponent found the best weapon ever and is never going to pick up a new weapon, right? Imagine you've got, like, an all-right weapon. You know, you've got... I don't know, like Ice Rind Hatchet or something. It's like, it's good enough, like I can use this for a game, and you think about, do I want to do the greatsword check? Like, it could be a really bad greatsword, it could be a really great greatsword, I'll skip it because I don't want to risk it. Your opponent, you know, has a really bad weapon currently, and they're like, oh, I just gotta go for the greatsword check, and boom, they find Death's Poker. And now all of a sudden, your Ice Rind Hatchet versus Death's Poker, it's a free win for somebody. Like, the game is just over. I think that'd be a horrible, horrible idea to do use what you get in Bingo in an actual competitive format. You could do it for, like, a for fun little event, but not for a full season. Has anyone tried playing DLC Bingo with you needing to find stones for the DLC to get upgrades? There should be enough scattered around in weird spots which would lead to interesting routing choices. The problem is it would be really, really slow. Really, really, really slow to do. It is possible, but every game would start with you doing, like, 3 forges and going through Shadowkeep. It's like you wouldn't see a single kill square marked for, like, 40 minutes in the DLC. Maybe not 40, but, like, 20 to 30 minutes at least in the DLC, which would just be very slow. What you were mentioning regarding the Remembrance boss squares. Would you apply that same to VSWED NPT base game? VSWED went to do Godric Bow only, but NPT had already marked Restore Godric's Great Rune. It was later on in the game, and Bow only Remembrance is a huge pain for anyone other than Godric. Or am I overestimating the difficulty of Bow only for other Remembrance bosses? We'll get there when we get there, because I don't remember the exact time that you're talking about. But I think, yes. I think I agree that that was probably a mistake, but I'll have to see when I get there. There are game states where it being a mistake could change. It might not have been. Oh, Ben, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. OMG, Ben, get followed.
Go ahead and kill those.
You can cheese Radon like CBD does on Torrent. That is true. You could do that for Bow only Radon.
Future Crystallian Trio on top of that. Really push this Makar, because that's a huge time sink.
You can always succeed, fail fights with whatever rule set. Yeah.
As well.
The strategy is the most interesting part of Bingo. I agree.
Looks like he's going for Sacred Flask charges right now, which I do not mind at all. I wonder then if he would actually commit to the
Will they be doing
Cemetery
noise
Shades,
canceling
or try to
headphones for the
force
finals so they
Irony
can't
into
hear
the Cemetery
commentary?
Shades? But
So
since
no
Irony
tells on
has
opponent
to block
position.
this row too,
I'm
it's
sure they
giving
have
Ray
to.
Dance time to set up other threats.
I'm sure Dom has
If I'm
thought
Ray
about
Dance, I'd
that
probably
and
go
thought
10
about.
Sacred Flash Charges, then I'd probably pivot.
I wonder if you can even get. Don't they have like soundproof booths? Like put them with noise canceling headphones in some kind of a soundproof booth? I don't know.
again and do Putrid Crystallian Trio and Unique Abductor Virgins, and just be like, hey, I'm just setting up all these stuff that you have to block.
Yo, what up?
And it's working out for him. Ahead 9-6, and only needs.
I mean, of
any
course,
4
yes,
more
like any other
squares to win on
esport, yeah.
majority, or a couple of places he could still win on lines.
I will say though.
Has
for
anyone ever told you
Irony,
that you look a lot like the guy doing
being recruited
commentary?
literally 5
What?
days ago, pulling up a
No, that
9-6
guy's much
game
too
right now
handsome.
off of the first match is kind of insane.
Nah, no way.
very,
I
very
look nothing
impressive.
like that guy.
I mean, in the early game, I kind of almost felt like he was going to run away with it. I think
Yeah.
Raydance did just such an incredible
Imagine the
job
amount of pivoting if both
blocking
players
and
could hear
counter-pressuring.
commentary. Oh, and Raydance is going for Kill Melania right now. Oh, but now Iron U is pivoting right to Kill Melania to try to snipe him. Oh, but now Raydance pivots out of Kill Melania, not trying to get sniped by Iron U. Oh, but this causes Iron U to pivot out of Melania.
That, like, I mean, this is one of the most impressive games I think we've seen of the season so far by Raydance, and Irony, I think, has not had a bad game whatsoever aside from those deaths on Radon. I mean, I think, you know, he'll look back on it and go, man, I really wish I had that
It's
back.
like Clark
But
Kent,
other
we
than that,
can't
I feel like
recognize
Irony has
Mitch in a
played
t-shirt.
incredible,
Uh-huh.
But Raydance has just played almost flawlessly the whole time. This has just been truly a match of the Titans from two of our
That's
newest
why we have a
players to the
script that they
entire
have to
season.
follow.
So, really, really strong
The
stuff.
script jokes have been too funny. I love the script
I
jokes.
don't like this.
I have gotten some feedback that some people don't like the ooh, nice stagger by Iron U.
Nobles are very resistant to strike damage. As you
That
can
they
see,
don't
this
like
is
the
a
script
+25
jokes
weapon.
because
That's just not.
Yeah.
they
That's
feel
just
it,
not
it
great
kind of undermines the drama of it, I think.
No status effects,
But
so he can't do
I
his
like them.
Dahugga cut,
I
he
think the
can't do
script-
his
the
forced
script jokes are
hatchet,
very
so
funny.
He can't do
this might
raptor
kind of just be what he's
talons.
left with.
Yeah, it's
Can't do
tough.
raptor talons. Yeah,
Missed most of this review, but Raydance looks like he's done pretty good so far. Yeah, Raydance did incredible. I think Raydance was a tiny bit slower than Raya in the early game. Not much slower, but I think he got up to like just a tiny bit worse of a start, perhaps. But then did a good snipe on Aranya in the bosses and Limgrave Weeping, which was great. Then, at a pivotal moment where both of them went for Radon, Raydance got it first, and that really swung the match in his favor.
So that's kind
Very
of what you're
tough.
left with. I mean, I don't think the damage is like that horrible, but it's definitely not ideal. Oh,
Nice
the rolling.
punishes.
Oh, nobling.
I knew it
Gets
was
stuck.
awesome to
Oh,
watch.
Staggers him out of it.
It
Wait,
starts
so
in
is he
both games
rolling?
were pristine, yeah.
Oh,
Look at this funny thing that happens with Noble, by the way.
Oh,
Nice
the rolling.
punishes.
If Noble is rolling and you
Nobling
hit him
gets
and he
stuck. Oh,
staggers,
staggers him out of it. Wait, is
He's
he
gonna
gonna
keep rolling.
then he just instantly puffs back up and goes back into the roll.
start
Yep.
rolling?
No.
He is. Okay, he's alive.
Got a little.
The
free.
nobling into the nobling.
Nice hits. Just a few more and he should have this. Oh, the big poke. Great dodging around behind him.
There
One
it
more
is.
hit will do it.
Bang.
There's a
Nice.
stagger. Easy kill.
Game of the year.
Very, very nice. Godskin Noble.
I was canceling headphones, but what if secondary audio
that's
source
what
with
you have.
commentary? Yeah, we definitely wouldn't police that in any way on the official computers that they would use. No.
Nice. Being like, okay, there goes the road too, I guess. All right, Sacred Flash charges are still good for me.
This happens with O'Neal
Now
as well.
does Irony
Yeah, it actually happens
see-
with several bosses. I think I've also seen it on Elden Beast. It cost Forza a death in the any percent glitchless tournament that was held. It might have even been in the grand finals. Did it cost him the grand finals match? I think Tom won the whole thing. Did it cost him a whole match, or was that in a previous match where he still moved on? I don't recall. But I remember it happening with Elden Beast to Forza caused a death.
The Cemetery Shades.
Yeah, I think it can happen on a lot of different bosses.
He is going
Looks
for
like
the
he's
version
going
of
for row
Duckers.
3.
Oh,
The
you see it happen
abductors,
on
yeah.
Consort,
This is a
where
good
he'll just
block.
go
I
back
do
into the
like
middle
it,
of his combo.
But leaves the door open for Raydance to go for the Sacred Flash charges and the Cemetery Shades and just
Yeah.
win off of that column 3. So Still a scary
gonna pull a
spot for
Hans
Irony
Niemann.
and still a great spot for Raidens if he can keep this pressure up. But I do feel
With
like
some
Irony is
vibrating,
slowly but
things.
surely clawing his way back into this game. You know, I think for the longest time, Raidens had a 3-square lead. It's down to 2, and Irony is going for a fast square.
Back
Okay,
to
it's
3,
back
though.
up to 3. Back to 3. Oh, just as I say it. Just as I say it. But yeah. I mean,
no,
I
he
think
misses the-
Oh! Okay, he gets the quit out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. He got stuck on the
Same
railing.
thing happened, I
He-
believe, to Sirius or Roma. I don't remember, but like they tried to jump over that and it got stuck as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
Nice
you have
save,
to kind of
though.
jump over that.
You
To
know what
make
happens
sure
on
that you don't
PCR?
get invaded by
That might be the
Anastasia,
worst one.
Because
Luckily, it does not happen with a parry. A parry will fully stop it. It's... No. No, it doesn't. I think I've had that with a parry. I don't recall.
you know that would be very, very slow.
It
to
doesn't
have to
happen
run by,
often in the
so,
actual speed run
yeah,
based on the
getting stuck there
exact
very
way that we
When
fight him.
Arsene Raidens
But
finishes vegetables, though,
you
he is
can
gonna be going for the
absolutely
cemetery
have
shade
it where he will
anything.
just go into the middle of a combo. Luckily, the middle of his combo is like a slow attack. It's like he goes back into doing the slow final attack at the end of a
So we're
combo.
looking at
So it doesn't
potentially
like
a
instantly
Call of
hit
Duty
you.
here.
Yeah, and Irony not pivoting out here yet. So it
Yeah, so at this point, right, once we got that Raidans did do the daggers only, Iranya had to kind of respond or was already on the way for Godskin Noble, which blocks out the road 2. I think that's a good call from him. But then Raidans, having set up the Sacred Flask charges, getting that puts a ton of pressure because, you know, he didn't immediately block out this line. And so Cemetery Shades just becomes a win, and Iranya
If
does
Raidans
not
does
go for it
hold-
right away. I do think this is a risk that he has to take. I think if he just plays full pivot right into Raidan's hand and only ever goes for blocks, it would be really hard to come back in the majority. So I think him saying, let me get one fast square first before possibly blocking.
commit, he's definitely ahead, and it's going to come down
It's
to
a
the fight.
risky
He
call,
also,
but I think
has a
it's
holy weapon for
probably
Cemetery
the
Shades,
correct
actually weak to
call,
holy.
but-
I think they're one that like feels like they should be weak to holy, but actually isn't.
Nah, they definitely are. I mean, if you Sacred Blade
Okay,
them,
okay.
they explode.
Correct
Yeah.
call, you know, on
that
an
kinda
on an
explodes
aggregate
everything, to be
average
honest,
of
but-
games,
yeah.
but
So
maybe
he's
not
got a
on this
nice
particular
weapon
one.
for it. I think it's going to come down to his knowledge of the cemetery.
Think about how they would do it for the live finals. League of Legends does it for Worlds fine. Players have noise canceling other than comms with their team shot caller as a time delay for viewers in the audience. Ah. Well, the fact that all the brawlers still stream throughout the day, then congregate to the Mitch
cemeteries
analysis at
themselves and
night.
actually
We
getting
do
through them quickly. Oh,
have a
gets
little bit of
killed.
a
The
bingo
one
player,
abductor
you know,
kills the other, so now
refugee
it's a one-on-one
room
for
when
Irony.
people go to
Just has
bed.
to take this one out.
Yeah, you
So,
can
dude,
learn a good
once
bit
he
from
marks
reviewing
those, he'll tell
footage.
Raidens, hey, I got the green light. I can finish column 3. He doesn't have
Yeah.
any Cemetery Shades.
Yeah, I hope to see him actually do that. I think we've definitely seen a lot of players try to play very defensively in this season, in the preseason,
There it
in other
is.
seasons, and I wonder if Raidens is actually going to send it on this line. Sometimes I think people get
Now is
too
Iranya
scared. They're
going
like,
to
"Oh,
go for the
I'm
Cemetery
predictable if I go
Shades?
for this line, but who
I feel like he should at this point. He kind of has to. I mean, he has to hope that Raidans isn't going for it, because obviously if he is, it's just GG. So there's an argument that if Iranya has to hope that Raidans isn't going for it to have a chance to win, and if he isn't going for it, then maybe Iranya shouldn't go for it right now either. So there's an argument that maybe he should first go for like Putrid Crystallians first before doing Cemetery
cares if the
Shades,
enemy
just to get
predicts what
another
you're
fast
doing
square.
if you're just ahead and you can win off of it, you know?
But, I mean,
So,
it's a-
I would love to see Raidens finish
It's
this
very
square
risky.
off. But he is still on his first Cemetery Shade. It's
Big
not
fan
like
of
he's
Ordova's
like,
Greatsword.
this is
It's
his last
solid.
Cemetery Shade about to win.
I like
he does
it.
still have some work ahead of him.
I feel like it's like an average greatsword though. I don't feel like it's. I feel like some people treat it like it's a top tier greatsword, but I feel like it's an average greatsword. Every greatsword is good, to be clear. I just don't think that Ordovis stands out as
All right, and Irony
better than.
going into
Like I'd put it the same as like Claymore. I like Claymore, but like it's just Claymore. I put it the same tier as like Bastard Sword. Like it, but like doesn't do anything special for me. etc.
The outskirts here. There is no cemetery shade really here, though.
Weapon does a ton of poise, is just slow AF.
You know,
yeah, have you ever seen anybody use the weapon art in a bingo match? I've never seen people use it.
Honestly, what I would have liked to have seen.
I like.
Now that I think about it,
It's just too slow.
Maybe that's too time consuming. But like, he was at the Virgin Abductors. If you went to the hero's grave, there is a cemetery shade in there.
Yeah, yeah.
We like that from Sirius. Hope Domo allows it. I want to see more of Agnew. Seems like he's got crazy potential. Are you watching the start of the stream? I feel like that was a conversation we had forever ago. Low charge weapon art is 66 poise, and tap is 14. I mean, that's a lot, but it also takes, you know, twice as, maybe not twice as long, but takes significantly longer than a charged R2,
Faster.
which is also sometimes hard to get in.
Faster than the third fastest cemetery shade. So Raydance has done.
We did have the
obviously the one in
conversation,
Weeping
yeah.
Is very fast. The one here in Kaled is pretty quick.
Actually, Mitch, you can't spin Claymore or Bastard Sword. Oh, you're right.
Over and do it.
You're so right.
And then the third one that people go for is.
Oh no, I'm live.
The third one.
Didn't know that it had already been discussed. Oh well, then I guess then, what brought it up? I guess then, where you said about Sirius. Oh, I see. There, I heard Sirius offered to play Iron U for a clean record to not inherit Chemist record. Any news about this? Ah, okay. I had also heard that as well, but only from chatters. Yeah, that for now it's 0-2. It's really hard to fit in the schedule. Everybody agreed to it at the time of it happening. And I think that is generally the correct way to do it. If Sirius offered to redo it and there was an easy way to fit it in the schedule, which there probably isn't, like we are literally exact weeks till the final. We have scheduled the final already. I think it could be cool to redo the matches, but like, I mean, it's such a gigantic headache and such a gigantic undertaking to redo the matches that I find it very unlikely that such a thing is going to happen.
Kaled, and Limgrave are weeping.
Liurnia.
It's more of a
Liurnia,
nice
that's
gesture.
right, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
And it's a really nice gesture from Sirius. I think that's really, really cool of him, but I think most likely it kind of just has to stay.
With the Ruined Labyrinth Grace, it's not that long. I don't know. It's tough. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
This has been done before in Season 2, so has precedence.
So we could have seen it from Irony. I think since he was already there and didn't have to do like an extra warp, maybe it would have been faster, but...
No.
Why are we here,
not
though,
going
for
it,
Irony?
so-
They could always just do a practice match.
It looks like
Yes.
he's going...
They could, yeah. I mean, they could do a practice match, but I don't think they would like do a practice match. Go, hey Dom, we went 1-1 in a practice match. Can you change our record to 1-1? And then we would just do that.
Free,
You know?
I guess. This feels like a.
Are they gonna be playing the Duskbloods?
Yeah. He does know that
Probably.
Raydance does have capital access. Maybe this
I
is
don't
just
really
like,
want to,
I'm
but
trying to read
I should at
Raydance
least
and,
give
like,
it a
just, I bet
chance.
he's going for
I should
something
at least give it
unpredictable. I
a
bet he's going
chance, but
for
I'm really not into
Godfrey.
PvP. Like, it is so funny, like, how many times people will, you know... We had a conversation yesterday about World of Warcraft, of all things. That just randomly came up. And someone was like, oh yeah, in the PvP in this expansion, there was this and this. And I went, oh, I guess there was. I don't know. I never played the PvP in WoW. Like, I'm just such a non-PvP guy.
He thinks I'd never go for
I
Godfrey,
want
something
really,
like that,
really
but
hard
no,
PvE
Raydance finishes his
challenges,
vegetables,
and
going
I just
straight for
haven't
cemetery shades.
cared for PvP
Really
since the
wants
days of,
extra
like,
damage.
Halo
He
2.
Quit up behind DTS.
Let
to
me
get
tell you, in
the
Halo
surprise
2,
attack poise damage.
I was an online monster, but
You know what?
You know,
I respect
since
it. I
then,
respect
eh.
it.
That was big damage.
There we
It's
go.
probably not worth the time, but that
Who are you
is big
rooting for to
damage.
win the season at this point? I feel like it's almost bad to say that as a commentator. Like, you shouldn't necessarily be rooting for and against people. But I would say that the more that I have gotten to observe players practicing, the more that I've seen them put in effort, the more that I've seen them work to improve and get better, the more it makes me want to root for them. So if you know of players that have put in a whole ton of effort and ton of work into getting better and learning and stuff like that, then I'm probably rooting for them a good bit. And I won't say anything more than that, I guess. Let's change the question. Who do you think might take it? I think there's a lot of people that might take it. I think if you had to give a favorite right now, I think you would probably say both of Team America are favorites. Tom and Blanks, I think, are very, very strong, obviously. But I wouldn't count anyone out. Also, back to the analysis of this match. I feel like this is a very strange call for Godfrey. If Ray Dans was at 12 squares, I mean, you gotta send something if you're Irenya, right? Like, whatever you're going for, it's all the same. If you're at 12 squares, you just have to hope to snipe Ray Dans over and over and over again. But at 10 squares from Ray Dans, with Cemetery Shades just kind of lingering out here, it's very weird that he's going for arguably the slowest boss on the entire board. I mean, maybe trying to get sorcery set up is slower, but you have to go ride all the way over there, which takes a while, then kill DTS, which takes a while, then ride through Lane Dell, which takes a while, then finally kill Goldfree. So I don't know. Feels like a strange one for him to be setting up here. It's possible that he's just like, I think the game's over, I'll kind of let it end. We have seen that in practice, but if he's playing his hardest to win, I don't know that I see the logic in Goldfree right now. It's not irony. No, it is Irenu. Or Irene. It's not you in the French version. It's more of a re, something like that. I don't know the exact pronunciation. I'm not French, but yes, it is not irony. Personally, I'd love to see NPT take down this season. Take N down or win it all. I will say also, for full transparency, I love to see new people win a bingo season. Repeat victories, I am less a fan of. Not that I'm like, I don't want them to win at all, but just like, I like to see new people, so. So, we shall see, we shall see.
Here for game one in the base game.
I'm French and I also don't know how to say it. Oh, well.
Irony is very, very far from being able to block this.
I'd love to see the best player win. True. But what if I don't want to see the best player win?
Does he go for any of the skips, or does he just run around normally? He's just running around normally. I actually think this might be faster. Like, I know the skips are like technically a slightly straighter path, but I feel like
so me, yeah, I want you to win.
You lose. Or sorry, you
love to see Mixture win. Well, that would be fun, but first I'd have to be in the competition.
All right,
I'm rooting for anything but the least boring option.
Kaled, he's maybe setting up for multiple things.
You're rooting for anything except the least boring option. So you don't want the most exciting option? I think you meant to say anything but the most boring option. But you said anything but the least boring option. So you really don't want it to be too exciting. You're like, hold on. No, let's not make this one too exciting. Hold off. Let's just have a nice, safe, boring set of matches here. No, too much excitement. Bad for my heart.
Maybe just trying to, like...
Mitch wants the viewers to win. Heck yeah.
Progress. That is a way to win if you're behind. You can try to get a bunch of things set up.
Win it all. I feel like Tom has put in so much work and still fallen short each season. Aggie would be your second pick, not gonna lie. Well, Tom won it all last season. Tom literally won it all last season, so he has absolutely not fallen short each season.
Opponent off guard and end up with a bunch of snipes. So this is not the worst call here, but I mean, playing with fire, leaving a line.
Grand final
like
drama. Mitch Spartan kicks Sweat out of his chair, steals his spot, wins it all.
Almost a
Heck yeah.
There are so many players that will
Tom
not
season
go
5
for the
and
finishing
preseason
line.
winner. Yeah.
Not one of them.
He is arguably the winningest person in the current set of competitors.
Did he?
I don't know. It looked like he leveled a bunch of faith and then.
I mean, unless you count, you know, a duo win as not
strange decision.
exactly as much winning as a solo win, in which case then I guess maybe Blanks is arguably the winningest, but like it's either Tom or Blanks that's the winningest of the current players.
And yeah, a Future Castilian trio here, by the way, for irony. Yeah, he's just trying to make like guesses at this point because he's like, okay, if he's
The
not going
winningest
for it,
winner,
I'm gonna
yeah.
try and snipe him on other things. But I feel like this is a bit
Winningest, I'll steal that word and never use it. Yeah, well, I have used that word a lot when it comes to, you know, people will... It comes from being a sports fan. If you're a sports fan, someone's always going to say, this player is the greatest of all time, and you're like, okay, sure, they won the most, but, like, have you watched them play? They're just kind of like, okay, they're kind of whatever, you know. They're the winningest of all time, but...
a tough call. I think it's like a big...
They kind of got, you know, they kind of have a whole team around them. You know what I'm saying?
That threat was already there, and then trying to go for guesses.
Sometimes in a team sport,
Nice kukri throw. If there weren't,
you can't
if there wasn't a
only
marking from him on
determine
version of Dr.
skill
Duos,
by winning.
And Ray couldn't tell if he was doing cemetery shades or not. Then splitting.
And I'm
was
sure
completely
no matter what
110%.
sport it
Because
is,
either
you're
way,
all like,
information
I know,
right when that
I
threat
get you.
appeared,
If
right
you're a
after
sports
that threat
fan.
appeared, I should say, you're kind of guaranteeing or telling to the player, hey,
Who are the best bingo players that aren't in this season?
That is a good point.
Probably Chris and CBD are probably the best players that aren't in the season. They both tried out, and they both fell just barely short in the preseason.
But I think what he thought was Ray
Like
Dans,
Tom getting a
at
hard
the
carry
moment
by
he marked
Bree.
10
True.
sacred flasks, probably already made a decision. So let's say, for example, right as Ray Dans marked, there it is.
Can you offer any insight as to why in bingo commentators call games matches and matches also matches? Because we're stupid. We should call games games and matches matches. It is 2 games for 1 match.
It's bingo! Let's go.
But
Huge.
Very
But
nice.
We're new to
Ray
this.
Dans had already
We're new to
committed
this.
To something.
that person just wanted you to say Gino for sure. Oh. Oh, well, I mean, I don't
let's say
think that's
Melania, as soon as
true right now. He hasn't
got 10
played
sacred
bingo
flask
in
charges, then
years,
giving that
probably.
information away
I don't think
wouldn't
he is
cause
the
him
best
to
player
pivot to cemetery
not in the
shades. I think
season.
that was his thought, but does not
Could
work
he
out for
be
this
if he
time.
got back into
Well
it? Maybe.
played, Ray Dans
Sure.
in game 1.
Well played indeed. We're going to go ahead to a quick 10-minute break here, 10 to 15-minute break. Allow these players to settle in, go for that DLC match coming right
It's
up
kind of
right
confusing in the
after
current
this.
format, to be fair, because there are no match points. Well, a match can end in a tie. You can have a tie match. That's fine. So this is just matches that can end in ties.
Viewers,
Cheeto
go get
sucks,
yourself a drink, go get
Mitris.
yourself some
True.
snacks. We're gonna see DLC in just a bit here. I gotta set up this. Hold on, give me just a moment. There we go.
First
All right, I'll
finger
see you
brawler
guys
thing
in
I
just
ever
a
watched
bit.
was some exhibition event that had Lobos and NPT paired up. What thing was that? I don't remember that. All right, to the DLC game.
Yeah, on the way over there to Romina, so there's a lot of early.
Yeah, there wasn't too much to say at the end of that game. I mean, I know always at a certain point, once the conclusion is inevitable, I know we start chatting a little more. But, so sorry about that. If I did miss anything important, we can go back and check it. But, yeah. Once it got to the point where Ray Dans had an unstoppable line and Irenia was going for Goldfree instead, it was kind of an inevitability. I think with the national format that a wildcard duo would have been neat. A wildcard duo. What do you mean by a wildcard duo? I'm not sure I know the term like that. Canada for sure undefeated in the finals. Maybe. Did all the countries involved have knockouts to make this season, or just USA? Only USA, because USA was the only country that had more competitors than could fit. Like, Canada, as far as I know, did not have 3 players that wanted to play. I mean, I guess maybe you could kind of argue Parky, although I think even Parky will say, like, she was not begging to be added to the season. I'm glad that she's in, but I don't think she was begging to get in. Declined Canada. Right. So, yeah. France, you know, I think, you know, we're lucky that we have now found Irene as a replacement, but, you know, I think we were not having a whole lot of luck on finding players from France. You know, Team Russia had to drop out because they couldn't make it out to the live finals. Team Australia, you know, obviously we got Raydans and Twisty. I don't know if there would be other Australian players. Like I genuinely don't know. Like I don't know if there are any other countries that would have had more than 2 players that really wanted to fight for the spot.
But there is 2 hippos on the board, and there's a lot of other stuff that you may want.
CVD robbed. He is at least 10% French. Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, then he shouldn't have tried out for the American team, I guess. Yui! Oh, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if Yui gets added to the mix for his future season. I think it's really cool that he just said, I'm just going to practice and do bingo, even if I'm not in the season. Like, I think that's a really cool way to almost, like, put yourself out there. Almost as, like, an audition, if you will. Of, like, here. Yeah, I'm willing to do bingo. Put me in, coach, next season.
And in that area, there's
Wouldn't be surprised to see him.
Incantations. Hippo is a great way to get your 3 status effects. So
how are the time zones working out, actually? Because I can imagine that there was definitely something that could have been an issue. It is tough. There are players that are either staying up really, really late for matches or getting up pretty early in the morning.
No, a little bit of a hater.
I think Raydans is staying up super late for his matches, whereas Twisty is, I think, getting up super early for her matches.
Don't count it out.
So
There's still Iris of Occultation, easiest to do from the
I think they have the
backside.
worst time for it.
There is Yolan Summon. You're going to eventually need backside. There's Colossal Finger.
I'd be surprised if he's not around next season. Yeah, I definitely would expect to see Yui.
I think one of the big things to look out for in the early game is the 3 status effects, and then the question of, are you going to do 3 status effects on Ancient Dragon Man?
Bale center square. Chris is foaming at the mouth. Yeah.
On Hippo,
he's like,
gives you access
it should have been me, not them.
Almost certainly the 3 status
I want to have Bale in the center.
One of the early rush squares, and it's going to determine a lot about this.
Watching this game live, I had a thought. You guys mod a few things into the game anyway. Why not mod Egon's dialogue into Bale's fight, whether he's summoned or not? The fight feels naked without it. Curse you, Bale. Because it's your present. It's your treasure. It's your prize for doing Egon's furled finger before Bale, which could happen this game. They're both on the board, so I like having it as a little treat. If you just force it in and overuse it every time, I feel like it gets less special.
If they separate one into
with a hail of harpoons
into the southern area, it's gonna be
Graham is harsh. Yeah.
I mean, somebody could get off to a really, really strong start.
I agree. Both players here, by the way, are running the long-haft axe as their weapon of choice here. We already see.
Would rather there be a mod that stops people from being into a 2-year stale meme.
Dragon Crest Great Shield and also the Axe Talisman.
Dang, called out.
Instead went for the long cat tail.
I mean, Egon's fun.
Ritual Sword Talisman and the Dragon Crest Shield. So a little
depending on where Twisty and Dan are in Australia, first match is usually 4 a.m. and second match is around 7 a.m.
Versus Raydans,
yeah,
versus Irony.
Yeah, those are both tough times.
Having 1 game under his belt from the base game, but can Irony...
I think they're not as bad for Twisty, because I think she normally gets up at like 5 a.m. for her job. So if it's a 7 a.m. match, it's actually like fine enough for her. And if it's a 4 a.m. match, she doesn't have to get up too much earlier. But I think Raydans is the opposite, where he stays up super late. And so he's just like, yeah, nah. They're trying to nerf us. It's true. We had to nerf you. If you make it into the finals, are you gonna like fly over a few days early just to adjust your sleep schedule? Because you got a full day ahead of you.
And both of them
if you are in the finals, a full day. There's no way you're surviving on jet lag.
A very slightly different line. Both of them look.
I mean, if Dom wants to pay for it, yeah.
Hefty pot. Is hefty pot?
You know, maybe he would actually. I don't know.
Crafting a hefty pot.
Yeah, or go part of your winnings.
Top left.
Top left, there it is. Acquire 4 hefty pots. So both of them grabbing that on the way through, and then Raydans immediately heading over to the skip.
Elton's gonna be his best friend, yeah.
First before doing the skip in case he wants to come back later. I'm a little surprised he's not immediately upgrading his weapon. I feel like almost all of the early rush stuff is with the weapon, especially if he's going to get the Skidoo guy. Never mind.
The
He's not gonna get
Skidoo
the
guy.
He thought
He
about
hit
it.
him once,
said
he's
no.
like, nope, too long. I'm leaving.
Yeah, so okay, here this match. I think what I say here I generally am in agreement with, where so hefty pots of course makes sense here at the start. I think it's a kind of obvious rush that leads you into the backside of Shadowkeep, where there's a lot of stuff that you can do there. If you are instead going to kill stuff right away, such as well, I guess it's really just drink Tialia's concoction, you kill Ancient Dragon Man. It must be the next game that I'm thinking of that has Ancient Dragon Man himself. Then you could upgrade your weapon right away, and then you can kill that pot guy along the way, and it's basically just free Skidoo. Really, really good. If you're ever starting with a kill square, I think it is a very underrated strategy to upgrade your weapon before you even head out the gate and kill that pot guy on the way for a free Skidoo.
Nope.
Especially if you're starting with
That
Ancient
was worse
Dragon
than I
Man, I
thought.
think it
I'm
saves
leaving.
so much time to have one Skidoo
that's
compared to
definitely-
0.
You try it and you're like, oh, that is not worth it. I mean,
Yeah,
if
good
he
to
had
know.
upgraded his weapon first, I think that's a great call. I think that's definitely something you could do. Grab that Grace.
Old matches, though, I did consider going to sleep and just pretending nothing was wrong. Oh, no. Fellow Aussie and boy, it sucks waking up to see the matches. Yeah. Well, you could just stay up all night.
Go upgrade your weapon, then kill the Skidoo guy. If you're gonna rush Ancient Dragon,
We'll get to the Swed versus Tom match after this. So save your
Man,
comments
I
on the
really
Swed
actually do
versus
like that as a
Tom
play.
match
One
until we
Skidoo versus
get
zero
there. But
Skidoo
yeah,
is
it was
10%
also
damage
a
difference,
very
which is-
interesting match.
it's a lot on these early rushes. But not going for it, so we'll see what they do both go for. Are they going to go for Hippo?
He was
Are they
powered
gonna
by a
go for
six-pack
Hefty
of Red
Pots?
Bull moments
Obviously,
after
both
getting
of them
off a
grabbed the first Hefty
20-hour
Pot,
flight.
but I
Oh,
don't
God.
think I saw them grab the talisman where you don't lose your runes. The
ADM is
branch.
kind of scary at 1 Skidoo. ADM is very scary at 1 Skidoo, but a lot less scary than at 0 Skidoo.
Did you see
Some
them grab that?
matches, it
no, I
makes
did
sense to
not see
rush
them grab
Ancient
that, but
Dragon
maybe they
Man, but
have
if you
that,
rush him, you
in
should
their
do it
inventory, we
at
just don't
1
see it on
Skidoo.
their current, status bar, if you will.
Dan,
But,
there is
yeah,
a
yeah, you don't
fast
wanna
way
equip
to
it
jump
early.
down.
Yeah.
Do not want to just lose
Watch what
it
Iron
by,
U
like,
does right
oh,
here.
I died to
Missing
Tialia's
Taurus
skip,
skip.
and
Yeah,
now I
yeah,
don't
Do
have
that.
it. Yeah.
Learn
Status
this.
bar, if you will. But
Could
yeah,
be.
There's this big rock. It's not that one.
Yeah, you don't want to
Expecting-
equip it.
There's a littler rock right past the big rock. Go
Early.
onto this
Yeah.
little rock
Do
and
not wanna
jump
just
down,
lose
and
it
it's
by,
always
like-
safe. You can. He lands at like the tip of this rock. You can even land at this lower rock, and it's completely fine. Learn that, and it's a lot faster. Have a good jump down. I just got lost looking at the board. Okay, is it this one?
in their inventory, we just don't see it on their current.
Yeah, it makes sense. That can happen
status
sometimes.
bar, if you will. But
Could
yeah, I'm
be,
expecting.
you don't want to equip
What's
it
a good
early.
Skidoo level
Yeah.
for Rakshasa? I mean, a good Skidoo level is like 8, but depending on the board, you might have to do it as low as like 4 or 5. But I mean, if you could get close to 10, it would be
I
ideal.
want to just lose it by like, oh, I died to
Missing Taurus
Tialia's skip, and
Yeah,
now I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have it.
It's exactly that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Glad that you know it. Just wanted to make
That would be
sure.
definitely horrendous. I mean, you would save a little bit of time picking up your own money here. But here we go. Skip time. Going for this
Oh,
skip here.
I
The more
forgot
updates
you
go
missed
into
the
people,
Tialie
it's a
skip.
bit Safer. Torrent registers a little bit better on that specific rock. Raydance does miss it here, so Irony does have a little bit of a head start right now, going towards Fort Reprimand, and we'll see if he's going to be using that lead to go for those 3 statuses on Hippo.
Yeah, I would definitely be interested to see if he does that. Yeah, this new updated Tialier skip with almost no chance of the meme that happens where you just die from fall damage, where it's like, what the heck, I definitely landed.
Yeah.
But is a little bit tougher. We saw that from Raydans. Getting onto the rock and making it around are both.
I like that every time I hear his name is pronounced differently. It's... Yeah. We were confused during the match. A chatter said, it's Irony, actually. And we both believed it. And then chat didn't correct us for the rest of the match. So, we were saying Irony the whole match. But it is apparently basically Irony. Irony. I don't know the exact, like... Parky, you know French, right? You know how to say it? Or if you want to just Americanize it and not try to say it in any French way, Iron U is probably close enough.
Both tougher jumps.
That was confused also,
than
yeah.
The,
Is it Dan or Ray? He would go by Dan. If you were to say one of the two things, you would say Dan. Ray, I mean, I'm sure he'll know you're talking about him, but unless you say like Raymond Daniels, it's just Dan.
Versions, so it is a little bit of a trade-off. It's more
You could just ask him. This is true.
But if you do it correctly,
This is true.
you shouldn't get random memes. So it is a nice new method, I would say.
Raymond.
I agree. We're going to be skipping what seems to be also Fort Reprimand here. So Irony skipping not only Tiolier race here, but also Fort of Reprimand.
Dan
So I think
Rays,
he's definitely
yeah.
looking at rushing something. It's looking like 3 statuses, but we don't have any statuses.
Would have spoken up, but I was also trying to figure out the pronunciation. Yeah.
Here. So
Yeah.
maybe we're going to be upgrading first.
We
and
were
grabbing some
confused.
Statuses that, after expenses, you know.
This isn't a word I know in French. I guess I'd say Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I still don't know what the EU is supposed to be pronounced as a Ironia. I mean, so supposedly, according to a chatter, which again I don't know, it's supposed to be Iron I, where y is I in French. It's the singular version of YEUX for eyes. Supposedly, I think. Someone said. I don't know. Yeah. The singular is apparently an entirely different word. OEIL, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh. I like the idea that it's Iron Eye, but I'm not gonna say Iron Eye. So
no money left. So I think
that would be really cool as a name, though. I don't know though.
Cash. I mean,
We
Fort
really
Reprimand
should
would
just
be
ask
nice.
him.
If you are running low on cash, there's 80,000 runes right there.
Would have been.
That's
And
pronounced
it's got
like
the Iris of
oi.
occultation for
Oh.
later, so skipping
Right.
that Fort of Reprimand is going to put him a little behind later, but if there's something he really
I will
wants to
be
rush,
saying
it could totally
Iron
be
U.
worth it
Thank
to-
you very
to
much.
skip
I
the
will not be
fort,
saying it
but
out loud anyway.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't think I saw him buy Grease's from looking
I thought it was Irony EU as in European Union. That's what we thought as well, but we were wrong.
at his inventory here, and I don't even know if he has enough money to fully upgrade his weapon. 84,000.
Also, somehow Dom just like resized me in the middle of the match. What the heck is going on?
Upgrade set. Whereas
Where
Ray
did he
Dance with his
move me?
98,000 should have enough here.
Iron
So-
me, Iron you, Iron us.
Maybe a little scary for Irony. Maybe he's going for the hefty pots first, or to grab some.
Domo laughing
runes
about
on
the
way
zoom.
here.
Yeah.
Would totally work.
What the heck happened?
All right. Yeah, no, he's running for backside.
Are you the ones that upload your runs to the Run website? I was going to ask if you already knew about that site. Yes, I have a plugin on LiveSplit that automatically uploads them.
Immediately. Okay, interesting.
I have not checked the website, so I don't know if
Very
it
interesting. Okay, he really just wants to
has
go for,
weird statistics
complete map
for
progression,
some
maybe. He
splits
just
I
wants
will
to
like
also do
reset
maybe the,
or use for
aspect here,
timing things that
Roman
aren't the
killer
actual
fleet.
run,
Yeah.
so I'm sure some of my
He'll grab
statistics
the
on there are
hefty
way
pots
off,
from this
but
side.
yeah.
If he was gonna grab all the hefty pots, actually this is not a bad way to do it. You could grab the far hefty pot first, then make your way back to the Grace, then go to the jail. This actually might be the fastest way to get the 4 hefty pots. Now that I think about
This might... I actually don't know if this is the fastest way to get the 4 hefty pots, but actually it makes sense to me that going for the furthest one first, then coming back for the other one in the Grace, then going to Bonnie Jail, it makes sense to me this actually would be the fastest way to get all 4
I think that
hefty
is what he's
pots.
doing. I think he's going straight for the 4 hefty pots.
Very nice. Sacred Butchering
Domo redeemed a zoom camera for 1K.
knife. Not the weapon that you want to see. There it is. 3 hefty pots at the very least. Maybe he's going for backside. Ooh, you know what? If you don't have side,
But yeah, he grabs the 3 hefty pots and then actually heads
I do like
backside,
this. It
which
does-
feels very greedy to me when hefty pots feels like the only rush that's on this board, right? Like, it feels like whoever commits to hefty pots just kind of gets a free square. I mean, relatively free. You just walk into the jail, you grab it, you die with the twig, you're out of there.
take longer. But I do like this where you go
Compared to your
straight towards
opponent.
first floor, and then you excuse me, drop down and go towards Ancient Route. There's a hefty pot right in that room.
The death animation is faster than going out of your way for the last pot. The death animation... Huh? His line through all this was so clean. His line was very nice.
Very good way to do it. Maybe he just assumes there's so much good rush on this board with things like Tialier's Concoction or 3 status effects that maybe he just says, I don't think Raydance is going to go for the 4 hefty pots. I can take this greedier line, get progress towards Romina, which is very important.
Oh yeah, I forgot 3 status effects was on this board, which really also could have been a rush. You could have done Ancient Dragon Man, 3 status effects to get access to Tialier's Concoction, which also gets you access to this entire diagonal pretty much. I mean, aside from Letta, but like, just force your opponent into Letta and then don't do it yourself. Yeah. Painting rewards is down there. Max upgrade materials is down there. I do still feel like backside is very important, though.
Hefty pots. So honestly, it's a very...
Did you say going to Bonnie Jail for the pot before getting the others in the village was faster than getting the village pots first? No. I said get the village pots, but do it backwards. Grab the last pot, then grab the early pot, then the Grace, then Bonnie Jail. Grab it, mark the square, die. That's what I said.
Very, very cool synergy play, and I think they're actually both going for it. Raydance also grabbing the hefty pots and heading to the backside.
What night do we have an assortment? We have a little assortment. This is my last 0 sugar soda before I'm out and I need to go to the store. Dr. Pepper Blackberry 0 sugar.
So
I'm trying to save it a little bit.
Ahead on this very greedy line.
It's definitely very weird for sure, because you're kind of expecting that, yeah, one of them...
Are there any squares not in rotation that you know of which you wish were in? Not really.
Rushing 3 statuses and losing out on 30,000 runes.
Like, maybe a little, but like not really. Well, I guess I do still wish some of the rush squares were back. We did lose out on a lot of rush. I don't miss Mikola crosses. I think that was toxic. But DLC talismans I could maybe see... larval tears, but maybe up the number by a bit I could have seen. What else? E-Dread. I honestly wouldn't be too, you know, sad about having back. I think you could definitely have just E-Dread as a square back. I think would be all right.
But then
or maybe kill 2 Black Knights or something.
Now it's not safe anymore. So definitely very, very interesting.
Well, I generally agree with the don't be afraid of racing, just rush the square ideology. 3 statuses kind of feels like the exception. If you get sniped on it or die, you feel so far behind because on top of time and square, you also lose money. Yes, but also if you get it, you're so far ahead, you just like win a lot of the time. Not like exactly win, but it's the only square that is a guaranteed free double up on whatever you want. Right? I mean, this square kind of has nothing really to synergize it with, but let's say, for example, that you wanted to rush Dancing Lion. I don't know why, but maybe you decide Dancing Lion is good because this line is good or this line is good or whatever. If you're killing Dancing Lion, there's no reason not to do the 3 status effects. Like, it's just extra damage, makes him die faster, and you get an extra free square out of it. So, if there is even a single good rush kill square on the entire board, and you synergize it with 3 status, and you get 2 squares for 1... you're off to such a gigantic lead
is just behind
that it can be really hard for your opponent to come back to it.
From the Tialier
or come back from it.
Because before that, he was like kind of ahead. He had a little bit of trouble with the gravestone skip up, I think. Because he started out ahead as Irony got the Grace and then thought about killing the pot guy and decided against it, but is now well behind from missing.
Which is also why I think it's a bad square, because it's a square that can entirely swing the game really, really hard from moment 1. Which all rush squares arguably can do in some sense, I feel like this is too big. This is like double the swinginess of any other square on the board.
Tialier skip once, so Irony just gonna possibly get off to a
Or status
really
bad for
solid
opposite
start,
reasons.
Get the
Yeah,
first
yeah,
square, and be ahead on the next squares just because of that one little movement flub.
Still waiting for the
DLC
gotta
is
be
very
careful
execution-heavy. If you
t-shirts
mess
in
up
the merch
one skip,
store. That
especially
would
in the
be
early
a
game,
good
you
merch.
can completely flip the game, and we might be seeing that here.
You don't need too much to do Lion with
Might be seeing
statuses.
it
Yeah,
indeed.
you
We
could
also
do
have,
that.
By the way, looking at the board.
But I mean, Lion's in a bad spot in the map. You wouldn't rush Dancing Lion because like that's in Bellerot. You go to Bellerot and you're stuck there while your opponent gets to go everywhere else.
Acquire max unique upgrade materials. There is a Grave Glovewort bell bearing or a Grave.
That's an
Glovewort
unfortunate middle square for the time commitment. Unfortunate, but also kind of neat. It changes the way you play the game because instead of just taking the square to remove it as a threat, you now need to play around it and block all the other lines and diagonals that go through it. So
Glovewort.
it's kind of
The
cool.
Glovewort itself, not the
The
bearing,
great Grave Glovewort.
Ghost
Yeah. Oh, great.
Glovewort. Yeah, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There's a
dude.
ghost or grave, one of the two.
Yeah. Great Ghost Glovewort. Great Grave Glovewort.
If you're a Chad, Lion is in Rao. Yeah. And there is Romina. There's not Romina. There is Romina on the board. I was like, I'm pretty sure Romina was in this game. There is Romina on the board. So you could go to Romina and then go to the Dancing Lion from there, but you'd probably just do 3 status on Romina then. She's easy enough to bleed. She's frostable, very much so. She's not rottable, so don't do rot and try to do that. But I believe she's poisonable, so I think you can still get 3 status on her.
Yep.
By
Hard
the
to say, it's a
seashore.
tongue twister.
Is it just me or is Bellerot out of meta kind
the
of in
spell-
current rule set? Not really. Bellerot is used quite often for Kill Queeline in Bellerot, I believe is still a square that exists. It's used very often for Revere Dash. Obviously, if there's Dancing Lion on the board, that's Bellerot. Bellerot is used for Horned Warriors quite often. Bellerot is used for enemy/NPC drop talismans. I feel like there's a good amount of Bellerot currently.
Spells. Yeah.
I genuinely believe Rao Lion is easier if you just run away from the Forgs. There's just more windows in the Blight phase. It has twice as much health, Dan. What are you talking about? There's genuinely no way that you could say that it's easier. Even if you just assume that you get to get a full punish on everything in the Deathblight phase, the other line would just already be dead by the time that you're doing those.
The Grave Glovewort. Great Ghost.
But there's a
Glovewort.
billion
Fuck.
skidoo on the way.
Okay.
Sure, but you could get the billion skidoo and then go back to the other line.
Close enough.
Ain't no way.
So we're gonna be
Okay,
grabbing
but,
some money
Irony
here
does
now,
skip
right?
it. Does go straight by it, which I think I did expect. I think if you're going for hefty pots, I think it's a little too much to also grab the Great Glovewort on the way.
You forgot
and
Ghost.
Raydan's also skipping it.
Yeah,
Is Acquire Scorpion Stew a square? Will it be a square? It is a square, I believe, but it is a square that cannot exist at the same time as Dancing Lion, I think, so that you don't get a free guaranteed double up, I believe. I think it only can swap out from Dancing Lion to
both kind of passing it right
Scorpion
now.
Stew.
I don't think it's necessarily like the most focused.
That
thing
blood
right
is
now,
way
'cause
too
they
much
did draft the
HP.
Grace,
Yeah.
But it's also 3, not 2, right? So that does technically.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. It does take longer than the 2 because the first 2 are actually really easy. You just get the tower right with a smithing 25 in it, and the one right here.
I'll
that
stick
we're
with your
speaking
Rao
about the
baseline.
last
You know,
10 seconds.
you go for it.
The third one would be, a somber 10. From like
You can go for that as many times as you want. I'll take the one that's easier.
Really nice.
I mean, assuming I have a reason to go into Bellerot. Obviously, I'll do whichever one works with the board that I have.
Going up the
But
elevator right now, though, has his money.
if I'm already in Bellerot, you're not catching me going out of my way to go to the one by Romina.
That's going to be a very interesting pick because it also gets him ready for Ancient Rao. Devonia gets him ready for Romina.
Scorpion Stew and Lion can be on the board at the same time. Oh, they can? Oh, that's a potential powerful double play then.
Both of them are doing the exact same thing
I haven't seen that in a while then.
Both not doing the sacrificial twig tech Jesus
If I'm
Christ.
in
Why are there so
Bellerot,
many
sure,
hard words?
but if I'm
What
not there, I don't
commentating?
want to go all the way up
Twig
there.
tech.
Yeah, that's fair.
Twig tech. Twig tech.
Do
All right, we
whatever's
got it.
faster.
Yeah. Now, one
But-
thing I want to mention with the unique max upgrade materials is I actually think there's a better possibility for the two, the smithing and somber stones, up by Senesax.
It took quite a
You
while
can just
until the
pick up
first
both.
row
You just-
line happened in bingo.
And then
Yeah.
you can have those two, and you're
I
set up for
was
Senesax,
forced to
you're
do
set up for
one
Nocturnal Finger, you're set
in,
up for Veil. So I think that could be another Southern Coast
in season
or
5, and
coast,
I
not
did
coast
not.
necessarily, but
I
Southern
was not a
area,
fan.
The Dragon area.
Not a
synergy.
fan.
Oh, Irony grabbing the Iris of Grace for the eventual Yolan summon later, and getting the first square Hefty Pots.
Dan, can you talk about your early strat here? What were you thinking? What were you going for? Were you going for Hefty Pots via backside? Were you doing exactly Iron Use play, but just missed the one skip, had to quit out, got too far behind and didn't get it? And this is the 4th Hefty Pot is crazy to you. No, I actually love this as the 4th Hefty Pot. If there's enough other rush on the board that you think your opponent is going to be distracted from Hefty Pots. It's super efficient. It's super duper efficient, but it's also super duper risky if your opponent is possibly going to just go snipe that away from you. Like the exact same starting plan. I was shocked he didn't send into Incants, though. That's what I was thinking. Incants. 5. So 5. You wouldn't do the Death Mask Helm one, probably. I feel like that would take too long. So then there is 1, 2, 3 on the way to Romina, and then 4, 5 back at Morth. Yeah, you could do that very quickly.
So very nice. 1-0. Raydan sees
With
that,
Romina and Sealing
immediately
Tree
rage
here, it
quits
felt
the
like a
game and
great
turns off his stream.
early
No, just
play
kidding,
with
he's
map.
back.
Yeah.
He did nod, though. He
But-
did nod.
Makes sense, except that I don't like... I don't like, you know, when your opponent hasn't marked anything for a while, not just sniping away Hefty Pots from them, especially if you know you're likely behind because you had to do the quit out. Outside of that, though, I do really like the plan of go to
I thought
Romina
he was
early.
He's like, yeah, makes sense. Which I'm a little surprised by. Maybe it's like, maybe Raiders was like, yeah, that was great.
As your lawyer, I'm advising you to not answer any questions without a contract.
Pretty much while I missed the skip.
But that
Also, one up towards Mesmer. Also true. If you were going to rush 5, you probably wouldn't take the time to get that one, but
is still mind-blowing.
if you wanted to
And it looks like
synergize
we are
it, you
going for
could.
Kindred cookbooks now. Ray Dance. Speaking of, as we're doing
Should have pivoted it back section, yeah.
map time. Might as well
Map
real quick.
time.
While we have the
If
moment,
PCR is on the
map
board
time,
along with
map
Dancing
time.
Lion, Bellerot would synergize. Technically, you're saying to do the Enir Illim down to Bellerot skip. The problem with that is normally that's a fine skip because if you get the skip, hooray, it saves time. And if you die, oh well, I used the stake and it still saves some time. But the problem is in bingo, if you miss it, oops, I died. Oh well, I'll just take the stake. You lose the game. Not allowed. It's against the rules. So
Cookbooks, as we can see, Ray Dance
it is a very, very risky play to go for that,
right?
because
So
if you
Ray
miss
Dance,
the
grab
skip,
this one Kindred
you
cookbook right
have
over
to
here. We also have one
redo
next
the
to Morth.
entire
There's
running section,
four.
which is
That's gonna
multiple
be a
minutes
cookbook right there. We
lost.
also have a cookbook
And so you're
right
like,
over
well,
here.
maybe not
We
worth
have
it then.
another one that's going to be right next to the I always forget, what is this place called again, Mitch?
Map time comes up way too little, IMO. I don't feel like there's that many times where the map is that helpful necessarily.
That is Prospect Town.
Prospect Town. And we're going to have one right over here.
I like the map when it comes up, but I don't know that there's like so many times during the game that you're like, oh yeah, we should bring up the map now as they're heading towards Romina. Like, Romina is over here. Like, okay.
And I'm assuming we're going to see Ray Dance slowly make his way.
I think
towards
it
the
really,
cross
it's
because-
only for those few times in the DLC where you're going for a collection square that is a collection in many different places, which is just not that many times.
He wants those Kindred cookbooks, right? So it grabs the first one right back here, which is a nice pick, and then we're going to immediately go.
I think that
grab
stake skip
this.
is very cool for DLC bingo. I like that stake skip, but we're not allowed to use it, so... I wouldn't even call it a stake skip. It's a stake backup for if you miss the non-stake skip. Because the stake is not required for the skip, it's just a backup, and you are not allowed to use the backup. So it's either get it or lose the game, pretty much.
What I'm assuming, because this also gets you access to Belleroute. We have
As reviewer Mitch been agreeing or disagreeing with commentator Mitch? Generally agreeing. There's a few times where I was like, I was kind of wrong on this, but mostly agreeing, I think. Main interface issue is no player cam during focus. That's the exact moment player cam is the most important.
Quick wins to grab.
I don't know that it's the most important
I don't
moment.
love the Prospect Town one. I feel
But
like
I do kind of
even if
agree.
you go
Honestly, my biggest small gripe with the interface is
So,
this.
Those Kindred cookbooks are going to be like the
Right.
quick wins to grab beyond the more cookbook.
Yeah, I don't love the Prospect Town
Here.
one. I feel like even if you
I think it's a little too long. And it's not even like that long, but I feel like the transition has to be like super, super short. Because bingo is such a like every moment could matter that I would want
go
it to be
more,
even shorter
does
than
take a
it
little
already
while, doesn't
is.
get you any extra skidoo or anything. I'm more of a fan of the on the way to lower Rao one because you get a skidoo on the way. Skidoo
It's for
is
Zoodle
power,
to make the
power is
whoosh.
speed, you know,
Yeah, you gotta
something I'm gonna keep
whoosh
saying every
from
time
one
I'm
to
on
the next. Yeah.
commentary. The more powerful you are, the faster you kill bosses. the
Outside of
better.
that, I like pretty much all of the scenes that Domo has set up. I think they're all really good.
So that's the one that I would prefer that he goes for. But if he does,
You do feel like you're about to miss a critical roll or something. Yeah, and sometimes it's not necessarily the transition's fault, but sometimes Domo has had it on like the full screen for a player. He's been like, and that's the boss kill, and he presses the button to switch it back, but the boss isn't dead yet because the player missed their last hit, and then we are like in a screen where we don't get to see it. We come back, and the player is missing health, and the boss is dead, but it's like they actually did get hit while we weren't looking. And like, luckily no disaster happened, but we literally could have missed a fight swinging from the boss being should have been dead to the player dying. Like, it could have
it's
been.
not bad. It's good synergy with getting access to Belleroute.
Just wants a giant board.
You may even want to go get like the Savage Lion's Claw while he's over in the area. Getting something to be able to put on your weapon allows you to infuse it.
The Moonrathel fight. Irenya going for so this I don't like. I don't like from Irenya. Let's our first decision that instead of just being like, I feel like maybe this would have been like a little stronger. Our first decision that I think I can say I don't like at all is grabbing this sorcery first. Why are we grabbing this sorcery first? What is the purpose of grabbing this one first instead of the other one? The other one gets you up towards Mesmer, so even if you get sniped, you at least still have access up towards Mesmer, which is important for things later like burn the ceiling tree. Whereas if you go down here and grab this one and then get sniped on it, or whatever happens, you just don't have access to Mesmer. I feel like going for this one should always be done second if there's no Moonrathil on the board. You should never go for this one first if Moonrathil is on the board.
Powerful. You can
Or,
make it
sorry,
heavy, which
unless
gives you better
Moonrathil is on the
strength
board.
Scaling, so scales better into the late game and still lets you do greases. A lot of these different things. Irony grabs.
And you get one by killing Falling Star Beast. Or that, yes. But you should get your other one first, and then you should come back and finish with this one, because this one just doesn't get you any map. It's got no synergy. It is highly likely, not highly likely, but it is likely or possible that this will end up as wasted time that got you nothing.
Non-merchant
Whereas every other
sorcery
sorcery
here,
gets
which
you
is on the board,
something.
the very bottom middle.
So
since he already has access to backside of Shadow Keep, he could also grab one that is all the way up in the ramparts over by Mesmer. Or he's actually not finishing it off right.
I also think I dislike Raydans here talking to Tialier right now. I don't believe you have yet killed Ancient Dragon Man. So I would rather see you kill Ancient Dragon Man first, then do all the talking. Because then, again, if you get sniped, at least you got Ancient Dragon Man killed. Whereas if you did all this talking and then Irenya still gets it, then it's like, well, I'm left with nothing. Drama. One above Deathrite Bird as well. Yeah. A lot of different places, but again, all of those are map progress. So get those ones first. Remember NPT drama over that spell pickup with the randomizer bug? Real drama time that was. Oh, that was big drama time. Yeah, that was...
Right now, he's heading in the direction of Romina.
I mean, luckily for Tom, that did not affect the season, right? Still ended up winning the season, but like...
And
that was drama.
Kind of like split progress on both of them.
I still like
while
you.
Also making his way towards
thanks.
Romina.
Thanks, Dan.
He could kill a hippo while he's over here. Like, there's so much stuff. There's so much stuff here in the upper Rao area. So, just a feast.
He did lose the game because of it. Yes, but
which one do I want to go for first?
Hey, lose the game, win the tournament. We take those trades.
I think I'll go for
we take those
first,
trades.
Then. I think we'll go for Romina after.
Or wait. Yeah, because that did happen in season 5. Yeah. That wasn't a season 4 thing, right?
With having Concoction still up, with having 3 statuses still up, being like, you know what? No, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a season 5 thing.
I'm gonna get my Skidoo fragments. I'm gonna get some map progression. But recognizing that there is so much back here, I think is a really strong.
It was
play,
season 5. Yeah.
Especially for the mid to late game. Early game, this is obviously not the greatest because there's so many things you can still grab very, very quickly. But for the mid to late game, you're really setting yourself up nicely.
We've got a decision to make for...
Another reason not to do the Tialier's concoction early. I forgot about this, Dan. I forgot that you did this. That you talked to him before finishing your Kindred cookbooks, which I also don't know why you're not doing right now. It's such a rush square. Like, I don't know why you... I also don't know why you got one Kindred cookbook and then left that. That also seems silly. Because, again, if you get sniped, it's just wasted time. I feel like in the base game, like, you hold progress because the progress you hold is completing other squares. Like, for example, if I mark the square that is both Scar Seals, that is an Everjail, it doesn't mean I have to complete Everjails right now. But there's no reason to go kill Darrowil and then not do a second Everjail. You know what I mean? Like, if you have something else you're doing that gets you a square, then it's fine to hold on a square that you don't need right now. But I don't think there's any reason to just gather a Kindred cookbook, which gets you nothing else, and then just sit on that square in the DLC. Right, similarly, let me see if I can come up with an example on this board. It's a bit of a weird example, but it's perfectly okay to burn the ceiling tree, then not go for Letta and pivot out and do something else, right? Hold priority on that. But I would say it makes no sense to, let's say, for example, kill Mesmer and kill Romina and then just not burn the ceiling tree. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point in making progress towards something without doing it unless the on-the-way stuff gets you a square. IMO.
Raydans, and he did make the decision. He told Tialier to be
Talked
happy.
Tialier after I was running to the cookbook and wanted this block more. Just bad board reading. Gotcha.
But Leda and her ally is on the board, so if he wants that square
3 a.m. brain.
he's got to get through more. But he kind of had to. If he said, be sad, he'd have locked himself out of cookbooks. So he wants the Tialier's concoction right now, and he does not want to lock himself.
I also think just go through Ancient Dragon Man first before getting the concoction.
So it's a tough decision to make, but it's one
that is a different thing
in order to get these squares. We happen to know Irony is not going for Tialier's concoction right now, so he maybe could have finished cookbooks.
Oh wait, no, it's not Florisax to sleep. What am I thinking? Did somebody say that and I'm stupid and didn't look at chat? This is Tialier's, not Florisax. Florisax is the second game, I think.
First,
man,
then told more to be sad.
I've got 3 a.m. brain, and it's not even 3 a.m. yet.
The order he did it in is gonna maybe get him in trouble.
No, I like this. I like this.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you
I take it back, Raydance. I take it back.
And then get
I take it back.
Cookbook and then go kill the
Sorry,
bug and
my
kill
bad.
his invasion, does he still show?
They'll give me the benefit of the doubt. I had no idea why you kept mentioning ADM. I thought it was Florisax. It's the other one with Tialier's concoction.
Show up at Leda's allies?
I'm silly. Never mind. Yeah, so Raydance did it in the proper order. Just unfortunate that now he's forced into more Leda because he did not do cookbooks
idea.
yet.
Because I feel
I haven't
like
tried
I
that
have
before.
told
My
more
hate has
before to be
blinded me.
happy, and then went to Leda's allies, and he did not show up. So I want.
I just missed South stuff on the board. Yeah, I mean, there is still South stuff. There's Senesax, Egon's Filled Finger, Bale, Painting Rewards. But yeah, no, I thought that was
I don't know.
Florisax.
The whole
My
Leda
bad.
allies thing, some of the requirements are kind of weird. So like I don't know exactly.
As usual, Raydance is
what
perfect
does
without
when and
fault,
where
and Mitch is
why
just trying to
they
stir
show
up
up.
drama. True.
So, besides Hornstein, I feel like that one's a bit more figured out. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. And it looks like that Irony is going for cookbooks now too, though. Like I mentioned, there is that cookbook here right next to the forge, so he's kind of contesting maybe the.
Yeah. Now here is kind of a silly one, and Ironyu mentions it at the end of the match that he just actually forgot that he had cookbooks, but yeah, he goes for a cookbook here.
Yeah, I think it was an odd call for Raydance to grab the one and then just not finish the other two. Because obviously it allows you to get sniped, and then the time that you spent getting one cookbook was completely wasted. And that looks like it might be what happens. Ooh, except Irony not finishing it off either. Irony also grabbed two now and then leave.
Yeah, Ironyu actually grabbed two and then just didn't finish it. Does he pivot out for a particular purpose here? Maybe it was sorceries. It's got to be something, but it's
space for Raydance to snipe back. Either way, someone's getting sniped. I don't know how it's gonna happen, but they both
kill Mesmer, kill Romina, burn Sealing Tree, kill Eddard allies, and kill Promise Consort Radon is a theoretically possible bingo line. Yep. Yeah. No, that would be very funny if that, and if it was a diagonal, so it's blocking everything as well.
that progress, so somebody's getting sniped eventually.
You guys just hoarding stuff, yeah.
One finally commits to the square.
They both really like something else apparently on backside Shadowkeep, though. Raydance now going for some upgrades at the round table.
Thoughts on the replacement of Chemist and our new player? Good change for everyone. Chemist did not want to continue the season. Viewers did not want to continue watching someone who did not want to be there. Ironyu has played spectacularly so far. I mean, spoiler alert, he did lose game 1 so far, and we're watching game 2, but I really feel like has played super, super strong. It will be a contender, and yeah, I think has been good for everyone. Ironyu is an insanely talented player, but it's his first time playing with a cam on, and he only had 3 days to prep for Bingo Brawlers. I'm confident he will be a beast. I agree, yeah.
Obviously here, but maybe they're just trying to get up for...
He played very well for his first matches,
Is
yes.
there anything super specific backside here?
He turned on his cam just for this, yep.
Sure.
Yep.
Do we have Blowfinger? No.
Dan punching down on the new player. Yeah. How could you, Dan?
Like, you know what? I really don't like this row 1. I don't want this.
How could you?
I don't want to do Senesax. So if Dancing Land or Rolanda is marked, at least I got the base game bosses, and that gets rid of that row 1. That I can understand. For
Ironyu missing the incant. That's a good call. I did not notice that either in commentary or rewatching now. I saw that Raydance picked it up, but yeah, Ironyu definitely should have grabbed it now. It saves you potential time for later.
Maybe
Dan's such a dick. True.
Maybe he sees the diagonal. I don't know. He's kind of
getting put into a position 2 points down and 0 practice is insane. Man will be in the next bracket. Yeah, I hope that he enjoys his time. Obviously, in this situation, like winning the whole thing would be. I mean, it would be very far out dream. If he does, cinema. But even assuming he doesn't win the whole thing, even assuming he gets, you know, put into the losers bracket and knocked out, or, you know, whatever else happens, I hope he enjoys it enough, because I think people would love to see him in a future season as well.
He's got one cookbook. You know, he's got all kinds of things going on here. So maybe he's just trying to not get sniped right now. And he's like trying.
Yes, Iron. Yeah. And how is the U part pronounced? When I try to put it in my head to like, how would this sound in a French accent? To me, it sounds like Iron, but I don't know. I don't think it's Iron U. I don't think it's that sound.
To pre-prep everything, you know, and then seeing what Raydance marks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting strat from both of them. I think we both pointed out, like, oh my god, there's so
And
much
send you a
rush on
DM.
this
That'd be
board.
great.
And then we have two
Would
squares
love to
marked
hear
for
how to
17
pronounce it.
minutes. Like, this is one of the most rushy boards you'll see on the DLC, because we do have fewer rush squares than there were in previous seasons. And yet they're both kind of just like,
Is Nanya playing
rush, actually. I'm
in
just gonna
legit
make
another
stuff. It
bingo tournament at the moment? He's great. Oh, is he? I actually don't know if so.
looks like Irony is going to get his second non-merchant sorcery right here.
Yep, second non-merchant sorcery. I like this. The only thing I don't like is the order he did it in. Would have liked him to get this one first, then the other one. Also, wouldn't have loved for him to just get 2 Kindred cookbooks, then leave it.
Bang, there it is, 2-1.
Lets yourself get
Very
sniped
nice.
very
This is the interesting
possibly.
thing with bingo as well, by the way, right? It's like there are like there's a general vibe or like idea that comes with a square. Like this is a rush square, but
I wish Roma would send you a DM. I mean, you just gotta slide on in there.
there's so many times where you see boards sometimes, and like people will come in watching practice
Is
matches.
it not like
Why the hell is Soldier of God
Yeah.
only like the 20
Meaning eyes in French.
the board right now? It's like that's
Maybe.
the fascination. It's like, because how the board plays and maybe how the players feel that day, decisions are just different. And that's what makes bingo so beautiful. Is like instead of like having it where a robot always does the most optimal decisions regardless.
Oh,
players get to decide how they
Dan.
feel
Oh,
like
Dan.
that
Dan,
day.
you got to be more
Decisions are
careful with
just
your
different.
stamina.
And that's what makes bingo so beautiful. Is like instead of like having it where a robot
You
always does the
cannot
most
full
optimal
sprint
decisions
on those if you're at low
regardless, players
stam.
have to decide
Oh,
how
that
they
was
feel like
scary.
maybe feel
Okay, I sent it. All right. Let us hear.
Ironieux. Ironieux.
It is kind of you. I run you.
Ironieux.
I run you. It's almost like I run you. It's almost what it sounds like to me. Ah, cool, cool. I run you. And I'm sure it's not quite. Let me listen to it a few more times because I'm sure, like in specific, it's not you, but
Ironieux.
you. I run you.
Ironieux.
I run you.
Ironieux. Ironieux.
I run you. Oh, okay, awesome, awesome. I feel like the closest I'm gonna get with my American accent is just gonna say I run you. And hopefully that's close enough. All right. Back to the games. I had to check. I had some other DMs. I was like, hold on, what do I got have here? The biggest bingo discussion so far is how to pronounce that word in French. I mean, we're all very curious. I think it's really cool that we all want to get it right. You know, that like
feels good in that moment, what makes sense in that moment.
because I
And it
think getting
changes the
people's
boards
names
completely,
right
where some squares,
is,
even though they are easy
you know,
to
a
do,
sign of
maybe in that moment
respect
just
to them, I
aren't
think.
worth to do. So yeah, in this case, 3 statuses still on the board after 20 minutes is insane, but still the way they're currently playing.
I assume
makes
it's a
sense.
play on Iron Eye.
Yeah,
I
they
still think
definitely,
so.
both of them
That
are
still sounds
progressing
cool. I
towards
mean, I still hope
good
so, I guess.
clumps
Not
of
think so.
Squares. They're taking their progress. They're really having ways to, yeah, definitely make this.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
good. So,
Yeah.
it's not something that you can necessarily just solve. I don't think like a bingo playing
You could
robot
translate by
would even,
Iron
like,
Eyes,
win
but
against everyone.
yeah,
Like, you
does
know,
not
you
mean
try to be like,
anything.
oh no, there's this optimal play, and oh, obviously you should go this. You know, sometimes watching it, you're like, oh, this is obvious. Like it's so obvious.
Rip
They don't
Dan
go for
getting
this,
called
like,
Ray.
it's a
True.
complete
Hey,
mistake.
I've
And
changed
it's
the way
like,
I said
oh,
it because I used to always be like, "Hey Ray, hey, it's a raid from Ray." But then I learned, no, he prefers Dan. So now it's Dan. Hey, it's a raid Dan. There it is.
Oh no, they did something else, and it totally worked out.
We
And
can just say
sometimes it
Iron?
doesn't, you know,
Oh, you could
take
probably just say
risks, you
Iron.
go for different
That would
things.
also probably
And
work
also
as a
part of it is
shorthand.
being unpredictable. If you have this like, oh, I'm just always gonna go for exactly these squares before this one, and you like make a hierarchy of squares, and you're always going for them in that order, like you're just gonna get.
Raymond is also top tier. Raymond is pretty good. Raymond is pretty good. Daniel, Mr. Raymond Daniel. I do like Raymond. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, anyway, I kind of lost track of where they were in the game with all this discussion of the name.
It's nice
So,
because you're gonna become super predictable as well. So
Iranya
the
is
stuff that
going
can happen in
for-
bingo is absolutely what makes it
I
magical.
definitely didn't
here.
say it right. I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna keep trying every time that I naturally say it in
like,
speech.
Well, I think they should go for Coco.
Is going for the first
Some,
hippo,
like,
actually.
mostly optimal plays.
He
And I will
hasn't-
say, from practicing with the players.
I
throughout the
believe
previous
done
season,
another hippo yet. And I do think I mentioned this, that I'm in the commentary, which maybe is too critical. Maybe I shouldn't say this in commentary, but only in review. I kind of don't love this hippo for 2 hippos. Can I say it? I kind of feel like this hippo is very often, like, misleading of people. Like, if you need a second hippo at some point anyway, like, this one is a weird one to get because Golden Hippo is like the slowest other hippo to go for, the least synergistic with a place to go, like, you know, whatever. But then doing this one early when you don't have access to another, like, good one to go for, I feel like pushes you into doing Golden Hippo, which then is just kind of a waste of time. Like, I think faster than going for this one and Golden Hippo is actually to head down past Rakshasa, grab the painting reward along the way, and just kill the 2 hippos down there. I think is just faster.
throughout the,
I think.
before season 6 started here. Boy,
Maybe
does
it
that
doesn't
piss me
love you
off when I'm
either.
in that post-commentary.
Nothing
I'm
loves
like, why
me.
didn't you go for this? And the answer isn't like, oh,
I like Golden Hippo. It gives 2 Skidoo and runes. It does, but a church also gives 2 Skidoo for faster. The runes is an okay point. The runes is nice, but I feel like, let's say, for example, you had the Fort of Reprimand, Grace. You can get half as many runes and just as much Skidoo in, like, half the amount of time, just grabbing the runes in the Fort of Reprimand and grabbing 2 Skidoo in a church. So I feel like for half the time, I'm getting half the runes and all of the Skidoo, and let's be honest, you don't really need the full 200,000. The, like, 80,000 from Fort of Reprimand is usually enough to get you online. I feel like is a better call. And an incant, yeah, but incants are so fast anyway. Like, I think you could get an incant, the runes, and 2 Skidoo before you could kill Hippo. I think.
because there's something else that was smarter.
I mean, I guess if you also have to do a hippo, I don't know. Yeah, there are benefits, but I don't love it. I don't know.
didn't feel like it. That is like one of the most triggering things to me. Where I'm like, bro, screw you. Like pretty much, I put so much time and thought into making this play work.
Early game for sure, but later I don't think it matters as much if synergy is off the board.
Happens. That's the beauty, right?
I feel like early game is the time where you would potentially go hippo, because early game is where runes would matter more, Skidoo would matter more. So if you're gonna go hippo, you would do it quite early. I just don't know that I would go hippo at all anyway.
Going for one of the hippos here by Romina. I do like going for the 2 hippos. I think it's, it gets you early.
The raw hippo being on the same line as Romina is kind of synergistic in the same way as Lion and Romina being on the same line too. So maybe that's the reason it looks good. I do think it looks good. It feels good. You're like, oh, there's a hippo on the way to Romina. I've already got the non-merchant sorceries. Romina's here. There's a hippo. It's just like, sure, but Dan can also just go kill 2 hippos, down by the painting reward faster, potentially, than Iranya could, and then, just take it away. For example.
His second hippo could be a little tricky for him. Obviously, he could do the golden hippo, but that's like the...
Maybe this is a little too specific. Like, I think I'm maybe nitpicking on what I like, as opposed to like this is definitely always better type thing, which I should stick away from, I think, in the analysis. We should go with what are, like, the actual definitely better things, which I think would be not doing this one. But
Long
there
this one,
are
that one
there
takes a
is at
while.
least
It's
a
like full
non-zero
boss. It's got
argument
two
for
full
doing
phases.
this.
If you are gonna head down towards
I like Mitch
Rakshasa, then
nitpicking,
there's
though.
already 2 hippos there, so this one becomes a little unnecessary.
I am good at it.
And the other, common one is
Oh,
in the
morning,
southern area
Yusefka.
by the Deathrite Bird, but Irony is like nowhere close to that, so it's a little awkward trying to work this.
Is there anything
specific
close
hippo
to
in when
those
you're-
hippos on the board? The 2 painting rewards is down that direction. And I don't even necessarily think you have to go hippos now either if there's not enough synergy. I think it's fine to also hold hippos for a little later. I do think there are more important things on the board generally right now. But let's say, for example, that you went past Ancient Dragon Man. There's another hippo over there that would save you from having to do Golden Hippo. Or if you... I guess it's kind of, yeah, it. You would either do the one by the Deathrite Bird and this one. Then you would come back for this one. Or you would do the 2 down at the watering hole.
He went backside, but we'll see how he does that.
How many hippos are there? There are 5 hippos. Golden Hippo, this one on your screen. 2 down by Rakshasa and 1 by the Deathrite Bird. I think that's 5. I think that's correct.
And Raydan's, I think, is finally finishing off here with the Kindred cookbooks. He's grabbing his second one. Or
There
third
we
one.
go.
Sorry, he already had the second. I missed it. Very nice.
Yeah, here's an example of something that I think Iranya should have done. That still wasn't right. Should have done instead of the hippos is the Kindred cookbooks. And I think he knows that as well. I think he's gonna, I think he says afterwards, I just forgot I had the Kindred cookbooks. I should have done that.
Kind of shaking his head, being like, all right, great. I wasted a little bit of time, but whatever. I got a hippo now. Yeah, Irony's playstyle is very interesting, right? This is the first time we're seeing him play in the DLC. He's very much kind of... Oh, damn, smacks him on the head.
Yeah, this was the he forgot he had 2. This was the one upset moment he had during the match.
I think he did really want that square. I think that was... it was a
Would have gone
fast
all the
square
way to
that he didn't
Romina, I
kinda give
think,
up.
grabbing Incants and Skidoos. I agree with that. That would have been my play as well. I think the Incants and Skidoos on the way to Romina would have been good. Because, like, I feel like Romina is my goat for Skidoo plus money. Like you said, Golden Hippo you like for Skidoo plus money. Romina is my goat for Skidoo plus money. 3 Skidoo on the way to her, and when you kill her, she gives almost 400,000 runes before any buffs. Like, whew, sheesh. She gets you set up. You can immediately buy Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength. You can get 25 Faith. You can get to like 30 or 40 Strength at least. You can just be set up after you kill Romina.
So I can understand a little bit of frustration.
Especially if you
Hopefully
use
that's
a
in the
Gold
game,
Horn
though.
Tender.
Like, obviously it's 2-2. It's not like the game is anywhere near over. And he even has
So
maybe
Gaius is
little
not a hippo,
more
correct.
progress towards obviously hippos, but general backside stuff. So,
Gaius is a
I'd
boar
say
with a
Irony
man
is
riding
still
him.
A little ahead in this game.
This is what happens, though, right? And we've seen this with other players as well, where like they start prepping kind of a bunch of different
Talking about
squares,
runes
just hoping
gained
not to
brings
get
back the
sniped, and then when
solitary
it
night
happens,
moment. I think that's in
sometimes it is
the
devastating.
next
You're like,
set.
"Damn,
But yeah.
I was kind of banking on that. I know I wasn't.
And Romina
maybe,
isn't
like,
too tough.
playing
Yeah,
like
I feel
really
like
wanted
Romina
to,
is very
but in the
doable.
back of my head, I really did like that square. So when you lose out on that,
Is anyone
it's
using
like-
Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength? Some people are, but I feel like everyone... I feel like this is a common thing. If you're really stressed, you tend to try to rush more. And so the more that you're stressed, the less likely that you're going to do these things that get you more powerful. Because the more you're thinking, I have to rush for this right now, I'm going to get sniped, oh my god. The more you get in your own head in that way. So I think, as players hopefully settle out in the season, kind of calm their nerves and figure things out, I hope that they will take more time to get it, because I do think it's really, really powerful. You love it? It's so easy to get. Yeah, it's really easy to get. Power is speed. Yes, power is speed.
Sometimes, right? Like once you lose that square that you kind of like were kind of holding on to, but not fully.
And they started doing it again since Mitch said, I don't know why people stopped doing it last time. Yeah. I always say, I don't know why people aren't doing this. And then people eventually start doing it.
that square. That would have been really, really nice right about now. So, yeah, I can definitely understand the frustration for sure. And now it seems like they were going for...
Buffs seem to work better in base game.
Here
Yes and no. Buffs are less plentiful in base game, so if you can find buffs in base game, they're a game changer. But I think buffs are more necessary in DLC. If you have a few buffs, the DLC goes from like, oh my god, everything is so scary and I'm gonna die, to like, oh wow, everything's so easy. I just kind of bulldoze through everything. Wow, this is nice. This is fun. So, yeah. I would say it's very important in both.
Grabbing the Grace here and keep on
but
going. But maybe statuses here from Raid Dance.
Yeah, rarer in the base game, so when you get them, you notice them more.
It's a no synergy play, but you don't.
But also super
synergy.
helpful in the DLC.
If you're going no synergy though, I kind of.
You still play bingo or just commentary? Generally just commentary. Right now, I kind of want to play some, but if any of you guys watched Parky's stream today, which I think was a really, you know, insightful stream, very emotional stream for Parky. I think it was a great watch. All of the things that she has felt about bingo, I have also felt about bingo. And so, like, it's just really stressful. It induces anxiety. I don't have anxiety unless it comes to bingo. Then I have anxiety. So like it's just a really hard thing for me to commit a lot to. Like,
the better version of going for Red Bear.
I want to play more because I want to compete more, and I want to win more, and I want to... As weird as it sounds, I want to show that the strategies that I do all this math to figure out what strategies are good. I want to show in practice that those strategies are good, because you can sit here and listen to me say, oh, Blade of Mercy saves this much time on these fights, and so it's worth it to pick up, and this and that. And you go, yeah, whatever, Mitch. But if I start picking up Blade of Mercy, going Golden Bow, Flame Grant Me Strength, picking up Skidoo that people often walk on by, and win games because I'm killing everything faster than everyone else, then, like, I don't know, that'd be, like, really cool for me. Even if I don't win the whole thing, like, that would also be a reason I would want to play bingo. It's just, like, I'm more interested analytically in bingo, and I want to show that practically.
So you can get in the fight for a little bit longer, but I probably would prefer.
We need Elder Ring Bingo Simulator. Yeah.
Quick, no synergy. I just want the square. Or
Elder
something
Ring.
like maybe Dancing Lion if you feel like you can synergize it. Rolana also could have.
You think some kind of modified Kale shop in base game with certain buffs, talismans would make it less or more interesting? I feel like less interesting for two reasons. One is I actually really like the current meta in the base game where you have to figure out your upgrades. That's already really cool. And having a buff shop kind of maybe muddies that, takes away from that, something else. And then the second reason is I think the base game is already pretty easy for most of the fights. Aside from having enough vigor to not die instantly. But outside of that, most of the base game fights are pretty easy for players at this point. And if you introduced a way to make them even easier, like, I feel like maybe that isn't super good or necessary. I can menu and run. That's a good skill. This is true.
Been a decent synergy. I don't know if she's that easy to status, but
what are you swapping on and off?
Yeah,
Did you say during Fog Walls? Your buff stuff?
It feels fine, but
for
probably
weight?
not the play I would have made.
Rolana, I do think would have been a good contestant this early on into the match. I think you could have definitely had 3 status Rolana. 4 status?
Yeah, you could 3 status Rolana. Is Rolana on the board? It's not, right? Why did they mention Rolana? There's Romina. Roll one. Oh, it is. Blind. Yes. Okay.
That's Rolana. That's where you're kind of cutting a little bit close for
yes.
Not gonna lie. But 3 status. Rolana,
yeah, 3 status Rolana I think would have been nicer than 3 status on Bear. 3 status on Bear is probably the overall easiest one to do, but no synergy. I don't ever like doing this square no synergy personally, because like, I don't know, it just, like, if you imagined this square was kill a red bear and this square was kill Rolana, right? If you just imagine that's how it is. It isn't, but if you imagine that's how it is, it's like, do you have a big reason to do red bear right now over doing Rolana right now? Not really. I mean, arguably, maybe you want to block this row or something, but like, whatever. I think kill Rolana is equally viable as if this said kill red bear. So, if I can do Rolana and then just get this one also for free, I don't see a reason not really to do that. Was playing with Rolana and hitless and status and just decided to get the damn square. Ah, yeah, no, I wouldn't do Rolana hit. Yeah, that sounds really tough.
Very doable for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So more of a mental thing. Just get the damn square. Okay. Yeah, I think I would have liked Rolana 3 status. I think Dancing Lion 3 status also could have been acceptable. Although I still don't love getting trapped in Bellerot, but like, you have enough map, maybe it'd be okay.
Junior.
Or Romina 3 status if you can find 3 statuses that actually affect her. So you would need to find a way to bleed her, which could be tough. You can do it with bleed grease, but you might need to buy like 3 or 4 bleed grease. I don't know. Maybe not that many, but like a few. You can definitely frost her. That's easy. And then I'm pretty sure you can poison her. I would try the poison clumps from Tialier. Hippo 3 status? You could. I would like Hippo 3 status more than Bear 3 status, because at least it is a Hippo. As much as I said, oh, I don't love going for Golden Hippo, I'm perfectly okay with you do Golden Hippo if it gets you a boss with 3 status. I think that's better synergy.
Well.
Hippo was the right call here too. I think Romina was probably the right call, or Rolana, but I would also accept Hippo. I think Hippo would also be very good. You'd want the drawstring for bleed cheaper and more build-up. Yes, you do want drawstring for bleed. And buy several of them, and then just keep applying it. Yeah, whenever it runs out. I still remember Aggie drama. Oh, yes, the status Dancing Lion. Yeah.
Mama Bear. Trying to get this rot proc off on Red Bear. Braydance has to be a little careful here, though. There it is, the shockwave knocking away.
Has to be careful.
Rolana very weak to rot and poison. Yeah, and she's also very frostable, so Rolana would be quite easy to do this on as well.
Almost no hits with this rot grease. He does have to get the rot proc before it expires. The little bear still giving him some trouble, but finally dies. I mean, that rot grease has got to be on its last legs here. There's not a lot of time left, and I don't think he bought 2, and he misses another hit. I don't think he's going to get the rot. I just don't think there's enough hits left.
It's still there. It's still there. It's still there.
It's still there currently, but that's still only the poison.
It's lingering a little bit longer than I
How
thought
did this rot grease last long enough?
He probably maybe has time for like 5.
There's the rot.
No, he got...
Genuinely, how long was left on it?
Just hit him.
How long does a rot grease last? I want to see. He gets it.
He got it. A little bit longer than I thought.
At
still the poison. We still don't see the rot.
He probably maybe has
24, 10-ish.
Oh, he got.
And he applies the rot grease at
3 status Rolana, 4 status Rolana.
23, 12. Okay, so wait, 23:12, and then I said 24:10, so it literally had 2 seconds left. Is that right? Rock Grease is 1 minute. You literally had 2 seconds left when you got it.
We still don't.
Thought there was no way. Probably maybe has time for like 5 more. No,
we got it.
Yeah, it's literally about to expire. Yeah, it lasts a minute.
Take the just hit him.
Oh, it would have expired right now anyway. Right as you apply the frost grease. Wow. Holy.
Got it. He got it.
Oh
he got
my
it.
Gosh. I thought there was no way. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Bale, Hitless, and 3 status would be best. Oh, true. So true. And then Dan would just be threatening the entire line. Yeah. Other flipping Little Bear nearly ruined everything. It did. It really did.
Radiant's
Just in
definitely back
time.
into it.
Just in time. And
Yeah.
that's one tree sentinel, by the way, for Irony. Grabs one base game boss in the DLC. Nice block here from Ray Dance on this Red Bear. Going to try and get this Frost proc to happen on Red Bear for one more square on the board, possibly grabbing this row 3 as we see Remembrance Boss hitless, Bale, and 2 Forges after these 3 statuses
Hydrate.
is going to be marked by him.
Thank you for the
And
hydrate.
we're going to see a Falling Star Beast here probably from Irony. Trying to look at this. Also,
You should do Sunasax, Hitless, and Bale 3 status to hide your progress. Well, you can't, because Sunasax, not a Remembrance boss. So you'd have to do Bale Hitless, and then Sunasax 3 status. But then, I mean, there you go.
column 3. So both lines that they're kind of working on kind
Is
of
Bale a Remembrance
merging
boss? He
into
drops his heart
Bale.
instead, I thought. Yes, but that counts. We count Bale's heart as a Remembrance, because it
That will be
effectively is.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the name Remembrance. You can't duplicate it as a mausoleum, but otherwise it is effectively a remembrance.
Really scary. All, row 3 and column 3 become very scary. So we'll see who eventually commits to it first. Very nice stagger for Raydans.
There it
Gets the
is.
frost.
Also, did the frost
And
happen
column
on
3
the
become
final hit?
very
Because he's got
scary,
like
so
frosty particles on him, right?
we'll
But he
see
doesn't
who
change
eventually
color
commits to it first.
until there. Is that the frost, or was he already frosted?
Very nice stagger for Raydans.
There it
Gets the
is.
frost. Gets the kill. Very nice.
Good question.
Irony not
I don't know.
finishing unique base game bosses.
That might have literally been a rot on like the second to last hit before it expired, and that might have been a frost on the last hit before he died.
Instead here, going to be going into Ancient Route.
Is Mitch a Remembrance boss? I heard he appears if you don't buy the buff
Is there
spells.
anything
Yeah,
else that
of
you would
course.
like to
And
get
he always
specifically?
remembers. Hence the remembrance.
Incant here. Oh, there is
Probably
acquire
was that
5
incant?
incantations. Yeah.
Yeah. 5 non-merchant incantations.
Oh, and
Outside
Forge.
of that,
2 Forges.
this is the slowest forge though. It takes too long to get.
I'm pretty sure this is the slowest forge to get to.
To even from already getting that incantation, getting over to this forge, I
Really?
think is quite a bit slower.
I'm pretty sure if you want 2 forges, this is not the forge, unless you already have another
And
reason to
then
go
Forge is
down
pretty
here.
The
quick
other
if you do
ones.
the big pillar skip.
Once you get to it, it's fast, but all
Not necessarily close for
3
both of them,
forges
yeah.
are pretty fast, and I think this one is
All the
by far
VODs for
the
matches
longest
are
to get
surprisingly
to,
4 hours. I wonder
so
how. Must be all
think
super close
overall,
matches.
This is not the forge play.
I mean, it's always 2 games to a match.
Base game bosses here. Irony's going to be losing more.
Also, we haven't done review for some games from week 1. Did I miss some games from week 1? You might be right. I might have.
More time potentially here if we do
Unless
see
he pivots
Raiden-
out
It's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
no,
We don't
Raiden
need to
is
do a
not
review
Reaper.
for every single match.
Oh,
Probably.
that would, okay, dude, that's... Oh, man. If Raiden's went for base game bosses...
Any forge skips? There's small skips in some of the
Irony
forges.
also pivoting out towards either Finger Creeper or the base game boss in the DLC. So they are both
A second
in the
question. Yeah, because I have no idea if Old Lord's Talisman works for incants. I don't even know what it
exact
does.
same area.
Wow.
And we'll see if they can test something. Irony actually slightly ahead. If Irony goes for the Finger Creeper first, then finishes off 2 base game bosses, he could snipe Raydans on both potentially, and Raydans might be left with nothing. And it looks like, I mean, I can't.
He
tell
might be
yet.
grabbing the
Irony
Grace here
is-
and going for Falling Star
He's definitely
Beast.
grabbing the Grace first. Yeah.
Right?
Oh, he's passing by the Grace. He's going for Finger
Wow.
Creeper. It's a pure race.
Iron you skipping the Grace
race
is a
for it.
very interesting call when he literally killed a base game boss. By the way, right now, just to point it out, because I need to catch myself back up every so often. I keep like watching in trance for a while, then catching myself back up. Iron you set up for a forge, acquired incantations, but not all of them. Killed 1 base game boss in the DLC, but not the other. What else has he set up? I mean, I guess arguably went part of the way to Romina. Oh, killed 1 hippo, but not 2. He has just set up actually so many things. He also even got 2 Kindred Cookbooks, but then got that sniped away. So, like... He has just actually set up everything and marked nothing.
Raiden's grabbing the Grace
It's gonna
here.
come down to who has the better fight here.
This Falling Star Beast is so good here. Well, you
Irony
forget the
knows
order
swing
of
a
things. He
lot.
does not go
Yeah,
Falling
this is
Star
a
Beast
very
first.
volatile fight. That's why I was surprised he skipped
This
the
is a
race here, 'cause
colossal
this
finger
one can
creeper
definitely-
race.
Dying here once or twice is kind of normal. Genuinely kind of normal. Because this
It lengthens the duration of incant and sorcery effects. Oh! So you go Old Lords, you buff with Gold Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength, you swap it back. Oh! Interesting. Interesting. If I remember right, we didn't finish because all the Archies, and when week 2 started, you were like, we'll finish this week first and then do previous week. I think that's right, yeah?
this hand can get very out of hand, if you will. And so you really have to pay attention to some of these attacks that the Colossal Finger Creeper can do.
Yeah, mostly you try to get him into just the loop of the flick and then run, flick and then run, and then you can just block the run, or you can try to stay behind him so that it doesn't hit you. And you really just don't want to get out of that loop.
I like
If you
that
can
from
stay in that
Iron
loop,
You,
only
just
have to
not
use
taking a
one
risk on the
heal
drop down.
per 2 attacks that the Finger
my
Creeper
God.
does, but they're actually entering the fight at the exact same time. Raydance immediately gets knocked over, whereas Irony gets the good attack to start. So a little bit of an RNG difference so far already. Irony
is the
getting the
slam down.
block.
None of
Oh
them-
my god, it's so close. It's
Yeah, Iron U's damage way higher here. Part of that is Axe Talisman. Dan, what talismans do you go for this match? Do you remember what talismans you went for this match? Because obviously you guys have the same weapon. Neither of you is infused. Dan, you just killed Red Bear, so you should actually have more damage than Iron U does. So let's see if we can figure out why you are genuinely doing like way lower damage than
nice
him.
block, yeah.
It could be
Skidoo
Skidoo
difference.
and
I
it
think
could
that
be
might make the
talismans.
entire difference here. And Irony has been further in the map. I think Irony probably
So you hit for 968
damage.
on
Oh, I
2
can definitely see it.
R1s.
I think-
He hits for 744 on 1 R1. He's doing like 50% more damage than you. And that's on an R1. That's not even the Axe Talisman diff. Axe and Insignia had 180,000 in your pocket for this. Also did charge R2s when I was doing R1s. Even the R1 though, you did 2 R1s, it was 900 something. He did 1 R1 at 744. So he is actually just doing like 50% more damage than you right now. And that's not an Axe tally difference.
think they've done about the same number of attacks, but Irony's
I don't see Axe Talisman on your bar. I don't think you have Axe Talisman. I see Long Cat Talisman, which does nothing. I believe this is your Physic Flask, is Stamina Recovery, and then Thorny. And then that's just a defensive one. That's just defense. Oh, didn't have it yet. Gotcha.
Colossal
Do you
Finger-
have any offensive talismans yet? Or do you just have Long Cat and the defensive?
Creeper much lower, but they both get a stagger here. Irony trying to
Irony
get
definitely ahead.
the riposte, doesn't get it. Okay, Raydance
Is there a
still doing a
riposte on
good
this
job.
side?
just keeping
Sword
in here.
tally. I do see it. There's sword tally when you're at max. Okay.
I think so. Maybe you just get one big hit.
I don't.
there's
Yeah,
like
I don't think there is a
riposte
riposte.
hitbox.
Here's the thing
Yeah,
that's
I
really
mean,
Is you hit like the stump part. I think you like hit and then like slam
Ooh.
into it.
Oh, the snare attack here. Nice.
yeah, 509,
Let's
yeah,
hear from Irony.
for an R1.
Irony's Axe Talisman is actually carrying a bunch of weight here. There's another stagger. This charged
Yeah.
R2 on this hand is actually putting in so much work because of that Axe Talisman as well.
I mean, 50% is a big difference. Neither of you is buffing.
That Raydance doesn't have.
I mean, it could be Skidoo difference. Like, he does also definitely have the Rotwing talisman.
Irony's
definitely.
looking way.
I think it's yeah, it's Rotwing and Skidoo, I think, is all that
difference
Iron
in
U
damage
has
here.
over you. Maybe levels, but I don't really know how he would have levels over you.
Yeah, he
Wow.
1 or 2 more hits will actually.
He was just stronger, better set up, and just did the fight way better. Wasn't even a race by the end. Yeah.
Actually just have it, and then that's gonna be a big snipe for Irony and a
Boom.
big snipe against Raydance. There it is.
Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, just like the damage differences.
Yeah, he sees
wild.
it. He's got 182,000 runes though. He's thinking about maybe quitting out here.
How does one start learning how to Bingus? Pretty much by just doing. I mean, I guess the first thing would be play Elden Ring. The second thing would be play Elden Ring some more, but try to get really good at fighting all the bosses. Maybe do like a level 1 run, a +0 run, you know, some sort of challenge to like, okay, I gotta actually get good at fighting all the bosses, and then just start playing bingo and start learning the stuff.
Oh, he's...
Hot take, I feel Ritual Sword or Shield isn't worth it because of needing to keep it up by healing all the time, but imagine you didn't heal for HP and it's not active, then it's annoying. Disagree. On Ritual Shield, sure. But on Ritual Sword, just don't worry about it. Don't heal up to full all the time, but just, if you happen to heal to full, getting the extra damage, and especially at the start of the fight, getting the extra damage is totally worth it. I think Ritual Sword probably averages out to maybe like 7% increased damage. That's still better than almost any talisman you're gonna get in the shop. Like, that's still just really, really good. Rotwing, you know, obviously is also goated, as long as you just keep the pressure up. Axe Talisman, good for any charge attack build. And Blade of Mercy, good for almost any build. You just, as long as you're getting staggers, which you should be.
Uh-oh, he's like, how do I get out of here
Snare
safely?
attack.
Oh,
Ooh,
gets up on torrents.
Wow.
He should be all right. He should
Join
be
Bingo Club Discord. True, Bingo Club is a great way to start doing bingo. A lot more accessible than specifically just the Bingo Brawlers stuff. Play the game a ton before even bothering with the bingo part. I guess that makes sense. I would recommend it if you want to, because like bingo is extra complication on top of playing the game. It's speed. It requires you to do things with less setup, right? Because normally when you're playing Elden Ring, you're like, oh, that's okay. I can go around and I can level up to level 172 before I fight bosses. And, oh, I can get all my upgrade materials. And, oh, I can grab my max build, my favorite armor, the Veteran's armor. I'm going to get the full set of Veteran's armor. And, you know. And then in bingo, it's like, oh, you don't have time to do what you want. You have to do whatever's fast. So you have to be comfortable with anything. You've got to be comfortable with, uh-oh, the board says right now I have to go kill Rolana, but I'm only on Skidoo 2, so I guess I have to fight Rolana at Skidoo 2, you know, with no armor, you know, with a weapon, you know, like a great axe or whatever.
right here. Okay, he's got to quit
So-
out and just leave here.
If you try to go straight into bingo without being any good at the game, like, it's just going to be a source of frustration, right? The bingo is going to try to get you to do things that are way outside of your comfort zone, and that can cause frustration. So expand your comfort zone until you're comfortable with that.
Think.
He doesn't have to go any farther down. Yeah, just quit out, just port.
Bingo Club is massive, yeah.
3-3 currently tying up the match, and this diagonal is slowly building for him. Honestly, Forges now,
Yeah, you say Bingo Brawlers is the best of the best. I think Bingo Club might be the best of the best. Like, Bingo Club is people that have fun doing it at all moments of the year, so they just keep going. Bingo Brawlers is people that go really hard for a couple months, and then they're like, oh, thank God bingo's over, and then they won't play it again for several months. So
actually really would like Irony to go for Forges after these base game bosses.
Bingo Club has some very, very strong players, probably.
Obviously, this row
They do it for the love of the
it
game.
really makes this diagonal look very nice here for Irony, because in those Forges, guess what? You get an upgrade.
Everybody
material.
started from zero. Yep, everyone starts
You get
from
max
zero,
upgrade
and it
material
just
for
takes
that as
time
well.
to
So
get
you're kind of
good.
working towards your diagonal while also blocking that row 3. I really like that.
Yeah. Hear me out. Right.
Oh, good morning.
Does Forges to set up the pressure.
For DLC, the fights
and
are
then
much
does
harder
Bale
all the
hitless
time.
For the
Yeah.
Instant bingo line win cinema. I'm just saying.
Ah,
Bale
yes.
hitless. You can just do it. Counts as a remembrance boss.
What was it? Bale hitless in 17 minutes or some kind of baloney? What was that? Like some cheater did that or something, from what I remember.
Yeah.
He no-hit Bale?
Like 32 minutes
He
or
did
something. I don't-
Bale hitless.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
classic.
The classic.
The classic.
But I mean, if we actually saw that for real, that would be
That'd be
cinema.
cinema. That'd be insane. But also, I feel like doing Bale without doing Egon's Furled Finger.
Bingo Brawlers seems more like the bigger streamers, where in Bingo Club, you have people just grinding the stuff out as a hobby. Yes, it is a content league. It is, yes, intended to be for content. It is intended to be for entertainment. It is not intended to be the, you know, the actual, you know, grand finals of the tournament that, you know, will determine who's actually the best in the world. It's intended to be for fun. It's intended to be, here's people that you know, Elden Ring creators that you know, duking it out to see who is the best of these creators. And I feel like some of the audience has kind of forgotten that. Like, some of the audience has forgotten that the point of this is not to crown the best in the world. That's not the point of it. And people will, like, criticize it as though that is the point of it. As though the only purpose of Bingo Brawlers is to determine who is the best at bingo. It's for entertainment, right? Which is why it is okay. It is completely okay to have players in bingo that will not win very many matches. That's okay. In fact, I mean, mathematically, it's kind of necessary. There will always be a player that wins less than other players. Like, that's how wins work, unless everyone literally tied with everyone. But yeah, that's the point of the bingo.
Would be kind of a ballsy move. Would be kind of a ballsy
is,
move.
hey, here's these people that you know, and they're really good at bingo,
you just pretty much
and let's have some fun playing bingo and crown a winner of this tournament.
You know, I've never thought of that, but you're probably right. You probably do.
So you kind of have to maybe forcefully
Need to find the best of the best of the best, sir, with honors.
Gaius here right now for Raiders. I think he's going for hitless. This is definitely progressing that row 3.
I mean, if you want that, that's Bingo Club.
I might have gone for the Forges first.
Arguably.
Doing the hitless part.
Because Bingo Club is open to literally everyone. If you want to be the best in the world at bingo, you go through Bingo Club, you sign up for everything in Bingo Club. If you win everything in Bingo Club, you are probably the actual best in the world. Most events they do are split into rough skill levels, so as a newcomer, you wouldn't be playing against the Giga tryhards off the bat. Right. I'm in Bingo Club, and I'm an excessively mediocre DLC player, only joined a couple months ago, and there are people at my level that I have fun playing with every day, so Bingo Club is not just for experts. Right. I should make that clear. Bingo Club is for everyone. Bingo Club, you can face people that are kind of new and learning. You can face people that are pretty good, but, you know, still have more to learn. And you can face people that are probably better than any of the Bingo Brawlers. Probably. So, they even have, like, I think they have, like, a ranked, like, matchmaking system.
I think it is a good.
You can literally do, like, ranked matchmaking bingo.
Relatively quick, although his damage is not as high as I would hope for.
I mean, both.
So many people doing games, yeah.
Affinities on their weapons. Very nice Falling Star Beast fight here from Iron.
Yeah, what a Falling Star Beast fight, by the way, from Iron Yu. Like, Raydans pointed it out earlier before he even got there, but like, what a clean fight.
God dang it, I still gotta work on that. There it is, though. That is base game bosses. There's row 1 and column 3 now, kind of looking very nice.
Yeah, Raydans.
Slavana and Dancing Line pushing Raydans into Senestacks could be really, really devastating. As we saw yesterday.
Yeah, going for the hitless Gaius, which I mean, it's the only boss that I would go for hitless, so like, I don't mind this at all from Raydans. I would probably give a try. I'd give an attempt to Romina hitless. Myself, I'd make sure I'm the one who's killing Romina. I feel like Romina is always more important than people realize. Underrated. Gets you access to Devonia, Dancing Lion, incantations. I think Romina's super important on so many boards. I would give an attempt to Romina hitless. If I get hit, whatever, I'll finish her off. Then I would do Gaius after. But I would at least try to synergize that personally. Same thing as for the 3 status effects. I would have at least tried to do that on Rolana instead. I think giving an attempt at synergy is good before falling back on, couldn't find the synergy. I guess I'll just do it the easy way. Had tallies here, by the way, but just didn't put them on. Nice! Nice one, Dan. Just a casual question for now, maybe something for a later match, but how reasonable is Radon Sork only? No. No.
Brave versus Twisty, you know,
With respect, I feel like Bingo Brawler's entertainment value also comes from competitive matches, so when the players are not very even, as is the case especially this season, it can be less fun. It's not meant as a full complaint, I still love to watch, but I can understand why the country's format is a bit frustrating for people when really good players in the US get left out as a result. I feel like the variety is fun, but to address that, is this season uniquely imbalanced? I don't think so at all, actually. I actually really don't think so, even in the slightest bit. I think the level of competition this season overall is easily the highest it's ever been. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say yeah. I think the level of competition this year is easily the highest it's ever been. I think that the only player that I would have, you know, kind of agreed, like, okay, really, this is not putting on competitive matches, was Chemist, and he got swapped out. Outside of that, I really do feel like every single, like, genuinely, you know, obviously I'm a positive person, and I'm going to give everyone, you know, the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to be nice to everyone, but, like, genuinely, I think everyone this season is playing, like, super well. There has been nobody that has been, like, blown out by, you know, like 13 squares to like 2, right? That hasn't happened, and it's not going to happen, right? We have had, you know, we've had previous seasons where people have struggled to get even a single win. Like, that has happened all throughout Bingo Brawlers. To try to, like, pretend that this is some sort of new problem to this multi-national format, I think doesn't make sense. Yeah, sorry, Swed. Yeah, you know, it happens. You know, it happens. Also, what up, Zoodle? Didn't CBD lose every match in Season 2? I don't know. Didn't watch Season 2. I gotta get caught up on the lore. But maybe you're right. Maybe CBD lost every match in Season 2, and then guess what? He won every match, up until the, you know, final stuff, in Season 4. That's how it works. Everybody starts... No, he won 1. Okay, all right. Close enough, though, right? Everybody starts as, hey, this is the new player. They're learning. They're trying to win. They're not quite getting it. But if you see them in a second season, I bet you they're going to win. And if you see them in a third season, they might just take it all. So, dude, chat sucked that season. Holy. You know, sometimes chat is what it is. So, I think factually, the thing that is said of, like, oh, you know, we left out such good players because of this season format, and it's uniquely imbalanced this season, I think factually is incorrect. Granted, right? Yeah, it does suck for Chris that he wasn't able to get in. Does suck for CBD that he wasn't able to get in. You know, I can agree with that. But I think the players we have are all still performing at a very, very high level.
Getting pushed into Senesax can be really, really tough.
So better to lose every match than do an any percent run mid-match. But it was kind of funny, though, right?
With those
but it was kind of funny, though.
Very nice fight here so far from Raydance, though. Phase 2 right
now. If only we could have more seasons after this. Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the big things. Like, to get more seasons after this, everyone has to want to do more seasons after this. So, right, obviously I get it, you know. Trying to be like, nobody should ever complain about anything that isn't helpful. But if the complaints become very vocal and very overwhelming, the most likely change that's going to happen is people are just like, I don't really want to do bingo next season. Like, So you might think you're helping if you say, I can't believe we have this person in this season. I can't believe we had this person in this season. Why didn't we let Chris and CBD in? Why isn't it every single person from season 4 and we just redo season 4? Right? You might think you're helping with that, but the most likely, if anything happens from that, turns into, maybe we just cancel it. You know? And I don't think that's going to happen. I think Domo wants to keep this going, but, like, that's much more likely than Domo going, I agree with you guys. Let's actually never invite anyone new ever again. Like, it's just not going to happen. So, that's my thought.
I think currently still hitless, has 14 flasks.
Can't believe they let Midja in. Honestly, can't believe it. Can't believe they let me back in Season 5.
This fight here, we
probably
do
shouldn't
see
have.
Some upgrades happening, maybe some better talismans. We do also get a bunch of Skidoo
I
fragments.
agree, definitely don't want to
And we
be
see
contributing to
Forges
the
here from Irony.
toxicity in some of the game's chats. Yeah.
Very interesting.
He recognized.
And honestly, you guys, by the way, you guys have been very, very, very nice. In this chat, I feel like it has been nothing but good and respectful. We have had a few people come in and be like, I got banned in other chats, and I didn't even say anything bad, and, like, we've clowned on them. But I don't think my chat is the only chat, and so, you know, in other chats, it's been tougher. So, please try to be that force for positivity, not only in my chat, but also in other chats, because, you know, it can be tough some places. Sometimes, especially if someone's, you know, it especially sucks to lose and then to have chat go like, oh my god, why were you even playing in this season? Like, I can't even imagine that.
He recognized the threat of that potential row 3 very early from Irony, so going for the 2.
Gray was saying something similar. It's a very difficult game. Playing in front of thousands of viewers is incredibly stressful. Having negative feedback on top of that can be discouraging. Right.
Forges is excellent. I think he's playing a little more defensive than offensive, but I don't mind.
I think it's cool that there's more variety, shines light on players that are not necessarily known to everyone. I swear I don't know most of the players, but I've been not much into the Elden Ring sphere, but it's been cool getting to know insane players. Yeah. And as a reminder, every player was, of course, once new to Bingo. Now, one player, Aggie, I believe has been in since Season 1. Actually, Parky was also in Season 1, but she took some breaks. But everyone else at one point was the new player that you all went... Not you all. I'm sorry, I'm speaking to the bad side of chat, which is not you all. But that the bad side of chat went, why are they even here? You know, CBD is the big example. And now everyone is like, why isn't CBD in this season? Right? When just a few seasons earlier, the bad side of chat was like, why did they even let him in? So...
Find this, you are currently
not
in
the royal
majority
we.
lead.
Yes.
And Raydans did such a great job of pressuring in game 1, and you know Raydans
She doesn't
will
even
do a
go
lot.
here.
He absolutely will, because he won with it in game 1. So playing a little defensive from Irony, I think, is quite nice. He still has a lot of lines open to himself, still has a lot of potential threats.
Twisty
to push
beat your
later.
ass in DLC
So
last
playing
night in a
little
practice match?
defensively
Yeah.
first, and then maybe transition.
Twisty plays like super, sorry, minor tangent, but we reviewed Twisty's match yesterday, and I feel like I was so tired, I wasn't able to, like, articulate super well, I felt like, but I feel like Twisty plays, like, super well. She's just a little bit greedy on some of her hits that got her in big trouble in the official match, which might come down to nerves. When you're nervous, sometimes it's easy to make those little mistakes. And sometimes I felt like she didn't identify the fastest square on the board, even if she recognized good positions on the board. But other than that, like, man, she played really well and just got herself into a bit of trouble in a few spots.
Into
But
that offense, I think could be a
really
nice
kept
play
it
for
even
him.
with Gray in
And
those
still
games
hitless
until,
so
like,
far,
one
but I'm
big
afraid to
incident.
talk about the fight too much because I'm gonna jinx it.
So far, so great,
Okay,
though. I agree. We might see
Yeah.
a bail-off.
Other people in chat when Parky was playing pissed me off so much because she's been open about the anxiety since the day she announced she's joining. Yeah. I mean, I especially feel for Parky because I think she feels the exact same way
Genuinely.
that
If
I have
Forges is
felt
not
in
gonna be
Bingo
killed by
a
Irony,
lot.
or even
But she's a lot better at expressing it, right? When I was in Bingo, I was feeling those exact same things as Parky, the anxiety, but I just internalized it and went, well, I just have to get better and win. And it turned into, like, all I have to do is win the race to Limgrave Tree Sentinel, and then I'll be happy. I convinced myself that, like, the key to my happiness lay in one square. If I get this one square, I am happy. And then I lost that one square 4 games in a row, and I went, therefore I am not happy. And I hinged it all, I bottled up all this stress onto one thing where it exploded. And Parky's been a lot better about expressing that, sharing it, talking about what she's going through, and, like, finding ways to deal with it, so. Seriously respect Parky's hustle for how much she practices, and automatically root for her. Yeah.
If it is, I still feel like we might see Bale sooner than later.
I lie, all people like you a lot for some reason.
Okay, one more.
They're like Midstra, our goat, watching all your commentary matches and such.
Very nice.
Yeah, this is how it's been for me since, like, high school. I was just a shy, nerdy kid, but everybody was like, "Hey!" Like,
Yeah, and now he'll go.
if I sat at the jocks table, they'd be like, "Yo, what up?" If I, you know, sat at the theater kids table, well, I was also in theater, so they would be like,
we do have a
yeah, okay, yeah, you're normally here. But, like, I don't know, for some reason, I give off
get the nice pillar skip on top of that,
some sort of energy where people are just like,
what do we see here from both
join us.
Players? Irony most likely going to be completing 2 forges.
I'm, yeah, popular without being popular, yeah. Very
like I
introverted
said,
in a
you got
way
that
that
max upgrade
made
material that
extroverts
comes
want
with this.
to
So he's really
invite
kind of
me
pushing
in. I don't know.
Raydans into this bale
It's
to the
just
palm
friend
three
shaped.
and top left diagonal, right? This is going to be kind of devastating actually for Raydans.
Charisma score good.
He already has one hippo
Stick
down.
around for the reward from the forge. I don't know if I don't think it
It's the
gives
same
it to you
backseating
in
for everything.
instant.
People
No, I'm
always
not sure.
think they could do better because they haven't actually tried it.
He did get
You
it.
see it
It
with
got it,
sports
it got
viewers
it.
all the time, for instance. Oh yeah, why don't kickers just always 100% kick the ball through the uprights? Why do kickers just miss? Because it's hard. Okay, anyway, the Gaius from Raydans, quite nice, gets the Remembrance boss hitless, puts on the pressure on this row, and ties it up 4 for 4. Now, I would still say at this point, I'm definitely thinking that Irenya is in a better spot at this point in the match for a few reasons. Number one is that Raydans only has the one line that he's got pressure on, whereas Irenya has a diagonal, a column, and a row that he's got pressure on. Even though it's 2, 2, and 2 instead of a single 3, I would rather have 2, 2, and 2. Number 2 is Irenya has already done a forge, so he has an easy block on Raydan's line, and that'll put him ahead on majority. Whatever number I'm on now, he already has several non-merchant incantations. He already has a hippo kill. He already has... I guess he cashed in on the base game boss in the DLC. He already has more progress towards Romina, which he's heading even further towards now. So I feel like he's just a good bit
He literally went over to his
ahead in the pressure and also in majority at this point.
So he did not lose out on it.
Yeah, and Raydan's having to just chase Irenya into the Romina area
as soon as the forge is
just
complete,
puts
it
him,
also gives you the reward.
well
So
ahead
very nice
on
for
whatever's
him.
coming up next.
And I don't believe it says in the rules you have to show like forge completed.
Wendy's 4
or
for 4.
whatever.
Right.
Only
I play competitive volleyball, like top of the region, but not professional. Still get mad anxiety for matches, and that is not streamed all around the world. Yeah, it's hard. Is it Irenya or Irony EU? It is Irenya. We can hear it from Roma, who knows exactly how to say it. Let's hear it a few more times.
Ironieux. Ironieux.
Irenya. Irenya. Yeah. I just pronounced Irenya perfectly. Let's go! Yippee! Yeah, you like in lieu. Oh, in lieu. Irenya. Lieu, in lieu of, in... Because most people just say lieu, like it's pronounced L-O-O, but that's not actually how it's pronounced. It's lieu. In lieu of things. So Irenya. You. you. Iron you. Oh. Okay.
We have to show enemy felt. So, very, very nice play. Very
It's
efficient
French for
play.
Iron Eye.
I would have stuck around.
We will have to ask him the origin of his name, because it's not exactly Iron Eye, but it's close, so it could be
Sounds
that's
like
what he was
Salvador.
intending.
Yeah, true. Honestly, when you're listening to your gameplay, though, he probably heard the ding or whatever to be like, okay, I got I got the stones. I'm getting the hell out of here. And immediately going for Devonia, not grabbing the Grace is kind of insane.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're guessing, yeah.
Skip of the Grace on Devonia.
Oh, watch this Devonia fight. Cinema Devonia fight.
She's a tough boss, but I mean, if he's super confident.
She canceled out her Earth Shatter move because she fell off the rock here. Damage not too bad.
Not
actually,
hitless because he goes for a big charge R2, but he
I can see
knows
yellow
the
on
stagger.
that. It's not the boss health bar, but I can see yellow there for sure. So
Centaur
solid
move.
damage. Yeah. I wonder how comfortable he is. I know that he does a
The
lot
jumping
of
in at the end of those, ooh, that one is cinema.
stuff, but normal randomizer does not have Devonia as a boss.
Strafes
But
around
some
for the
special
charge R2.
randomizer things do, such as the fog wall. Speed fog does put Devonia into the boss pool. So
He's doing great.
We'll
on
finally
this
be
one.
going back to practice after we're done reviewing.
really good
Do you mean
He's spacing
playing
them out
or
very,
do you
very nice.
mean
Nice
casting
charge
practice
R2s
matches?
here. Nice dodges. Ooh, as soon as I say that, he gets actually.
I don't know exactly what I'm going to do once I'm done reviewing. As far as I've gotten with my life is
Very nice
the
jump
reviewing.
down.
jumps in at the end. That was huge. Big punish. Charge R2. might
So
be
when we're done with reviewing, I don't know what to do with my life.
Centaur again. Oh!
Nice.
Throw at that one. Wow, what a fight.
There's the Devonia here. Now Raydan's gonna be like, okay, crap. He's already in Ancient Row.
Like I don't know what next
Man,
game I want
that
to
was a
play.
very
I
nice
want
fight here
to
from Iron.
play a game, but I don't know what to play.
Very nice fight.
Hey, I mean,
here.
he's set
Casting practice matches. Ah, yeah.
all this stuff
That
up
will probably
in
be at
rounds
least some of our
so
time.
long
And then I
ago,
also want to find
and
something to
he's just setting up,
do,
he's
buttons
splitting,
to
he's
press.
still got one hippo, he's
Maybe
still
a
got
speed
one
run?
forge, like he's
To
just
relearn?
so many things up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of traps for
I don't
him.
know.
And
I don't know.
Raydans did get the snipe one time with the Kindred cookbooks, but outside of that,
I gotta have a goal. I'm a very goal-oriented person, and I don't have a goal right now. So
cooking and
I gotta
has
find
set
a
up
goal.
so much stuff. He's ahead by one square and directly
yeah, and he's
ahead
skipping the
on
grace. Yeah,
incantations,
he was
forges,
so confident in
hippos,
his Devonia, he just didn't
maybe
even grab the
more, like,
grace.
Irony is cooking.
Also, very interesting call from Raydans. Sees Devonia marked, which the common wisdom is, oh, Devonia's marked. That means he's in Rao. That means I should leave and not go for incantations. But Raydan says, either I bet he's going to pivot out, or maybe just I bet I can race him on incantations because I bet I've already gathered more outside of Rao.
Here.
Either way
Yeah,
that
it is a
great
Raydan's
spot.
bet it,
His split progression
Good call.
in that early game is really
Praying
really
he didn't
paying
have
off.
two
They're gonna go
incants. Yeah,
actually
yeah,
close
makes
out on
sense.
2
I like
forges.
it.
That means he also
Be delusional. Be delusional. Did I get it right? Go for things if they don't cost you much. What do you lose out on if you get sniped on incantations? Who cares? You already made your way to Romina. That's another square. You're going to want Ceiling Tree later. No matter what you're doing right now is good, is progress, and has a chance of also awarding you a square that your opponent thought they were a sure thing for. So it's got huge upside and almost no downside.
has
Love this play.
Slowly a column 2 threat here if he really wants to go for it, but he's got so many threats to play with on this board. At this
Have you played
point.
Nine Souls? I have. It's really, really good. Love Nine Souls. Doing a new run where I cannot progress if I get hit on a boss fight. Dang.
Pretty much can go for whatever he wants, while Raydance has to.
That sounds tough.
Yeah, and like, where do you go as Raidans? Do you go Dancing Lion because it blocks the...
Oh, Dino Blade is a stream I would watch. Yeah, I'll do
top
Dino
row
Blade. Dino
and
Blade sounds
column
fun.
two. I think
I'm
that
down
could
for
be
a Dino
solid
Blade
play.
stream.
Uh,
I think
do you
I've heard
block
you can
something
beat it in
along
like
the
7
diagonal that you
hours.
still need? Do you go
So,
max upgrades
hopefully
and
just
cereals
one
or
stream?
hippos? I think both of those could be solid plays, but there's just going to be so many threats all around the board for Raidans. If he starts getting forced into squares he doesn't want to go for and just starts to lose
Blasphemous
a little
2-1?
time, lose a little time,
I could
this
consider
really
it.
snowball in Irony's favor.
Yeah, this
I don't know. I always want to speedrun. Like, maybe it's more I want to speedrun. I love the idea of speedrunning, and I love when I'm locked in on a speedrun. But I haven't actually had the urge to speedrun much outside of, like, the all bosses 4 players.
definitely interesting.
Like,
think
I
for
haven't
Raiders,
found
the
a run
best
that
block
grabs
right
me.
now, genuinely, is going for
I hope that Mortal Shell 2 is so good that I want to speedrun it,
like
but we'll see.
Romina as one of
I
them.
hook it's that good,
It's
though.
showing that he also
And I think it
has
could be.
ancient route access, getting those incantations.
Hot take, Blasphemous, overhyped. Having only played the first one so far in an archipelago, so it's a little unfair to it. I thought it was cool. I liked it. I could see overhyped, but I also think overhyped is kind of meaningless, because then you're talking about the hype rather than how good it is. But if you're like, oh, Blasphemous, 6 out of 10 game, like, I don't know. I could be like, I could see that. I think for me, Blasphemous was probably at least a 7 out of 10. But it wasn't a 9 out of 10 for me. So
Trying to like pretty much strip away some of the priority that Irony
overhyped
has
is
kinda
more
built
tied to
for himself
expectations
with
than
this early
quality.
game.
Right, which I just don't find
Be like,
that
hey, you know what? I
interesting
know that you
personally.
are an ancient route because
Most of the times. Sometimes if it's like seriously hyped up,
Devonia, but I'm gonna try and take
and I
away the other
really
stuff that
don't
is
like
also an
it,
ancient route, so you can't cash in
then,
on everything.
maybe there's a talk. But like, even then, I'm more just like, I really didn't like it. Like,
That's
for
kinda what you
example,
have
the
to do in the
Neo
DLC. If you
series.
don't wanna-
Always going for the skip, which like a lot of people really, really like, and I just don't like. But I also wouldn't necessarily say they're overhyped. I'm just like, it's really not a game style for me. Like, it just really doesn't scratch that itch that I have for when I'm playing, action RPGs. I want them to be like Souls, and it just wasn't. So like, that just really is a different thing, even to me, than like overhyped.
to cluster plays like this.
Oh, how did it even slip down? That really
is
looks
also
good,
ancient
did
route,
it
so
not?
You can't cash in on everything. That's kind of what you have to do in the DLC.
Is this more slippery than it appears? Because that looks
you
like an
don't wanna
easy
lose,
ledge to stand on.
plus
Because this one, you just stand on the
plays.
ledge.
Like
This one, he's even facing left,
This.
so it's odd to me that he slips off.
Oh, Irony went for a little bit of a skip there, it looked like. Trying to
10 out of 10 is fair, but I've had
he tried
heaps
to
of praise
skip
for the
pulling
game heaped
lever
upon you
at
before
all,
playing
but
it
now he's
yourself,
gonna
when I
have
was
to
like,
go
meh, it's
all the way
okay.
around back up because he missed it.
Fair.
I didn't even know that little skip existed, but did not play it safe. If he had at least pulled the lever,
Try speedrunning RE9 or Naninf in Balatro.
then went for the skip, then even if you miss it, you still have the
RE9
other
I did
lever
think
and you can
about.
still do it. But he skipped the lever entirely, so has to go
Naninf, you have to do semi-seated, like 8F did for
all the way back
GDQ.
around.
I haven't learned to skip myself yet. So
I mean, could be kind of fun, but I'm not.
it being done here. I just do the normal.
I
way,
like Balatro, but
personally.
I'm not that
Yeah.
good at it.
And I'll
I
do
have not
that.
gotten
That is how
obsessed
I
with
always done it as well.
Balatro
Whenever I
yet.
see
So
this forge now, I get flashbacks to Tom versus Nesta Netta.
Neo 3 just didn't
where
feel worth my
Nesta's,
time.
like,
Neo 3 was the only
riding
one that
the
kind of
last
did
thing
feel worth
up
my
to try
time,
and
but
get to the
that's probably
forge, and
because
she's
it's
just trying to
different
jump over
than the
ledge.
first two Neos. So people that really liked the first two probably didn't like the third as much, and me, who really didn't like the first two, kind of liked the third more.
She can't get up there and just sees it in the distance, and then it gets marked by.
Okay, the incantations I quite like for Raidens. Oh, gets hit by the bug. And then the forges for Irenya, I think is just fine here. It's a block. You really don't want to get forced into bail.
Right when she gets there, bro. It's like it's right
Oh,
there, but
yeah.
you just
I think it would be possible for Irenya to hold on to this a bit longer if he wanted to. But at a certain point, there is something to be said about get your blocks early for peace of mind. If you have your block, you can feel much more free to go for your own aggressive plays. So I don't mind
get
this
it.
at all
This is
from
so tough.
Irenya.
Okay. This time he does not go for the skip, and I think I was a little wrong about where the skip was. You can't.
If only more people could distinguish between a bad game and a game that isn't to their taste. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's important. Like, a bad game is a game that actually doesn't, like, do what it sets out to do. And a game that's not to your taste is just a game that's not to your taste.
And do the skip. You have to do one or the other. So this time he just pulls the lever, takes it down, rides it up, and he will get his second forge here.
There we go. 5 incantations here, by the way, from Ray Dance. Currently tied again, 5-5. There it is. 2 forges now.
Without our hard take and personal opinion, Salt and Sanctuary, Mog's Blasphemous. I haven't played Salt and Sanctuary, so can't comment on that.
6-5 now, 1 square ahead, and now we're looking at, okay, my row 3 is
You could also try speedrunning a solo Archie. I did think about that. I do want to do some solo Archies, possibly for videos or stuff, but maybe I should let my editor work with the first Archie.
I mean,
I just gave him Chris's birthday Archie to start editing, so maybe I shouldn't, also, what up, Junpei? Maybe I shouldn't do a bunch of solo Archies right away.
Do Rolana first, block the row 1. Yeah. Then you do Egon's Furled Finger.
I like that.
You like this column 4 all of a sudden, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Horror games aren't your taste. I won't say horror games are bad. Right.
Go for that, which gives.
Oh, and this is unfortunately the biggest mistake of the match. And it's just a pure mistake, but I mean, it's easy to fix because it's a pure mistake where there's no like wondering. Iron Yu does not notice that 5 non-merchant incantations has already been marked. And so still goes for them.
Okay.
And this is actually kind of quite a possible turning point in the match. Wasting a lot of time on something that just is an already taken square is effectively like sniping yourself in the worst possible way.
Is to put pressure on the opponent. So. Oh wow!
Exactly.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He's getting hit so many times.
Hello?
Oh, he's in such low health.
Oh
There's
my!
no way that he... Oh,
Jesus
no, he's fine.
Christ!
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to put on different music. I looked away at the wrong time. Son of a gun, dude. I'm
Good
sorry.
joke, Mitch.
We got it though. We got it.
I can't.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine. I had to pull a Chris there. You know.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Channeling
I'm still
Chris.
surprised
Yep.
that they both have not gotten an Ash of War and put some affinity on his long half decks. Were there no better weapons in Round Table at all?
There was.
Yeah, I also really like this from Dan. After getting the non-merchant incantations, just take Romina. You're already there. You just saw Iron Yu do 2 forges. And just say, he's probably not here. Let me just take Romina real quick. Love this from Raydance, taking all the stuff that Iron Yu was definitely ahead on out of the early game.
When you can just watch yourself watching other people play.
So true, so
The
true.
long half axe is a very, very solid weapon. I think this
You're
is
such a goblin. Sometimes I love it. Heck yeah.
Weapon. Yeah, it's. I think it's got the best.
Good call.
Maybe
Yep.
Not. I think it's got generally the best mix of like range.
Like, it's always a bit of a read. It's always a bit of a gamble. Is my opponent going to go for the things that they have priority on? But if you can make the read that you don't think your opponent is going for something,
great axes,
then taking it away from them is really good.
We love the bleed on Omen Killer Cleaver. So I would say this is a very, very...
Did we tell Ray about the Moore thing? Which Moore thing? We pointed out that him going to Moore made it so that Moore would be in the Leda fight. But rage baiting your inner Skidoo Goblin was so funny. I can't believe it.
Weapon. Better than the picks that I saw in the round table hold.
Swed was rage baiting me both
it already
games.
Scales quite nicely with strength.
Swed was just hard rage baiting me.
Better. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to like A scaling and strength, or I don't know if it turns into S scaling.
It's like 2 levels. It's fine. 2 levels is a lot. You want me to get out the chart? We're getting out the chart. Hold, please. finding... I'll just go to Fextra. Fine. Fine! I don't it's fine. Alright. What Skidoo level were you at? 5-ish? 7-ish? I think you said 7? The difference between 7... Oh, it is 5% per. The difference between 7 and 9 is a 10% damage increase. Now, technically, 1.5 to 1.6 is actually not a full 10% because you have to consider that you were already at 1.5, but 1.6 divided by 1.5 is a 7% or 6.66% increased damage from just walking over and picking them up. You want me to walk over there? Yes! For the entire rest of the game, dealing almost 7% increase. And if you lied to me and you were only actually at 5, going from 5 to 7 is 1.5 divided by 1.35 is an 11% increase in damage. So if you were all the way up here, yeah, it's only like 6%. But if you were down here, it's like 11%. Either way, super worth. And it could be more depending on your AR. This is true. Because that damage increase happens before the defense calculation happens for the enemy, every increase in your damage is actually more than that because it also better goes through the enemy's defense. Rakshasa makes you take more damage, though. I don't like it. No, it doesn't. It just has low defense. You forgot to buy armor at round table. Okay, if you use the knight armor instead of Rakshasa armor, I could maybe be like, okay, the knight armor does have better defense than Rakshasa's. But Rakshasa's has no downside compared to no armor. It doesn't have a single downside compared to not wearing armor. You get more offense and more defense. Okay, well, I like more defense. Okay. If you like more defense, let me pose a thought experiment to you. Would you rather wear Rakshasa's armor and Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman, or would you rather wear Knight's armor with max health Ritual Sword? Answer on your devices now. The answer is, in all cases, unequivocally, unilaterally, you get more of everything with Rakshasa armor plus Dragon Crest Great Shield. You actually get more defense and more offense on average. I mean, technically, if you stayed at full health 100% of the time, the Ritual Sword would be just a teeny bit better, but for the most part, Rakshasa's is better offense, and you basically get to replace your talisman with a better talisman that gets you more defense than what you could have had. The reason is because defensive talismans are way overvalued compared to offensive talismans that are way undervalued. That's on purpose by FromSoft because that's the way it should be. That is the correct balancing. Rakshasa's flips that on its head and does an even trade of defense for offense. So if you wear Rakshasa's, you gain 2% offense and lose 2% defense. But in a talisman, you trade 10% offense for, what is it, Ritual, or Dragon Crest Great Shield? 15%? 20% defense? It's some larger amount of defense. So it is always better to wear Rakshasa's, which has an even 1-to-1 trade, rather than better defense armor and then offensive talismans. 100% of the time. 20%! It's even twice as much! You're getting double value on Rakshasa's. So that's the reason. That's the reason Rakshasa's armor is so good. It's the only thing in the entire game that is an even trade of defense for offense. Yeah, 20% physical damage. Yeah. Only physical though, right? That's true. Yeah, I mean, or you could, if you were worried about non-physical, there's the Pearl Drake, which is 15%, I think, of all, maybe it's 12% of all non-physical. Something like that. This is brutal. Every time I think about trying bingo, I see a chart like this. It's so complicated. There's so much information to have in the brain. You don't need all this information. The only thing that you need to know from this chart is bigger number, more damage. That's it. Bigger number, more damage. Very easy. How exactly much more? Who cares? The point is, get Skidoo because it makes you do more damage. That's all you need to know from that chart. More Skidoo, more damage, and more defense. In fact, like, Sweat, if you want more defense, you know Skidoo is more defense as well, right? Like, I said, oh, it's like 11% more damage if you get 2 levels of Skidoo. It's also 11% defense if you get 2 levels of Skidoo. It's so good. Anyway.
See Irony grabbing incantations here, even though they're already off the board. Maybe he just forgot.
Moving
I'm not
on.
Sure, but he's also right outside of Romina himself. Does he go for the fight right away, or does he pivot out?
Pearl Drake is 11%. Why did I think it was 12?
Something else here.
Power is
It could be
speed.
a Dancing Lion. There is Dancing Lion on the board. You wouldn't have to go into Bellerot if you just go for the Deathblight Dancing Lion, but no, he's grabbing incants. He thinks it's still on the board. He didn't notice it was marked, I think. I think he was in the middle of his forge and he just maybe didn't hear the sound.
No, he is going for Deathblight Dancing Line. He's going to do the drop down here.
Okay.
Maybe he's grabbing the Grace.
Defense is not dying. This is true.
He might.
Let's spare Sweat till his matches. Oh boy, the Sweat matches. I mean, honestly, Sweat was cooking. I'm gonna be glazing Sweat a lot in the matches, but also just a few moments I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be upsetty spaghetti.
It threatens both the row 1 and the column 2, so
It
I
puts
do
him into
not mind this at all.
right? That's
Dying is the worst time loss. This is true. I don't think you should ever go for no defense. That's why I do think armor is very good, but
huge pick for sure for Irony. You have to do Rolana right afterwards.
Like,
but this raid ends.
It's just all about like conversions of efficiency, right? The reason I don't like going no armor in the DLC is because armor is more efficient than talismans in general at providing defense. The exception is Rakshasas. Whereas I generally am like, you can just go for a bunch of offensive talismans, maybe one defensive if you're scared, like it's fine.
This Romina fight from Raydance is actually really, really solid here. Another nice stagger. I think he's.
And then Rakshasas is the one that flips it on its head and has so much offense that it's so overvalued on that it's worth giving up the bit of defense.
And then
Skidoo is just helpful for both, so Skidoo is just always good and always worth.
Block on column 2.
And then Golden Vow is so good because it both provides offense and defense. 15% more damage done and 15% less damage taken.
And some more talismans. So he is now.
So it's like all of these like ways that you think about how does this interact on the like ratio between the two.
Very, very set up here. He's headed to Morth. He's pivoting out a
Blue
little.
Dancer though, Blue Dancer is really
more splitting. I think
mediocre.
We have discovered that this is a bit of his playstyle. He already has high road.
It's not bad. It is by no means a bad talisman.
Cross, I believe. So if you wanted to go rely,
I think it is way overvalued for how much you lose. So if you think about it, just directly, in order to equip Blue Dancer and not equip armor, that is a gain of around 10% damage increase depending on how heavy your weapon is. For a loss of 25%, I want to say, defense with the full knight set. I guess I could look that up real quick, actually. Search knight armor. Knight set is, yeah, about 25%. So, right, look at that ratio of defense to offense. You lose 25% negation to gain about 10%. If you have a light weapon, maybe more like 12% increased damage. That's not a great ratio, right? Again, compared to Rakshasa, gain 8%, lose 8%. So that's why I really don't think Blue Dancers is super worth it, because just the ratio of how much defense to offense is skewed in a bad way. And then if you put on other talismans, you lose even more from Blue Dancer. Yeah, well, yeah, kind of. The weight of other talismans is kind of small, but yes, true.
You might just be like, I just want some Skidoo. I'll just get a little more powerful.
Fair.
Fair?
Right, everything is a ratio. Everything is a ratio of defense to
And we're
offense.
going for upgrade materials.
And
here
how
right now
can
for
you
Raydance.
maximize the total of the two of them?
For incants. I swear he just does not know that incants is taken. Hey,
Yeah.
This is just an incant. That is.
Look at
that's
the
gonna be a
board.
very
Look at the
unfortunate time
board,
loss for him.
Irony. It's gone.
Yep. He's looking now at the board, I think. I think he's finally realized he's confused.
Yeah, unfortunately. Isn't Poise King in Elden Ring? Not really. Poise isn't that important. You need to avoid attacks. You can't really just poise through them that much. Yo, what up, Gray?
Where was it?
Sir, it's been marked.
This is your most favorite match by far now, after your casting made it so much more enjoyable than it already was. Thank you. I think this was a really, really fun match to watch.
Yeah.
I know it's a little less fun to
Even
watch when
mark
we're
after his
pausing
mark.
every so often to discuss the
Does he
stats
speak
differences
English? Yes,
on
he speaks
armor
English.
versus talismans, but
How the hell did he play base game without reading English?
yeah, this match was so good.
All right, I think
Blue
he's
Dancer
gonna
feels
head to the
intended for
dancing
RL1
line now.
runs. I feel like feels intended for hitless runs, but yeah. Hitless whether or not it's RL1.
Honestly, I was expecting a little bit bigger of a reaction, but I think he just kind of went.
Poise doesn't help with
oh, that's
most
smart.
boss fights, right?
Which
It can
honestly
help
good reaction,
sometimes,
you know.
but you can't
Yeah,
really
than-
just
than
rely
freaking
on
out
it.
over because obviously he's still in a great spot. It's still 6-6. He's still got the way better pressure going right now. So all he's got to do is get this. And Raydance not recognizing the threat of row 1 just yet. He is heading towards the southern area. Maybe he is. Maybe Raydance is setting up for Senesax. Maybe he's setting up for the Bale for the diagonal. I mean,
pretty
this
sure Raydance
is
gave me the middle
an
finger.
important.
He just adjusted his glasses, gave me the middle finger.
Did he? Did he do? He
Maybe he's
did.
setting up for the
He
Bale
did
for
give
the
us the middle
diagonal.
finger.
Sure, Raydance
Is
gave me the middle
an
finger.
important.
Right in.
He just adjusted his glasses, gave me the middle finger. Can't believe it.
Can't believe it.
Messed
Don't like
up.
that.
Don't like
How
that.
dare he?
Jarvis, turn off his internet.
What a very interesting call here is if Raydance.
These challenge runs like how many attacks can I just brush off? Yeah. There are ways to make a poise
goes
build
Southern,
work,
and he
but
goes Senesax for the block.
most
He
of the
goes
time
Eagle's
it doesn't
finger.
do much.
He goes Bale for the block. Well,
Don't know why
all of a
I
sudden,
default to
wait a
your
minute.
middle finger for that. Yeah,
diagonal
I do
Raydance
not.
Could do. All he would need to do is win enemy.
Actually,
slash
sometimes I
NPC
do, but if
drop
I do, it's like
talismans,
the
and
whole
he's
hand,
ahead
so
of
it doesn't
meta
look
and
like
allies
I'm,
because he's already got Romina killed. So, I mean, this could be a very, very scary counter threat from Raydance.
Honestly,
They're
what
doing
I-
a really, really good job of both putting the pressure on.
What I see here for Raydance is not actually that diagonal personally. What I see is this diagonal block of max upgrades, and then all of a sudden, look at this row 4, column 4 that he just has to work with here.
Yeah.
It is-
Max
that's also
upgrades is very, very good.
Really,
Yeah.
really, really
Flip
nice.
it a bird.
I like that a lot here.
Ravash, for your review of my game, I've actually learned something. Hopefully, I will use it next game. Always helpful to hear other opinions. Thank you. Like, awesome. That's great. I did feel a little bad when I rated and you were like, oh, I'm gonna look through and see what you said, and I was like, I feel like I said very little about your play. I was mostly focused on Twisty's play, because I felt like there was the most to learn from Twisty's decisions. But I'm glad that there was at least some stuff that did help you as well. So
He does have some movability still on the board that he can really utilize if he wants to.
and I hope to in future ones, knowing that you're gonna look through them, I hope to be a little more cautious in making sure that I do see what's going on with yours, because I do think I missed some of your strategy and
the
some
max
of your
upgrade materials
plays.
is on the way to Senesax. It's right there, so it's basically perfect. You set yourself up for Senesax, Egon's Furled Finger, Bale, and unique max upgrade materials, all by killing Ancient Dragon Man. So really, really smart play from Raydans.
Look at this dancing line here, already over halfway done. It's going to
Yeah, I do like this dancing lion from Iron Yu.
Nearby. He is going to stick nearby and crouch, maybe hoping that the frogs do not see him.
Yeah, I didn't know that the frogs just go around him. I thought they went always in the middle of the temple.
Yeah, he is outside of the arena, so usually this is safe enough. I don't mind. Oh, wait, no, the why are they right here?
They spawn under dancing
outside
line.
of the arena?
They spawn under dancing line. They don't spawn.
I thought they were in the arena. I could swear they were in the arena. Oh, almost Death Blight.
Death Blight resistance is so low. He even has armor on, but like.
Worked a 9-hour workday. Super refreshing. Oh yeah.
Players, buy
the best way to refresh yourself.
Kale, please, if you're gonna do this fight.
It is a wild save in this fight during the lightning phase.
Okay,
Yeah.
lightning phase, so that's a little less scary. He just has to be scared of this one frog here. If he can take it out, he is sitting pretty on this one.
Oh, missed the frog again.
A little more. Okay.
You know, it'd be kind of funny
dodging of the lightning.
if the golem shot the frog.
Oh, that was so scary though. He finally went for the frog and got blasted in the face for it.
If he gets hit again, he might get knocked off. Good dodges.
That was a save. That was a save.
Very nice dodges. Very nice.
Yeah. But now Dancing Lion himself is near the edge. It's not like Dancing Lion's going to fall off, but that means you have to go near the edge in order to hit him. They've kind of swapped places.
Nice
He's
dodges.
pretty safe. The wind phase isn't too bad.
Okay, should be getting another stagger here very soon. Tornado.
I was very scared when he ran away from this tornado. I was like, how close is he to the edge? But he did not.
Very nice
He did
dodge.
not go
Dodges,
too
good
close to the edge. He
dodges.
did it very
He
well.
still has 8 flasks, so he doesn't really have to worry about his healing. Just has to not get one shot or knocked off the edge.
Oh, now we got the frost
7
here.
flasks.
He
Then
has to be
Dan just
careful with the frost. He's gonna
galloping
get out of hand
casually
very
beside
quickly.
him. Yep.
This might be enough. I think.
Thank you, that's much appreciated. Still value. Biggest takeaway for me was that I shouldn't have contested 3 tunnels after Magma Worm. Should have went for Tree Sentinel Duo because you died in Old Altus. That makes... Yeah. I think that was... Yeah, that was a big thing. Just because, yeah, Tree Sentinel Duo felt very valuable on that board. Yeah. For sure. So, yeah, glad you were able to learn something. Or maybe not even learn, but consider something. Consider something for if that appears or some similar situation in a future board. Probably doesn't make much difference, but if max materials on the board, plus 10 is surely worth it.
Do a charge or 2, it's over. He's got it.
Yes and no. Like, it's not worth it to, like, rush early to be like, I really need to upgrade my weapon one more time. But if you already have it, I do think it is worth it to spend. Because they are using a non-somber, going from plus 24 to plus 25, unlike in base game where you go from plus 22 to plus 25, plus 24 to plus 25 is a 2-point-something% increase, like almost 3% increase in damage, which is still solid. I mean, I'm not going to say no to free damage, but 3% is getting on that range of like... is it super worth it? If you already have it, I would say yes. But if you don't already have it, then it's not worth going out of your way to get. Oh, the Dark Rapier. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. And the main reason I think it's not super worth it to get it is because you can also get 3% damage by getting, like, a Skidoo level. So, you know... it's usually easier to go get a Skidoo level than to ride all the way up to, you know, get the smithing 25 and then port back and do it and then port back. So.
Might even... Yeah.
Bang.
Charge R2. Bang!
Wow.
Huge kill from Irony. Let's go.
Very
Scream at you to go for Deathlight line when you killed Romina. Really? I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Honestly... given that Dan had already killed Romina, I don't actually care about Dancing Lion. I care about Rolana. I don't know why Rolana is still on the board. Like, Rolana feels like such an obvious point of pressure that Iron Yu has on Raydans. That, like, you kill Rolana and you're like, oh, I'm chilling. I'm good. No, we're chilling. And then if you go Rolana, that also sets up your own column. So if you go Rolana into max upgrade materials, it's like bang, bang, boom, like now I'm threatening. I feel like Rolana is like so pivotal at this current moment on
Nice
this board.
dancing line now on the
Slept
board
on
here for
Rolana,
Irony.
yeah.
Gets those row 1 activated. Rolana here, push.
To be honest, the reviews are nice, but we don't get players' perspective. They don't speak much, but they still speak a bit. If we could hear them, the thought process will tell us more about their decision-making of a square. Yeah.
You know, Raydance.
There is something to be said about... Yeah, knowing a player's perspective can help figure out why they did something. However, part of review and analysis, in my eyes, is what should somebody have done, not just why did they do the thing they did, right? So, it's absolutely... I obviously, they have reasons. Like, I would love to hear the reasons for everything, but sometimes... even if you have a really good reason to do something, if it ends up being the thing that isn't quite optimal,
and he's going for the Rolana,
you know, it can still be like, oh great, that's your reason.
It's very scary, but
you
Raydance
probably
is
still
in
should
a
have done
perfect
this.
spot to potentially block it, unless
he's
going for Rolana. It's a race. It's a race.
It's a race.
Oh, this was a little too late to recognize that.
Either Rolana or Lion IMO. Just block row 1 before he gets 4 squares there. Yeah.
This is just, he doesn't have high road cross already. He has to go pick up the Skidoo fragments. He might want to go out and get some greases or something.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Dan didn't even have high road cross this
Savage
game.
Lion's Claw. In this time, Dan did get Savage Lion's Claw to...
He went quickly for the hefty pots, which I think was a very reasonable play, and never had any reason to come back here.
Damage might be better than Irony, but like, I don't know. This might be a little too late.
That's what the post-game breakdown is about, to be honest. Yeah, true.
Irony has an issue with Rolana, but at the power of...
Seeing both sides, it's easy to assume too much info, I think. That's true. Always seeing both sides is easy to assume too much info.
Irony...
But, right, that's why you always... I mean, it's hard. This is the hardest thing to do in casting, in viewing, in reviewing, in analysis... is to pretend like you don't see the other person's side. Now, what you could do, and this would be like probably overkill, you could literally turn off the caster's volume, literally black out the opponent's screen, only look at the board, and then try to do analysis like that. I mean, even so, that feels very tough to do, but
that he has right now,
if you truly wanted to black out the opponents
very, very quickly, and
what we
very
know they're
safely.
doing
He's
from
even
your
trading
decisions,
hits.
that's
It
what you'd
does
have
not
to do.
matter. He's taking no damage.
Yeah, the Skidoo levels are really...
I would like that post-game go into more detail, to be fair. That's a little bit on you. I think, not like on you as in like you did the wrong thing, but that's a little bit the player's necessity, because Dom always starts with, so what did you like about this board? What did you want to do? As a very open-ended, so if you want to go into a lot of detail, you know, that's for you to go into. If you want to ask your opponent questions, that's for you to go into. I think Tom and Swed had a really, really good post-game where the two of them were driving it, and me and Dom were kind of just sitting there going, yep. Oh, actually, no, Swed did enter the fight first. So
who's one jumping R2.
Feel free, absolutely, to kind of almost take over the mic from the two of us and go into more details if you want.
And a stagger about to happen here. Bang! There it is.
There it is. Take the riposte. Yeah, there's no way Dan is going to take this
Okay, if you're a player after every match, watch the POV of your opponent only. Oh, that's an interesting way to review.
Super combo. That's the
Yo, good morning, Nechti.
only thing I could really see killing Irony.
Often watch a player's match from their POV and then watch the commentary later, which is really
interesting
interesting to see the connections in hindsight. Ah.
Such nice dodges.
Okay, here is the
from
phase
him.
two.
He eats the glint blades.
Oh,
Phase 2. Oh, it's the blue.
okay.
Okay.
Blue is nice because you can just stay in her face and then you don't get hit. You even get a stagger. Yeah, yep.
Nice. Was scared not to talk too much and not give Domo that leader role in post game.
Very
This is
nice.
tough. This is tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, especially yeah, newer in the season. Like you don't. you haven't maybe figured out the entirety. But if you haven't yet, go watch the Swed versus Tom postgame. I actually thought it was very fun to listen to. And so I think you are completely allowed to if you want to.
Yeah, one more stagger.
And maybe if you have rapport with your opponent, you know, if it's with somebody who you haven't interacted with much, maybe they won't be as responsive. But
We'll definitely do it for Irony.
I think feel free to go
Just
into
has
it
to
like
keep up
that
the
if you'd like to.
pressure. Yeah, Dan's damage definitely a little better. You can see, gets tagged a bit, but just takes the time to heal up. Okay, Twin Moons, just don't jump wrong, and this is easy.
There we
Very
go.
nice.
Oh, misses the jump R2.
follow-up a little. Yep.
Super combo. Nope, never mind. I lied. Me and I lied.
Yeah, I
that was
do
very
like
right.
that Dan has the Savage Lion's Claw. I don't remember when you went to get it, but having Savage Lion's Claw, we mentioned at the early game that Irony was doing way more damage than Raydan's on the Colossal Finger Creeper, but now Raydan's doing more
Super combo. There it is.
than
there's the super combo.
Irony is.
Nice dodge.
Nice dodge.
Doing 800 per hit.
Is
Oh, Iron U got a stagger there versus... Oh, that was 700 from a jumping R2, yeah. So Raydan's doing more on a regular R1 than Iron U is on a jumping R2.
Nice
Yeah,
dodge.
500, yep.
Jizz. Oh, there's the stagger. That's it.
Wow,
that's
it.
Irony has got it.
Of course, Iron U was already in the fight first, so didn't really matter. But, you know, just going to show, like, the difference in damage really can start to make differences, but...
Dan has to go to Senesex. He doesn't.
Dan had Gaia Skidoo. Yes. You know, maybe unlike someone will in a future game that we're about to review.
But you have to go to Senesex.
Wow, devastation.
Dan, get
I
out
think
of
a
there.
base game square I hate maybe Estelle's. Can I think of a base game square I hate? There was one that I hated, but it got removed, which was Millicent Invader. I think it's removed. I'm pretty sure it's gone. Yeah, no, I mean, I think base game has all pretty good squares, I feel like. Finger Slayer, Blade, or Fia, maybe Morgott, Great Rune, or Fire Giant. Yeah, I could see any of those. Maybe O'Neal for you. I'll go O'Neal. Actually, I think that is kind of a good call. I think O'Neal kind of... maybe it should be kill O'Neal without Baboosh. Because, like...
Get out of there. This is not worth
I kind of
finishing.
feel like the early O'Neal with
Irony
Baboosh
clapped
is
it
kind of
on
very
himself.
RNG and kind of whatever.
That was a very solid
Okay.
Rolava.
Oh, he's actually headed right for it. He wants to finish his vegetables. He doesn't think that Dan has access to the southern
It's
coast.
no longer one, but Renala all unique summon. Oh, good point. I don't hate the square, but I hate that the square is worse than it could be. I still hate Renala 4 summons. I still don't think there's any reason to require you to just sit around and wait for the RNG of when she's going to summon. Because sometimes she summons back to back to back, and sometimes they're just sitting there for minutes going, is she gonna summon? Is she gonna summon? So, I think that square... I like a Renala square. I love a Renala square. I don't like... I wouldn't say hate, but I don't like that specific version of the Renala square. It's a lot better. I used to hate it. Now I only don't like it.
She does, but I mean, there are incidents on.
Kill O'Neal without geysers would probably work, but if he wants consistent wording without status effects, should work just fine. No, because he doesn't actually get rotted from them. He doesn't literally get the status effect of rot. He just gets hit by the actual damage of the geyser. He's immune to rot, I believe. Not that it matters to Bingo, but anyone have any idea why the heck Millicent invades? She's normally one of the best buddies if you do her quest line. I don't know. I don't know the lore.
Incidents that can happen on.
Didn't Dan infuse heavy by now? Yes, he did infuse heavy. That honestly is probably a big difference.
Really not like to get forced into. He's
So
probably
yes,
saying
he probably
Senesex,
has more Skidoo and is
and
also
he's maybe
heavy.
saying Bale, and he's forced into both, kind of. So
I'd say
Still
80%
Remembrance
of
X only
players
is fine,
guess
but
would
it
be
sucks
their
when there's
answer is,
2 or 3
I
of them
do
on the
not-
board, especially if Nefelia Lu is also on it. I Yeah, I do kind of agree. There's kind of too many. I think sorceries and incant only, I think, is already currently an exclusive. And we might want to have daggers and whips only. Or no, we probably want... I think I would want sorcery, incant, and bow to all be... You can only have one. And then dagger and whip. Maybe and even Memby to all be one, so you could only have at most 2 on the board? I'm not sure. I
want to deal with Senisax. And sadly,
I mean, you could always also have the Feli-Lu, but that's kind of a separate thing.
Picking to do. You can do, like, you know what? I just go for Egon's Furled Finger and...
It's kind of like Occultation Grace in DLC. Yeah.
Fail. You know what?
Which is interesting because there is actually a good strategy around it. But the strategy is don't do it. Like,
I'll blew right past the square.
It's kind of funny when the strategy is, hey, you shouldn't do this, otherwise you're losing yourself time.
I think it's very, very easy, quick pickups, and then you can just...
So how did this game flip in Dan's favor?
Grab the one at the
oh, sorry, spoilers. Because still currently Iron you definitely in the driver's seat.
Let Irony take those?
Not even, no.
I kind of forgot. I was supposed to not be.
10.
Anyway.
There's the double stone drop.
You could kill Senisax and then get your third one. Yeah, that's true.
Spoilers.
You could do it. The double stone drop.
I feel like
Dan's was listening to me with the Senisax.
Like, I just go max upgrade materials
or
here.
honestly,
like,
maybe even more Domo. With the
Senisax
Senisax and max upgrade materials.
Get the Senisax and the max upgrade materials. Now we're tied 8-8. So if I'm Irony, I just take away those max upgrade materials. I'm definitely at 9, and the best you can do is get to 7 with the Senisax kill. So that's what I'm thinking if I'm Irony, but maybe he wants to play really aggressive. Maybe he's
just casually holding 800,000 runes later. Right now he's holding 400,000. So, I mean, at a certain point, levels don't matter that much. Which is why you should level Faith and get Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength. But Iron does not.
Dragon Man dropped for Raidans. We'll see here.
So he's just got all these runes sitting here with just like nothing meaningful to do with them.
The fight, or how late to the match we are at 54 minutes. His R1s are not that impressive, I feel like.
Money not giga important in DLC, to be fair.
Solid.
Yeah.
I think it's mainly
well, it's giga important at the start because you can buy a bunch of talismans and those help a lot. Giga important for early levels because getting to like 40 strength, even 60, is a good increase in your damage. You know, stuff like that. Giga important for getting online, but once you are online, the rest of the money is just like, who cares? So you might as well go for something extra that you can add on top.
Heavy Infusion adds a lot of damage. Even Frost Infusion can actually do...
Yeah, technically, when you're two-handing, it's actually 54 is the soft cap for strength.
Close to as much.
You don't actually need to go all the way to 60. You can, but it gets a lot less effective after 54.
I mean, it's greedy, but you're behind. Playing greedy is kind of how you come back into it. And I wonder if he does get Egon's Furled Finger here quickly, is Irony going to continue on to Senisax? Or is he going to go, oh, well, I guess Dan's ahead of me. I guess I'll go somewhere else.
I mean,
I don't know why Automod held that for a bit.
Irony squares here, by the way. There is no south
People
side.
continue to forget to buy talismans later in the game. Yeah, if you are not already maxed out on your best talismans, definitely going back to buy them is super, super important.
Has to spend something on resummoning, and he's very low. Okay, does manage to heal up here. That was so scary, though. He almost got one shot, even though we're kind of late into the game. Like, these do so much damage. Has to worry about the fire from the other one. It's headed right for him. Okay, he's
fizzles out right behind his back.
Didn't hit him.
Leg hair singed.
Oh my gosh.
On tech for Garu, where after you stagger him, you get behind him and spam R1 and he can't shield in time. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I kind of have done that before. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Most of the times you buy talismans after the first big kill. I agree. First big kill. Your Red Bear, Rolana, Hippo, even Ancient Dragon Man. Although how many runes does Ancient Dragon Man give? I don't remember. I think it's less, but even Ancient Dragon Man, you go back for some talismans.
That was way too close.
And then
But
you'll
yeah, I mean,
be
for Ray
pretty
Bans here, this is kind of a
reasonably
good
set up.
call, obviously, trying to take away some of the clumpy synergy that is Egon's Furled Finger, Bale, and Senesax.
I also still need to figure out for sure whether Heavy plus Frost Grease is actually better than Cold Infusion. Like, it makes sense that it probably is, but I need to figure out for sure that it is, and if so, by how much. Like, how many Frost Greases do you need to, you know, keep this up? Like, is it good enough that it's worth an extra trip back to Kale to get some more grease? Because if you only go back once, and you could only buy, you know, 4 grease, or you could buy the cold wet blade, which would be better, basically, is the question. And I don't know.
As a 3-for-1,
Because I'm almost,
Jagged Peak Mountain.
maybe not
But,
almost
yeah,
positive,
overall
but
the I'm just not
it
super
feels
impressed with
correct
either.
to me
Results
that
is
going
saying
back
Fusion
for
would help
grease
so much
more
for
than
sure, and it
once
doesn't take that much time.
would
Here,
be
his fire attack though from the dragon. He's
not
gotta get out of
good.
this heat.
Would be not worth it.
And now Iron.
Yeah.
Depends on weapon
Irony
too,
got
maybe.
past Ancient-
I'm sure it does depend on weapon, but I mean, I would just pick a random weapon and say close enough. Other weapons might be slightly more or slightly less worth it, but close enough. Tails, it
Dragon
never
maybe
fails.
also making his way towards
Depends on the
Finger.
weapon, right? Some weapons
If not
retain a
Senesax.
surprisingly good amount of strength
See,
scaling and
there's-
physical to magic
obviously
ratio
there
on
are
cold, and
4
others lose a
different
ton.
squares he can go for in this area specifically.
I feel like the ones I've looked at have all been kind of close, but after you get Val, Flame Grant Me Strength, the grease is overkill in most cases. I mean, ain't no kill like overkill. Like, if I'm getting Egon's Furled Finger, I want to overkill the Drakes, because this sucks. If I'm killing Senesax, I want to overkill Senesax, because it sucks. If I'm
Druinus
killing
has been
Bale,
added
I want to
as a
overkill
VIP.
Bale, because it sucks.
Congratulations.
If I'm doing Leda, if I'm doing Consort, if I'm doing Metter, if I'm doing... Like, there's so many that I'm like...
He could go for max
Yes,
upgrade,
I would like
Senesax,
to
Egon's Furled Finger,
do
or
too much
Bale,
damage.
And
Yes, please.
either way, any way that he does it, it's going to be a very, very interesting
Dude.
game here.
If Raidance can clutch the Senesax fight though after Furled Finger, this diagonal is disgusting.
Is it true that you don't wear pants when you wear that vest and tie? Who knows?
Down to 6 flash,
Who knows?
less than a half, whereas the Jagged Peak Drake still at half health.
I mean, why would I need to wear pants if I simply don't have legs?
Not on a good pace to beat this fight.
Everyone knows
He's gotta
streamers
clutch up a
don't
little
have
here.
legs. That's a
Okay,
long hafted
getting a
axe. I
little-
feel this is why I felt if weapon rando trolls you, it can downslide for you easily. I think long hafted axe is really, really, really good. I think it is the second best great axe for me. I think it's Omen Killer Cleaver, long hafted axe. And then all the other axes, great axe, they're all like really good. And then Death Knight's long hafted axe.
A little bit more progress.
More
But
fire.
Irony getting progress up the mountain as well.
Long hafted axe is Pog, yeah.
Right, yeah, Irony about to be at the dueling Drakes fight.
It's basically about as much damage as other great axes. And then you just get a little bit of extra reach, so it's easier to hit things with, I think.
Rides right on by. Nice stagger. If he can get it
For Executioners, your favorite weapon in Elden Ring. Why?
It's clipped by the wing. He's not even
It
going
feels
for
very
no, fire's
generic
tall.
for that.
Wow.
big damage lost.
Oh no, the fire's right there. He
Oh,
gets knocked off his horse.
clipped his
Dan got knocked off his horse
He's
like
down to
7
4
times this
blasts.
fight.
That's not a lot left. I mean, the Jagged Peak Drake is at 25%. Is Irony going for it? I don't know if he skipped the grace or if he grabbed it on the way. Is he going for it? He's thinking about it, thinking about it.
Is he going for it?
Oh,
He's
this was
looking at the
also...
Drake.
That was devastating
Oh
for
my God,
Irony.
Irony dies.
And instantly killed! Instantly killed!
Wow, instantly
Did he grab
punished.
the grace or did he skip a?
Oh
I mean,
boy.
that's so
This
tough.
could have been so bad
We'll
if
see,
he
we'll see.
skipped
Where
the
does he
grace.
spawn?
Oh,
He does have the grace. He does have the
okay,
grace
he
here.
did.
Load in rando with Dagger Talisman and Fire Flame Art on riposte. Insane damage. Dan, I need you to lock in.
But Raydance is right about to get the kill here.
Are we having a Senesax race? I think we are. There it is. Bang.
Nice. Rusted Anchor up there too as a great axe. Oh, true, actually. Maybe Rusted Anchor is actually my second favorite. No, it probably is. It's probably Omen Killer, Rusted Anchor, Long Haft, Great Axe, Long Haft, Death Knight's Long Haft Axe.
Bang. All right, get the finger.
Irony's got 550,000 runes. Spend the goddamn money. you're not that strong.
Oh, what do you need to spend it for? Okay, Irony
There it
is
is.
going right by. There's
But it's
the
an
on-throw
anchor, not an
finger.
axe. Well,
They both know they're both
you
in the
can swing
jacket
it like an
peak.
axe,
I
so that
mean,
counts.
God, he's nodding.
This
He's
is
like,
risky
okay,
from
let's
Irony.
go.
Instantly killed waiting for Midge to mention Skidoo. Wouldn't have actually helped Iron Yu. He was kind of just got double hit by the fire. Double hit by the fire just sucks. But, I mean, you can see how bad Iron Yu's defense is. Just look at...
Spend the goddamn money.
Look at how much damage he takes from the single fire hit.
Thinking about it.
Is he going for it?
He's looking at the Drake.
Oh
See how
my
he
God,
almost gets
Irony
one shot?
dies.
Genuinely, like,
Instantly killed. Instantly.
his Skidoo level has to be very low.
If you get sniped and you, but if you get the Senesax
Also, just regular
kill,
Great Axe
you
is
just
awesome.
win.
Amazing strength
So it's
scaling.
a
True.
Huge risk, huge reward. This could determine the game.
Do you grab the... No, you just go for Stake of America here. You don't have to grab the Grace, right?
You just
I
gotta,
would
you just
love
gotta
to-
go for the stake of America.
I
Winged
would
Great
grab
Horn and
Grease
PK
instead of go.
Cleaver,
Get a Rod
both
Grease, get a Frost
solid.
Grease, get, you know,
I don't
Dragon
love
Wood
Winged
Grease,
Great
whatever you
Horn,
need
but
just
I
to
like
make
I
this
like
fight
PK Cleaver
less
pretty good.
miserable.
Yeah, they do both.
I like
have
that it has
Frost Grease.
Frost
I can
on
see
it.
it on both of their bars, so it's not like they have.
Great Horn is
nothing
hammer?
here, but I mean, yeah, it's gonna
Oh.
come down to it.
Is it?
We're gonna see whoever has the better fight here is either going to instantly
thought it
win
was
the game
Axe.
or at least be leading in the game.
PK
Radiant's
Cleaver
not
has Frost, so
going
it's
for it
auto
right away.
good.
He's
Yep.
actually going past Senesax.
Okay, this is
Wow.
huge for Irony.
No.
I do think
He's turning
Radiant's
around.
damage is still better.
Yeah, I think Dan was thinking about going to the Grace to get his flasks back, but
Oh,
decides to
he-
just die to
maybe he just
Senesax
wanted to run
instead.
past the lightning. That is a good call. He's dying on purpose. Oh, he needs his flask back. He only has 4 flasks from the dueling drakes. He wants to die on purpose in the Stake of America in order to get his flasks back.
Smart. Using the Stake of
Okay.
America for the Physic and Flask reset.
Yeah. Very smart.
But this way, Irony has a head start on Senesax, but he takes a huge lightning shock here. Fire attack coming out here now from Senesax. He
Perfect
does
attack to
have
see.
some time to go heal up. Gets full health back. Very,
Yep.
very nice. This Aftershock is dangerous. Trying to do the head tech. There it is, though.
Oh,
Slams him.
nice headshot.
Nice. Yeah, both of them just fighting Senesax here. Obviously, this makes sense for both of them. Like, the strategy on this one is there is no strategy. If you win Senesax, you win the game if you're Iron Yu. And if you win Senesax, you don't lose the game if you're Raydans. So just super, super necessary for both of them. Now, Raydans going for Egon's Furled Finger before this is the interesting decision that was made. Because Raydans didn't necessarily have a way to know exactly how far away Iron Yu was. Maybe could have kind of inferred it from Iron Yu not having marked anything yet in Southern Coast, but like I don't know, was definitely quite a risk to take. A risk that does, I mean, he's in the Senesax fight at the same time, so he's at least given himself a chance still. He didn't like throw away the game and have Iron Yu like a minute ahead on Senesax or anything.
We'll see how good Raydan's damage is in comparison. I think Raydan's damage
And I mean, Dan was a little bit behind, so taking a risk like that, I don't think is a bad call.
has to
necessarily.
be a little higher, just with the heavy infusion.
It's
Ooh, does not
risky,
get the right dodge.
but
Neither of them gets the right
you
dodge.
gotta
Both
take
of
some
them
risks if you're behind.
Getting, hit a little low. Okay, Iron Yu does.
Have you ever tried baiting
heal up,
Senesax
so
out
does
of water and fighting him
Raydan's.
there?
They're
It's
both
so much
fine.
easier.
Raydan's damage is not great either.
I don't really think it is. I feel like the
Again.
They gotta be
the
careful
hill
here. Absolutely.
is very
Raydan's getting
confusing
good
for
RNG
me.
for that
I
fire
don't
attack,
understand
gets
how
some
to fight him
punches
on the
in.
hill.
Tries to get the frost proc off on Senesax first. Senesax now dealing with
Big headshot
Irony.
for Raydance. He's caught up in damage
Huge.
almost.
Oh,
Look at that. And
wow.
Irony getting hit again. He's going to have to spend multiple more heals. He's down to 8 at this point. He's going to be down to 6 after this. Raydance still at 12 and is caught completely up in damage and is doing more per hit. Raydance has yellow damage. Irony does not have yellow damage.
Here is where Skidoo is king. Here is where Skidoo is king. You can just see how much more damage. I mean, also Savage Lion's Claw for heavy. But you can just see how much more damage Raydance is doing per hit and taking less damage every time he gets hit himself.
Oh my goodness.
Big Frost
Dan
Brock
playing
here
out
for
of his mind
Raydance.
here.
My lord. Very nice headshots here from Raydance.
So like Raydance doesn't even necessarily have to be too scared of getting one shot, or even two shots he might live.
Heals all the way back to full, now down to 10 heals, whereas Irony has 6. Oh my goodness.
Ray is running away with this fight right now with these headshots.
Like, surprisingly, and I said, I didn't love the play necessarily. The early Remembrance boss hitless for Dan, just giving him extra Skidoo, has actually kind of carried through this game. It has just made him a little bit faster than Ironu at everything, and has allowed him to just keep, like, I'll gain time here, and then I'll gain a little time here, and then I'll gain a little time here. And it really has just constantly put him closer and closer and closer to overtaking.
Back to back, Senesax crashing into the
That was
floor.
awesome for Season 4 when you have the
Nice
Hugga cut,
dodge
now
here from
just
Ray.
head
10
tech.
flasks still compared to 6 flasks here for Irony.
For me, it was giga weird that Domo was calling Dan Ray. I mean, if you looked at his name, it makes sense, but yes, he likes to be called by Dan. Was just confused at sometimes. Yeah, yeah.
Again, has to heal up again. They are both just slowly bleeding flasks here. It's 8 flasks left on Dan's side compared to 5. It's going to be 4 on Irony's side, trying to get out of there.
Did it also confuse you when we were calling him Irony instead of Ironu? Because we did
On
not
his
know.
horse, just runs away.
He's down to 3
He's
flasks.
pivoting. He's pivoting.
Oh,
He just wants to go for
wow.
unique max upgrade materials. He says, I'm not going to win this.
Big
Wow,
call
what a
here from
call to
Irony.
make.
Big call.
Yeah.
Very big call.
Honestly, yeah, great call. Like, he genuinely was just not going to win this fight. Like, 70% of Senesax's health left, 3 healing flasks left. Get out of there. You're
He's like,
just
this is
actually
not gonna
not
work.
winning
It's
that
just not gonna
fight.
work. And you know what?
But that's
He's-
fine because he's still ahead in majority, so he just has to take
Right.
away the synergy that Dan can get from doing Senesax. He just has to take away max upgrade materials,
Completely
and then it'll
right.
be...
It's too much of a
It'll be
He
totally
might
fine.
Just go for the grace and then come back in. You can always, you know, there's a potential to bet on your opponent having a bigger
For me, he is Raymond Daniels, yes.
incident than you. But if I'm him, I'm thinking, no. Let me just get the
Going
max
bail.
upgrade materials. Let me go bail. Yeah, let me put the pressure on in other ways. So I do think this makes a lot of sense from Irony.
Ray now taking some extra hits here. Gets the good RNG right now. Fire breath from Senesax.
Good fire attack.
Senesax. Senesax.
But he's down to 5 heals, and now Senesax is at half health. He's got less than half heals for less than half health Senesax. He's only barely keeping up. If he has any more big hits that he's taking, he could easily run out of heals and just slowly bleed down.
I'd call him Iron since French has so many silent letters at the end of words. Yeah.
In this fight and not be able to get the kill. So
Yeah, Iron
to
is
play
a good
really well
is a
from
good
here.
halfway. Just
nice attack, gets a free headshot. Oh, his damage is a little lower though now that he doesn't have the
you
frost
don't have
grease
to worry
anymore.
about the second bit.
Oh, still a nice head hit there.
Let's bring him up on the big screen here.
That transition like jump scared me. I was like
Overall, fantastic fight, though, from Ray. Not going to lie.
Very
nice.
locked
If he had
in on like,
blockers
is he gonna get this
Dude,
dodge? Is he gonna
this
get this
would've been
dodge?
so-
And then all of a sudden,
I know.
uh-oh,
Would've
don't
been
get to
over,
see the
actually,
dodge.
I
And I'm like, oh. And then we come back and he's fine.
It doesn't quite do that much. I mean, Rock Grease is great. It's not 40% of the boss's health great.
That's like
let's
a
cool it a little
quarter.
bit.
That's like a quarter. That's not a 40%.
Hydrate.
As
Give it a hydrate.
30%. We'll call it 30%.
Sure. Big lightning strike here, though, from Senesax. Ray might have a chance to actually stagger Senesax with his consistent hits. Another headshot. Such a nice headshot.
Very nice. Watches, dodges in on that big lightning strike. Really nice dodge. It's a very scary dodge to do, but actually once it hits, it doesn't have a lingering hit.
Casterman just scared. I'm just sitting here listening to myself cast. Like, I can't do a better job than myself
hit
here.
In the hands. Gets hit a little more. Down to 4 flasks.
Fire breath.
No,
Oh,
he's gonna get burned. No, he barely does not. He was in that fire the whole time, but the iframes on Torrent just barely keep him alive there. He's got to heal up again, though. He's going to be down to 3 flasks. Oh, what a scary dodge. Okay. Good attack from Senesax. Down to 3 flasks. Dodge out, dodge in. Very nice. Hit him in the head.
Oh, wow. Another headshot.
He does not have yellow damage if he does not have the Blade of Mercy, or sorry, the Ritual Sword, and is not hitting in the head, though. So his damage has kind of fallen off a bit here.
3 flasks left here for
down
Ray.
to
You be reviewing yourself. That's what I should do.
15% health left, maybe 10.
Nice
Big
dodge.
headshot.
They didn't have a lot of plot armor this match. That is how it can
Good
feel.
dodges. Oh my
Very
god.
nice.
5% health left.
The
He just
script
needs
writers
maybe
went
like
crazy
2
on
or
this
3
one.
more headshots or something like 5 to 10 regular hits. Okay, at this point, a headshot might do it.
There it is!
Is.
Wow.
Wow, that
Bang.
damage.
Raidans, let's go.
And he gets
Senesax could not be staggered. She, whatever. It's never can.
10 with this, by the way.
That
You
is
get the
bingo.
diagonal
Simple.
block.
Yep.
Somber and smithing 10. Yeah, go get the last one, Dan, right now. I mean,
Wow.
I might even skip this Grace. Nah, I'd probably grab it. Grab the Grace and then immediately go to that Grave or Ghost Glove Wart. Great. That one. And then, wow. He'll be ahead majority. He'll have blocked the lines. He'll be doing great.
I love when Dom is like so locked in and then he like suddenly thinks about what I'm saying and he's like, he just starts laughing because he just like realizes what I'm saying.
Brave, go. Wow.
Ghost Grave. Whoa, there is one more line from the block, which is the center column. But, I mean, if he gets bail.
Go for corner to corner bingo. I mean, that doesn't really work for Iron Yu. He can't really do the bingo because Raidans is about to get the max upgrade materials. If Iron Yu had done the max upgrade materials in the meantime, all of a sudden Iron Yu still has 1 hippo down. He could kill a second hippo, which, by the way, he did 1 hippo before he had his 3rd square, I think. And he has still just sat at 1 hippo. So that's kind of what I meant earlier when I said I don't really see the point in doing this hippo early until you have access to a 2nd hippo. Is it almost feels like the whole game he's kind of just like waited till he found a reason to go to a 2nd hippo. And so since he hasn't, he's just been kind of with half a square that's kind of doing nothing dangling over there for him. So
Cooking.
no, Dan can go corner to corner. Oh, sorry, you meant this way. Sorry. Yeah, it's possible.
Dude, yeah, this diagonal could be absolutely devastating for Irony, right? Ray clutching up on the Senesax fight, clutching up on Egon's furled finger.
Yeah. So, yeah, Bale, enemy NPC drop talismans, letter nulls. I mean, that's a
Egon
really
ready
tough.
for Bale on
That's
top
a
of this.
really, all 3 of those are super slow squares. Like, not a
for
one
matchup
of those
first to block this
is in
diagonal,
any way
and they can
rushable. So,
immediately move into offensive position here with this board.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that Irony did not go for the unique max upgrade materials.
new way to
'cause he was
bingo,
definitely in a position where
4
he could've
corners
taken
and a
that away
center
and
square.
took away the synergy from Raidans. but
yeah,
he's
because
given
what
it
we
up.
really need is
Does
to
not
give
keep the
more
pressure on
power to the
diagonal,
center
loses
square.
out on the diagonal and loses out on the majority. It's now 9-8 in Raidan's favor.
Yeah, and slowly this board is flipping.
It's not Irony EU. It is not
into
Irony
Ray
EU.
having
We have it directly confirmed from Roma, who knows him, that it is pronounced. Hold.
Ironieux.
I run you. It's pronounced like that.
a possible winning position now. We have this row 4. We have this diagonal.
I
Irony
run
still has his
you,
column
yeah.
3 to work on. If he gets Bale, he could actually still kind of shake
Just
up.
notice this commentator kind of
Ray
looks like you.
into playing a bit more
Nah.
defensively here, but once this burn the
He's
ceiling
much
tree is
too
gone, I
handsome.
think that's exactly what Ray's thinking. If I get burned the ceiling tree, I block column 3, but I also progress my row 4. This is the next best call.
Did I just see that Ironyu uses mouse and keyboard? Are there more bingo brawlers using mouse and keyboard this season? Good question. I actually don't know who all uses mouse and keyboard or not.
Absolutely. I love this play.
And I believe Ironyu actually uses controller, but moves his hand from his controller up to his mouse in order to do map menuing because it's faster.
Progress my row.
So I believe if we see him do the warp here,
Have this diagonal.
yeah, you can see literally his arm has to move forward to grab the mouse to do the menuing, and then he moves his arm back.
Ray into playing a bit more defensively here, but once this burn the ceiling tree is gone, and I think that's exactly what Ray's thinking. If I get burned the ceiling,
Bro's got the receipts. It's almost like that other caster is using a green screen to Photoshop himself in your home. That'd be a strange thing to do, wouldn't it?
I block column 3, but I also progress my row 4. This is the next.
Yeah, you can
best
see the
call.
mouse too.
Huge,
In the camera?
Huge play there from Ray Dans. Absolutely. I love this play. Yeah. Block your opponent's line, set up your own line.
I do that aiming the
think
bow
this
too.
is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
second
makes
most
sense.
important square on the board right now. I think Bale.
Everyone this season is controller. Oh, that's a
still,
little
with the
sad.
diagonal would be super powerful, but I think burn the ceiling tree way easier, way faster, and accomplishes most of the same things. So I think this is a great, great call from Ray.
You know what? I changed my mind. Everyone's saying we don't have good enough players this season. So true. So true. All we have is controller players. Clearly not good enough players. You're only a good enough player if you're a mouse and keyboard player. So honestly, none of these players deserve to be in the season.
I absolutely love this.
I like this a lot. Both of them making very strong calls here right now. And I think Irony is going for painting rewards. He sees the row forward. He's like, you know what? He already killed Romina. I'm not going to be able to beat
Controller
Birdie Ceiling Tree.
plebs.
I would have to go for that right now. And I believe that he's doing that right now. So I'm going to go for painting rewards. So great call from Irony, really recognizing the advantages and disadvantages that he has on the board, being like, you know what? Okay, talismans, that's going to suck. Painting rewards right now is the fastest thing I can do. And I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Hippos is probably the fastest thing you can do, but I don't mind painting rewards at all either.
Ray Dans, get the Golden Vow, Flame Grant Me Strength here, get up a little bit of faith with all the money that he's got, but I don't think that's quite the style of player that he is, so he instead just buys a whole ton of grease, hopefully enough to basically last him through the rest of the game, and is heading right into Mesmer. He's leaving 207.
That's why you're only commenting it would not be fair. Yeah, of course, it'd be too easy to win the whole season.
75,000 runes unspent.
And Can's mentioned.
I don't know about that. I'd probably spend them. But
If only the controller on
he's
camera
already
wasn't so
powerful.
bad.
What do you
I
really
mean,
need at
yeah.
this point?
I mean,
What
how
you need
wouldn't
is
it be bad
affinity.
though? Like
Whatever,
that's just
he has
that's
it. I
that
like-
is the downside.
doing great.
He's got heavy.
As long as you can lock onto a boss though, like it's
Yeah,
fine.
oh, look at that damage. Way better now. Way, way better.
Yeah.
Oh,
He did
early
not
roll.
apply a freeze grease. He thought you could do the dancing lion tech, I think, where you open the door, then roll backwards, and you don't get put into the cutscene. But no, you do have to apply it before the fight, or you have to apply it during the fight. You cannot just open the door then apply it. But I mean,
Out of
his damage is
curiosity,
solid, but he's got
who used to play in
Cannonball.
keyboard
He
and
is
mouse in
so
previous
low and out there.
seasons?
Good
Me,
stagger.
last
He
season.
just kneels in the boss's
Nice.
face, still takes the riposte. Nice, nice. Okay,
Irony
is he gonna heal
going
up again here?
back.
No, goes for a charge star too.
Outside of that, I don't know.
Oh, he is, I think, applying his affinity.
Switched from mouse and keyboard to controller after 2 playthroughs, and now I understand why players have a hard time with things like skips and the 3-finger drop.
And also
It's so much
really
easier with
wide
mouse
open.
and keyboard.
Both very
Yep.
nice, very, very nice. here.
Specifically
Okay, so
for
Irony now
skips and
might be
speedrun
setting up for
stuff,
Romina.
like
think
I
did see
really
that
feel like
Grace. Yeah,
mouse
he
and
is
keyboard
looking at
feels a
Burn
lot
Ceiling Tree,
easier.
but that-
It's not better, right? Because everything that you can do on mouse and keyboard, you can do on controller. Everything you can do on controller, you can do on mouse and keyboard. They're both perfectly viable. But it does feel a lot easier for me to line stuff up on keyboard and mouse, where all I need to do is like be told a camera direction, and then it just works. Whereas on controller, you have to like get so good at feeling it that you can do it even at weird camera angles.
Problem. He's gonna have 4 NPCs there. He's gonna have more. He's gonna have Horn Scent, and he's gonna have your normal Dryleaf Dane and Letta. So that's a scary fight. for
Parkour
him
in general
later,
is
but I guess
easier
that's
to
a
me with
problem
mouse
for
and
later.
keyboard. I
Current
also find
Dan
it quite
is
easy,
cooking.
but
Current irony is Frost greasing this
Betting
Romina, by the way.
all his bingo
really
matches on
solid
Lanciac
damage at
skip
this
on
point.
keyboard and
Both of
mouse
them
would be
now
peak.
have
It's
that affinity
actually
that they
free
need
on keyboard
to
and mouse.
really pump
Actually
up their
free.
late game damage. And Ray having a really solid Mesmer fight here.
Also, you're a better commentator than the ones you see at top tournaments. Yo, thank you. Thank you. I don't know about better than ones you see at top tournaments, but I'm hoping to at least get to be on that level. So it is quite kind of you to say that. I'm working hard on being as good of a commentator as I can.
The ceiling tree, get some nice dodges in, some nice punishes.
Romina, my beloved,
Romina
yeah.
almost dead here for irony though as well. This fight's going really, really quick for him.
Yeah, and here's one of the hidden benefits why I am such a Romina evangelist as other things were. Also a Mesmer evangelist if he had been on this board, is because anytime there's Burn the Ceiling Tree, Letta and her allies, things like that on the board, people kind of just say, oh, that's a late square, I don't have to worry about it. But Dan having done Romina earlier and taking it away from Ironyu just puts him far enough ahead on Burn the Ceiling Tree that all he has to do is clutch out this Mesmer, and then he gets a huge snipe, and that's like...
On Mesmer, Dan has to heal.
That's a giant swing. So going for things early, even that synergize with something late, can be super valuable, as opposed to going for something early that doesn't synergize with anything. Like, I think there might be a little bit of undervaluing going on for late synergy.
Nice dodge. He goes for the charge R2 instead of healing. Dan, what are you doing? You're a crazy person. Heal. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, he's fine now.
The
Games were so good. I was yelling at the screen. I know, they were so good.
All right, nice R1s, nice R1s. Do we get another stagger here before the end of the fight?
How about you do a Sekiro speedrun and set a new record, but with controller, not mouse and keyboard? Well, I can't. There's no way I could set a new record with controller. That would not happen.
Mesmer. So I think Mesmer's stagger has entirely reset, and he's gonna have to just kill him through raw damage. But that's 2 more R1s. At the end of this, he has time.
Imagine Tarnished Edition would include built-in bingo. That would be wild.
Nice Mesmer kill.
Oh, and now
this will be
Irony
huge
is gonna
for
go for
him.
Mesmer, but it's too late. Mesmer is already dying on Ray's screen. Ray is gonna port here into immediately the Church Bud entry.
Super minor thing for Ironyu. He actually should have gone for Mesmer first before Romina, for 2 reasons. I'm sure the first reason is obvious, because after you kill Romina, you can just immediately go and burn the ceiling tree without having to warp, so it saves you a warp. But then the secondary reason, there is a Skidoo tree fragment right up on the way to Mesmer, so grabbing that could get him 1 more level, which could have made the Romina fight faster as well. So you almost always should do the Mesmer kill before the Romina kill if your goal is burn the ceiling tree.
Huge problem.
Oh,
these guys make this look easy, but man, Elden Ring is hard. It's so hard.
Everything's just starting to snowball away from him.
Your record doesn't beat your own best. A personal best, if you will. A PB.
All slipping away. It is
I cannot beat my personal best on controller. There's no way. My personal bests are very good in Sekiro.
He sees that. I mean, he still eventually wants to do Mesmer for Letta and her ally.
One thing that I've thought of is doing console runs of Sekiro at some point, which would force me to do controller.
So
just because that is like separated on the leaderboard. So technically, any run I did would be a new PB.
Tough position. But there's still more game to play here. He can still bring it back if he needs to. Ray making some really good calls here, currently 10-8.
How about Elden Ring then? I still don't think I could beat my Elden Ring runs on controller.
Sets up your diagonal, sets up your row, and all
Thanks
of a
uses
sudden
controller too. Yep.
Irony either has to chase you on Letta, which he knows that you're ahead because you.
I think he does do mouse for some menuing, maybe not. I know Spicy did some mouse menuing and then eventually switched entirely to keyboard and mouse because he was like, wait, this is actually just better. But I think Blanks maybe is still just all controller. Aaron, my glasses.
Already burned the ceiling tree, or chase you on Bale, which he knows that you're ahead.
Demon's Souls speedruns when? Well, first I'd have to play Demon's Souls casually, so.
Rewards, which I think he's already a little set up for, so that wouldn't be so bad.
I don't see it.
Is XIM banned for console runs? What's XIM? Is that like using a keyboard? I don't know what that is. Before even trying.
I think that enemy NPC drop talismans could.
You said it wasn't better? No, but I'm a lot better at keyboard
What
and
I'm
mouse
seeing
than
here, actually,
controller.
from Ray might be
That's a whole
hippos. I
different
think
story.
This is going straight for golden hippo here.
Missed the head tech?
That's the wrong hippo.
Wait,
he just wants-
what head tech did you miss?
Her allies all slipping away. It is just all
Game.
which he's.
This is going straight for golden hippo here into ancient rattle
That's
hippo.
the wrong hippo.
I think he just wants to go for
Did you play Bloodborne? I have not played Bloodborne.
majority at this point.
Mouse and keyboard for console.
has
Okay.
a
Slower
majority
than
with
just heading
Burnt
down
Sentry.
south to Rakshasa. Yeah.
I don't
I think
know
it's a good
how
square.
it
Just win
works or
majority,
if it
you're
works.
fine. You-
I was talking to Jaws missed the Senesax fight. Oh, I gotcha. Sorry. I'm getting... I know it's only 3 a.m. and usually I would even go later than this, but like, I don't know. I feel like I have like a bit of a headache and I'm getting tired for some reason.
blocked every line. I think that's. not a
I can't be a degenerate anymore. I might have to start my
bad
streams
call.
earlier
I just
because
don't know about
like
doing the golden hippo, like it's just kind of
waking up early every weekend for bingo is just not allowing me to do my super late streams.
Getting down there does not take too long as you've got Shadowkeep access. So, but it'll work. Also, on the way down there,
You should play Sekiro on a steering wheel.
you could have grabbed
no.
the painting, so missing out on a little synergy.
Well,
But
actually,
I
maybe
still
that would
think
be
2
fun.
hippos is a good square to go for.
Maybe that would be fun,
Irony
actually, for a
grabbing the
one-off.
first painting reward here. Going to go for the second one. He does have the grace already after Senesax, so this should not take him that long to block this row 4. And then after that, what do we do? Because it's going to be 10 to 8, paintings 10 to 9, hippos 11 to 9. And all of a sudden, we have a lot of long squares to deal with here. That is Jolan Summon, Bale, 4-dropped NPC talent.
Yeah, I really do think, end of the game, I really think there's no reason to go for this hippo.
Lena and Iris.
Yeah, and it looks like
Like, I know the golden hippo isn't going to take all that long, but, like, that was so much running. That was so much running.
Irony is maybe going for the hippos here. He's going what looks to be down towards either the painting rewards or the hippos or both.
I think
and so I
early
think
going
he's
for
gonna
the
snipe
golden
Dan on
hippo
this. I
for
think
the
Dan is just gonna be
for the
kind of
money
some wasted
specifically,
time
but
here,
also it
so
gives you some
Irony
skidoo.
finding a good way to fight back
Like,
and
has
down by 2
reasons,
squares in
but-
majority, but definitely not out yet.
Very
I think
tough.
late game golden
Uphill
hippo
battle
just
now
makes
for
no
Irony
sense. I
after
think it's
losing
just
out
always
Senesax,
faster to
after
go down to
losing
the
out on
watering hole.
Symmetry. He's really
Agnew replied and is confirmed it is Agnew, but the U is pronounced like a Y followed by the second E in letter. Letter. Agnew. Something like that. Agnew.
got to figure out how to.
It's so weird because, like, in American English, like, what do you mean how you say the second E in letter? It's to then letter. But, like, that's, you know, not the way that the French say it. So, like,
Bring this back, has to make some really strong calls. It's going to be very,
it's
very
definitely
difficult for
not
him.
Irony
Spikes coming up for
EU.
Golden Hippo
Yeah,
here
yeah,
for
yeah.
Ray. Has some nice dodges already in the face to another nice dodge here from Ray again on the spikes. Might get a stagger here very soon.
nice.
If you know the German O with dots over it, it's that one. I do not know that one.
I don't know. The hippo ran away for quite a while. I think the stagger might get reset here. So I think you should just play it normally. He might get a stagger, but I wouldn't count on it if I am him. It doesn't look like he got
Spin
one.
Move. Okay.
Okay, but now he should have one soon. Now he's kept up the pressure. Probably 1 or 2 more R1s will be a stagger.
There it is.
Bang, there it is.
Nice.
Okay, is he going to get the riposte? Oh, he goes right for it. He didn't even take an extra R1 in the meantime. You don't really have to when the hippo's this
Back from a few hour break, are we still discussing Ireny's name? Yes. Uh-huh.
low. One more charged R2 would do it. Or
Until
2
we're
more
super
R1s
confident.
probably.
We also did this with Roman.
One more R1. There it is. Nice kill.
I don't think it would be worth timing how long this 2 hippos took over running down to the others. Yeah, it would be.
Straight up
It would
here
be
near
worth
Bale
timing that
getting-
at some
I
point.
think this is his second painting reward, so
It
he's
would
gonna
definitely be
maybe
worth
kinda
it.
tie it up here, 10 to 9, and if he wins hippos as well, if he snipes it, that's 10 to 10. That's even game.
Oh, man. Here we go. Double painting. I do believe Ray might be going for this other hippo here. He is going to steal hippos.
Oh. I think he is. I think it is. Yeah, I thought Irony was going to go straight for it after the painting reward, but no, he has to go back to the first floor. He didn't even grab the grace after the paintings.
Wow.
Oh, no. This is a huge, huge time loss.
English is the worst with how do you actually pronounce this? Yeah, if you say, oh, you pronounce it like the A in this word, it's like, oh, yeah, except that in America we pronounce that 7 different ways depending on what region in America you're in.
Dan's definitely gets this.
This is what I was saying. 11-9. Now big decisions.
And we also
have to be
don't
made.
say it the same way that, you know, someone with a European accent would say it if they were saying the same word.
Bale
So
with Egon's furled finger is good for Ray, not for Irony. He's got to make some strong choices to make up those deficits. That means Jolan summon. That means having
I was confident after Roma
Maybe
pronounced it
actually
in
even
DM
just
to you.
rushing Letta, Take away
Aha.
some priority. This is going to be so tough for Irony to kind of make up this difference right now because Ray has got huge 2 priorities, Bale and Letta.
We get some Russian or Chinese players so we
Yeah,
can learn
I think
even
Iris
more
of
languages.
Occultation,
Well,
kind of a
we
sleeper
did have
pick.
Russian
Like,
players
it's like
until
everything is
unfortunately they
gone other
were
places, but,
unable
like,
to
it's
make
not
the
that slow.
live
I like
finals.
He's going for
And
it.
I
And
believe
Ray
Chinese
is going
players
for it.
were
He's at the
actually
board of
asked,
reprimand. Irony skipped
but
the board of
were not
reprimand
interested,
earlier, so
I
he will
believe.
even have a harder time contesting this as well. All Ray Dance needs is Iris of Occultation.
In the
and
UK, where there are different
any
pronunciations
one
every
square.
20
Up to him with
miles.
one, I probably actually wouldn't do Leda because I don't want to deal with Moore and Horn Scent. That sounds miserable. But yeah, this is looking great for Raydans. He's enough in the lead. He can just send whatever he wants.
Oh my God, we're seeing Bale here.
Irenya cost himself the game by not going for upgrade mats and hippos IMO. Yeah, I would say, I would say there were a good number of mistakes made by him in this game, unfortunately. Which I think is due to the stress. I think he is an incredible player, and he has shown that through many, many, many competitions. But I don't think this was his best showing into the late game in this game. Like, obviously he was very stressed because the biggest thing actually is after Raydans marked non-merchant incantations, he still pursued it and wasted several minutes on a square that was already marked. Like, there's nothing you can really say except, like, damn, he was really stressed. In the post-game interview, he also mentioned that he noticed how he had 2 of the 3 Kindred cookbooks and then just forgot that he had the 2 of them, went off, did other things until Dan eventually marked it, and so he lost that square as well. I also mentioned to him, I asked about the 3 unique max upgrade materials after the match, and he said that he didn't know about the materials that are on the Dragon Mountain that would have been very fast to grab. He thought it would have been very slow to grab the one at the pillar and have to do a Ghost Flame Dragon, which would have been very slow. So if he had known about the ones on the Dragon Mountain, he would have done that. I didn't get his opinion on the hippos, though. The hippos, I do agree. He really did leave that for a very, very long time. Going for one early, which felt unnecessary, and then just never did a second one and tried to cash it in too late here at the end. I do think he had to go for painting rewards in order to block out the line from Raydans. Yeah, in the end, he's kind of just getting bullied. Now he's just getting bullied on squares. Now Raydans has too many line threats that he has to block. Irenya has to go for Bale in order to block the diagonal, so
All right.
he's just put into too tough of a spot.
Bring in the big screen.
It's a call I think you have to make.
Yeah,
I
he
think
did
you
not
have
mark
to
his
go
progress on the squares,
something
correct.
Like Bale here, just take a bit of a risk.
Oh, not bad damage, though. Look at
No wonder many of my friends really reluctant to learn English.
That.
Yeah.
Dragon Wound Grease,
That Dragon Wound
headshots.
Grease.
Very nice. Even with it not being pierced. Not bad, not bad. Misses the charge dart, too.
Oh, missed the headshot.
And this fat,
Okay.
featherless chicken is swinging at the ground here. Irony has to get in position to get these headshots in. Very strong damage.
SMH,
Very
Dan
strong
bullying.
damage.
Can you believe it?
Yeah, okay. There's the big flying move. It's not so scary in phase 1. In phase 2, it's got an extra explosion. Nice dodges. Keeps hitting him in the head. I mean, this damage is great. He should get a stagger soon.
Oh, nice
unless
roll.
Bale's-
Ooh.
He dodged
Like
the roll.
this.
Very nice dodge.
Very nice, yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the exact way that Ironyu fights Bale. It's the exact way I used to fight him until it was like, wait, he keeps breathing fire and I can't punish him. If you roll in and under him, he will almost always end his combos with like the fire breath, whereas if you roll more out and away from him, he will kind of just stop and you can hit him in the head once. So he's just losing some potential punish opportunities by rolling in. Same like here. He did get a hit on the leg, but then he gets hit by fire for it.
Why did he open up?
In randomizer, though, for some reason, Bale just doesn't do that. He just doesn't usually do the fire breath in randomizer. So in randomizer, you almost always want to roll under him. And I would assume Ironyu has done a lot more randomizer than Bingo at this point, so that might be what he's used to. In randomizer, you want to roll under him, but in Bingo, not so much.
I mean, his damage is still solid.
Not knowing where the mats are makes sense. I was wondering if he didn't know about the glove wards and backside Shadowkeep. I think he knows about that one, but not on the Dragon Mountain ones. And Rando, you can just camp his legs for whatever reason. Yeah, yeah. So he's playing like that, which is losing him a bit of time here. I know that remembering and keeping track of what you have progress on is part of the skill of a player has to learn from Bingo, but sometimes I think for commentating, it would be better for someone else to track what players are doing, so you can analyze better during the live play. I agree with that. This is something I haven't formally suggested, but I have a lot of just random ideas for, ooh, this would be cool, this would be cool. One of my random this would be cool ideas is if refs had a separate tracker from the players where the refs could mark how many each player has, both to keep track for themselves and also so then the commentators would get to see those marks and go, ah, Ironyu does in fact have exactly 2 of the Kindred cookbooks. I think that would be cool, but it would take a lot of, I think, work on the Bingo board itself.
Yep. Damn, he's gonna go for Iris into Letta probably. Damn, that's going to be tough here for Irony. After Bale, he has to go for Letta and allies.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what Raydans is going to go for after. Like,
Phase 2.
Letta is surprisingly hard for him based on the, you know, character decisions he's made so far.
I like to hear you guys count
Phase
sheep.
2 time.
I do like to count the sheep. That one is fun.
Dodge all the fire.
Hopefully he gets it.
Okay. Gag thought of. Next time I'm on commentary and we have the rolling lightning ram square, I'm going to start counting at around 3 or 4. I'm going to give a yawn. I'm going to go 3, 4. I'm going to keep counting and by the end of it, gag idea thought of. Gag idea thought of. All right. Next time I get a base game and that square happens to show up on commentary, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You guys are the first to know.
Stagger in phase 2 because not getting stagger phase 1 is definitely devastating here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ray also working on talismans here, talking to Ansbach. Maybe you're going to try and do an
That's what I've been doing if I was playing in the tournament.
Ooh, that could be the case. Or, I mean, you could give him the secret right scroll just for help on Letta. You could just be like, I'm scared. Help me, please.
Nice dodges, though, from Irony on this Bale fight. Very nice dodges. Charged R2.
Getting the sheep, but actually falling asleep since it's 5 a.m.
Nice
yep.
Jump R2.
Very nice.
R1s. Okay, okay.
Now we know that square won't ever show up again when Mitch is on comms. No! Oh. I also had a pre-planned gag that you'll hear later in the commentary that I didn't know if it was going to come up, but Dom specifically, like, just brought it up out of nowhere.
Unfortunately, did not get a punish after that.
About, you know, the
like
movie after the events of the Trojan War.
It's going to be close.
I feel like the rolling in is getting him in a little trouble because it's causing Bale to follow up with fire attacks, whereas if you stay a little bit more distance, you often won't, but there's the stagger! Okay, several hits that you can get and then just take the riposte.
Wow.
Bale does
No, the very
quickly,
recent
so you can't take too many hits here, but I mean, he's got Bale down to 15% health. He's almost there. Just a few more. I mean, this has been a really solid fight. He's at 11 flasks.
Fantastic.
He has only taken a few hits in total in the
Got an audible laugh out of me sitting here in my room alone. The rare IRL LOL. Yep.
An amazing fight from Irony.
I can't remember what the name of it is, but I really ought to see it.
Very nice dodges from Irony, 100%. Almost a classic textbook Bale fight here, hitting the head as often as possible to get those staggers, punish him for it, and then, oh, here we go. He didn't even get the insane fire breath attack yet, by the way. Insane RNG, actually, for Irony.
Yeah, he's not gotten it a single time. I think he's going to have
Plus scarf. Let's go. Got a plus scarf from
Assuming
Dan.
He can just get 1 or 2 more hits here. Misses that one.
Fire breath.
Yeah,
one jumping
once again,
R2
the
might
rolling
do it.
in causes
oh,
the
no,
fire
he gets
breath.
tagged.
Oh, gets caught.
A lot of
Okay,
IRL
he's
walls for
healing
these
up
matches,
the
but you were in a
giants.
watch
Roll
party.
that.
Oh, you guys did a
Jump
watch
bang.
party?
Beautiful, beautiful kill.
Nice.
Wow. And there it is. Bale being
Nice.
marked. Ray Dance.
Nice,
reaction.
Bale. And honestly, didn't even take that long.
Okay, being a bit surprised. Being like, okay.
Okay.
But also for a raise, probably like, okay, I'm making the right decision here. Iris of
There
Occultation
were a sea of
is
plus
open.
twos
And now we
deservedly.
see
Yep,
Irony
yep.
setting up here Forgel Land Summon. That comes with a dropped talisman, by the way. Because of Beloved Stardust.
It does. Yeah, you just have to blow a
Watch
finger
party was
and then
very
you'll get
hype,
one of
especially
them.
for
So I
all
think
these
this is
super
really
close
smart from
matches.
Irony.
Yeah.
But it comes down to what is Raydan's.
The transition screen is so long. I feel like it is too
gonna
long.
do after Iris. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be.
The funny thing is,
Irony's
it's
gonna have
not
to snipe 3
even
times in a
that
row.
long. It's just like, I don't
Well,
know,
we have seen
Elden
that
Ring
before.
and
We have
Bingo
seen
is a
more
game
than
that
3
you,
times in a row
like,
before. This
every
is
single
not
moment
by
feels
any means
impactful.
over.
So
And
losing
Irony, I would
even
say,
a
is
second or two
arguably
feels
ahead
like, what the
in
heck happened?
Basically every square. He's
Besides
gonna be ahead in
talismans.
Yolan because he'll have blown a finger. He's gonna be, I think he
Didn't drag on
he'll
for
be close to
long.
ahead, maybe ahead in talismans because of having blown a finger. I don't know, that one
It could be cut in
maybe not.
half. I kind of think, as much as like it's really cool, I like the look of it. I kind of think it just needs to be replaced with just a different transition that is a non-destructive transition, if that makes sense. A transition that at no point fully blocks your view. So either just like a hard cut, a fade, but like a very quick fade, so that it's just like a very quick, you know, whoom, and we're in the new one. Or even just like a wipe, but like, you know, a quick wipe across where it feels like you really don't miss almost anything at all.
And
He's
then
behind on Letta,
Letta,
though.
Like, I like the look and the idea of having
yeah,
a
he's behind on
transition,
Letta 'cause he doesn't
but
have horn scent, but
I don't think it
he will have a
really
much
works
easier
for
Letta fight.
something
So
where I
think
want to
Irony
see
has
every
a
single
good
moment.
shot. If it was like 12 to 12, I think I'd be like, oh, Irony wins this. He's ahead.
You could also see the face of the
But
player during the big screen.
12 to
Yeah,
10,
yeah, that would be
it's
cool
like,
as
okay,
well.
Are you going to be able to win all 3 is the question.
Yeah.
Winning 1 isn't so hard. Winning 3 is really hard.
This is going to be very tough. Like I said, an uphill battle for Irony here. Making his way towards that blow a finger to try and get that Beloved Stardust is blocking
Goes off
all of
almost
these
every
snare
time
attacks from
when you're watching
the-
someone
what the
do
hell
a
is this
fight.
called?
Yeah.
Right. The
Lamprey.
The
Lamprey.
sucky fingers. Ah, yes, Lamprey.
Yeah, of course. That
What if
official
there's an
name, it's
animation
in
where the
it's in
screen
guidebook.
that's growing,
yeah.
going big
There
just
it is,
grows,
Iris
and
of
the other one
Occultation
shrinks and they
for
slide into
Raydan.
position? I also thought that would be really cool. I don't know how easy that would be to make, but I think it would be cool. I think the only problem is, like, I think there would be so many things shifting at once. It would feel like, this is a weird thing, but just popped into my head. Have you seen the, like, memes where it'll be like something's happening and then it'll kind of like freeze and all the lines will move around? And then you just got stick bugged? You know that? Like, I feel like if you have, like, everything moving around at once to get into a new position, it'll feel a little weird. And it's loss. Mitch, camera zoom / flip vibes, yeah. But, I mean, we love the camera zoom / flip. Bit overwhelming, yeah, maybe. Yeah. So, it probably... Whoa! It probably should just be a regular transition, probably.
What is he picking? He is going for, I believe, the drop talisman. He's going to be grabbing the finger whistle from...
The transition is fine for post-match stuff. Oh, yeah, I think post-match stuff, I love the transition. Absolutely. Pre-match, as we're setting things up, as we're let's head on into the board, and then it pew, and it does the full transition. Absolutely.
You're going to be going for Beloved Stardust.
It's
There it
only
is.
the middle of the match where it feels a little disruptive.
I think this
Irony.
is a great play
Oh,
because
man.
it's synergy. It's automatic synergy. You
This
either,
camera zoom flip
you know,
was
get the
cheaper.
enemy
Well, we
slash
don't want it
NPC drop
happening
talismans,
all the time. Like, it already happens pretty
or you
frequently.
get progress on Yolan summon. I think both of those are great things to get. So I'd rather go
Plus, like, what else are you spending your points on?
for the synergy
You know?
first rather than commit straight to Letta and her allies. Where
I
if
guess
get sniped on
saving
that,
up for,
I have no progress on the other two. So I think this is a good call by Dan.
And dude, this is the tough call here from Irony.
coin
It's
flip,
what
I
do
guess,
do
if you
with
really
Letta
want
and her
VIP.
allies, because that's what Ray has priority on, or do I focus on talismans? And right now he's going for the Mesmer fight, thinking like, hey, I don't know what to do right now.
Add an
this
emote is
probably-
10k. Add an emote in Dom's chat is 30k. So, I don't know.
But this is probably the right call. And sadly, it's
Some
not,
VIPs that
as
better
Ray is
count their
currently making
days.
his way towards
Holy.
It still
Ray
could be,
Dan's
right?
going
If
for the
Irony
millie.
Kills Mesmer, then pivots out and wins enemy NPC drop talismans, then wins Yolan summon in a race, and
Yeah,
then
2 camera effects or 1 emote. Yeah, that sounds fair to me.
is still fine on Letta and her allies. That's fine as well. You do need to. I feel like if you are behind, the common wisdom is, oh, just rush squares, rush.
Because, like, not everybody wants emotes, right? If you want emotes, spend your stuff on emotes, right? Get the emotes you like, right? That's fun. But I feel like the zoom flip is, like, something that anybody at any time could just be like, oh, that's kind of fun. I just don't want it, like, literally all of the time, because it's, you know, it's not, like, disruptive, but it's, like, I don't think it would be that cool if it was 100 and every single time it's off cooldown, it's just being spammed, you know?
Rush. But I don't feel like that works nowadays. I feel like if you're behind, you have to split a little. You have to get a little
That's
bit
what I
ahead on
think.
everything. Then
It's
you
pretty
can
fun,
finally
has to be
start marking
special,
a
yeah.
square, hope you're ahead on the next square, hope you're ahead on the last square. But if you just rush one thing, you're definitely behind on the other two. There's no way you're winning. So I think this is smart from Irony. Even if it's not going to work out, I do think it's a smart play.
And here we go. Phase 2
These
for
sounds are
Mesmer
only
now, and
1k.
Ray
Yeah,
making his
that's
way
because I
towards
like
the
them.
same-
That's because I like them a lot. I like this. I like the sounds a lot, so I make them cheap so that you guys will possibly do more of the sounds because they're funny.
Finger that
Except for
Irony
maybe
just
one
did.
of them
Oh,
that
there it
might
is, the
get
phase
overused.
two.
Big explosion.
More-
He's got to be very careful with the snakes here. If he dodges too early, he will definitely die. Nice dodges.
Masterful.
Just heal up.
Masterful.
Great. Yep.
Takes the fire attack.
Spend all your
And
points on head or
Ray-
tails. Unfortunate.
Yeah, dodges backwards so we can get a punish after this as well. Another big snake attack. Oh, gets caught by that one. Does not dodge early, though. Keeps his composure. I know a lot of people would spam roll there and get roll caught, but he keeps his composure, gets the dodge on the last hit. Very nice recovery.
All right. I haven't had too much to say here because they've just kind of been like going for whatever. Like it's a guessing game in the end game. But I will say that I like a lot Raydan's what he is doing to go for the blow of finger because it progresses both the enemy / NPC drop talismans and Yolan summon. So I think doing that is a good way to hedge your
Down to
bets,
about
where if you
20%
got
health. Misses
sniped
the
on
charge
one,
up
at
two,
least you have
though.
also progressed the
Tries
other.
to keep up the pressure for maybe another stagger. The
Oh,
snake
big
move is going to make
slam.
it a little tougher.
Whereas
Good
Irony
dodge, charge
going
up two,
for
doesn't get the double hit,
nothing
though.
that progresses Yolan summon or enemy NPC drop talismans, only progressing Letta.
Okay.
Oh,
Ooh,
gets
gets
spiked.
I mean, it's a guess at the end of the day. You have to just guess, but
as well.
feels
Yeah.
less likely.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, gets caught there as well.
Feels
He's
like
gonna
it's
have to heal
possible to
instead of
get
finishing
caught
Mesmer
more
off.
off
That could've
guard
been
if
his
you only have
opportunity.
one thing prepped as opposed to like two.
Okay.
But I don't know.
He's down to 5 blasts.
It
This
is
not
still a
where this
guessing
is,
game at the end of the day.
But this maybe will
Oh,
do
there
a
it
charge
is.
or two.
R1,
Leaves him at sliver.
bang.
Nice. Nice kill by Irony.
And
Must
here
be
we
a
go.
VOD watcher, had no
Dance's
idea what
blown a
channel points
finger,
were, was very
is heading
confused
to
sometimes.
the
Yeah,
enemy
yeah.
/ NPC drop talismans here.
Surprised
And
you
then
were
the
a
question
VOD
is,
watcher.
what's
I
he
feel
gonna
like
go
that's
for after
very
this?
uncommon.
If Raydans continues on this enemy NPC drop talismans, I think he's got it. He's now got, I believe this is only his second. He's got one from Queeline and now one from
Love Dan
Ymir.
going for talismans
So
here. I do like it.
could
I
do
like
the
it.
Ansbach one. He could do a Death Knight, I suppose, although that feels a little bit long. He is
Right.
talking to Letta.
He's gonna do the Onspach invasion
Can you
for number
do this
3.
after burning the ceiling tree? Can you do
I
all
believe so.
the quest stuff? Okay.
No, there is no
suggest
Ansbach.
Tiolier. There's no Ansbach. Do you have to do the secret right scroll before you can suggest Ansbach?
Apparently, you have to do the secret right scroll, or at least you have to talk to him here, maybe? Maybe you don't have to do the right scroll, but you have to talk to him.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Does he
This
go
could be
for
a
the secret
big-
right
And
scroll?
Irony is heading straight for Letta.
He knows the skipper.
Oh my
This is
God.
good for Dan if Irony continues and fully commits on Letta, and Dan does go for anything else. This is going to be great for Dan. He should be able to wrap this up and clean up game 2. I mean, he has played
Christian and I literally learned this Ansbach quest just before this match, so the talismans wouldn't catch you out in a match. Nice.
I need to say it again.
Very nice.
Like,
Both.
Raydan's
Good prep.
brand new to the season. You would not know that at all from watching his gameplay. You're like, oh no, yeah.
Go to match, both did huge plays from both. Yeah, yeah, totally.
Nope. This is first.
This is one of my more favorite matches to watch this season so far. Really, really good match.
Which is still possible. I gotta give props to Raydance. If you watch this back, Raydance,
Very well done. Very well
nice
done.
play. Nice play.
I'm
right.
surprised by both players here for sure.
We do have,
This- this
yeah,
has been a
Aggie versus
fantastic showing
Parky
so
is
far.
this
And we
weekend.
still have more.
And they're on Thursday rather than on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday because
We still have more. This match isn't even over yet, and we still have more.
of
Jack. It's gonna be an
scheduling.
insane
more.
Sunday.
Some sort of scheduling that
Here
they
we go, though.
needed to
Skidoo
change
Altus
around
now.
with.
Does Letta now let Raydans invade Ansbach? And you know what? This is going to be very interesting to see.
One match Thursday, one
Because
Friday school. I think it was
Ansbach is
one
a
Thursday,
mean,
2 Friday,
mean,
1 Saturday,
man.
2 Sunday.
He's
I think.
got a shotgun
I don't
bow
remember exactly.
That will literally one-shot you if you do not know how to fight him. You will have to have Letta go first because compared
Nice, you
to
can
the
watch
Horned
it then.
Invasion,
Nice.
Ansbach does not play around. That Ansbach does not play around.
Still amazed people aren't
whatsoever.
summoning a Horn Scent for Mesmer when Letta's on the board. I completely agree. I think it is much better to summon Horn Scent if Letta is on the board, but I mean, I guess I shouldn't say much better because it's like it's better, but it also doesn't matter that much. Like
You gotta be very careful. You gotta be
Interesting that
ready
he
to do
went-
this.
it's close enough either way that I'm not gonna like, not gonna get too upset about it.
Back up to the loft to skip back down to Ansbach's chamber. It's definitely faster to just go from the bottom and walk over. But
Good quality of
that's
life.
his-
Yeah,
his
it
comfortable
is.
way of-
It is much easier while also being slightly faster on average.
knowing how to get there.
Oh, we almost did the wrong one. You
Nuts
almost did
assist
the wrong
Ansbach.
one.
He almost. he
But
was
I mean,
thinking about it.
if
He
you're
was thinking about
super
it.
comfortable
Alright,
with
let's see
it,
it, let's see
then
it. I'm telling you.
He had to read the.
it doesn't
options.
matter that it's safer,
Okay.
and all that
I'm
matters is summoning Horn Scent is like a teeny tiny bit faster
this is
on
gonna-
average, as in like sometimes summoning Horn Scent will be slower, sometimes summoning Horn Scent will be faster, and if you average out how much faster or how much slower it could be, it probably on average saves literally like a second or two. Like it's so close to being exactly equal on time on average.
This is going to be a bit of a surprise.
And then it's
as
just
to how
easier.
hard this invasion actually is. Ansbach is straight ahead here. He's in that small corridor. And here already has that arrow out. Watch out for that shotgun shot. There it is. 2 arrows straight to the head already.
Oh, big
Ansbach-
damage already.
Look at his health, by
Oh,
the way.
he takes no.
All right. That is also worse
Damage.
fights, so I'll do anything to make it
Oh,
easier.
yeah, this
True.
You gotta let
Okay.
Letta
Agreed.
take the damage here because those jump
Having
shots
more in
and
Letta
the
fight
scatter
sucks.
shots are
Yep,
going
and that's
to
what Dan
absolutely
would have
kill you.
had to
Do
deal
not
with
take the aggro.
if
Ansbach does
Ironyu
not
had
mess around.
gone for the other
Probably
ones.
Wishes he was Ansbach. There
Also,
we go.
watch
Big
this.
frog proc
Very
in just a
agile
second,
for
though.
being an old man.
Oh,
Look
he's
at him
got
just get
cornered.
stuck in the air, so he
Wow.
just dies.
He got caught in a Foley animation, so he couldn't do anything. Wow, that's so good for Dan.
That was
he just
a
needs
really
one
good
more
RNG.
enemy or NPC drop talisman.
Consistent
nice
strat.
RNG.
Yeah.
Very,
Perfectly
very
consistent.
Okay.
Ansbach
He
was
just needs one
crazy
more
good. Yeah, that
talisman.
was
That's
so
gonna be a
good.
That's the
death
last
knight.
one.
Irony
Yeah,
thinking
it's
it's going to be
probably
Actually,
one
the
of her
fastest
allies,
Ansbach
but
ever,
It's
yep.
going to be a Death Knight instead.
Remember Ansbach one-shotting me
It could
immediately
also
the first
be-
time I tried
it
this
could
fight
also
in your
be the
casual
tree
play and just be like,
spirit
what the
in
fuck?
Belarus
I have
Suicide.
never
I feel
fought
like
him.
That actually might be
I don't think I've
faster.
ever fought him, so
Or I mean, yeah, because I don't think there's another invasion he could do. I think Hornsent is pissed off somewhere because he wasn't allowed to help with Mesmer. So I would say that's probably his best bet. Oh, he's headed to the
Consistent.
Summon.
The
He's
consistent
splitting a little bit,
stairs.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, Iron you just
Very smart.
dodging
move
this
here
guy
from
instead
Ray.
of
Very smart
sneaking.
move.
Buh. I mean, yeah. He just made it by. He's just a gamer.
99 strength on Irony. I think he went
Probably.
to 99 strength.
Probably.
Look at
He's
you,
done a
might
lot
be
of
the only
big
player who
bosses.
doesn't
Funny.
stealth that guy before the stairs. Love how the guy just
did
sends
have,
it.
like, a
Yeah, he
million
just
runes,
he's just a
sitting there
gamer.
Casually hanging out.
And here we go. Let a fight happening now for Irony here.
He forgot about
Running in and
canceling
running
the
out.
Not
yapping.
do the skip of the dialogue. Yeah. At this point, I don't even know if it is faster.
It is
to run
questline
out
and
if he's already,
Tialier's
like,
and
halfway
summon the
through
boys
speech.
against the full
'Cause he
4-stack
kinda
Leda
ran
fight.
all the way up to the
5
first.
stack is the max Leda
Probably
fight.
still is a little faster. He's skipping the skidoo here.
Yeah, I
as
did
well.
it
He says,
me
"I've got more
versus
than enough
5,
skidoo. I don't even need
1v5,
that
and it
one."
was
So
the
we'll
worst
see how
thing
the
I've
fight
ever
goes
experienced
for
in Elden
him.
Ring. Almost
I
certainly.
do think he's gonna get this before Raydance is able to get a 13th square, but I don't know that that's gonna matter. In fact, I think Raydance is gonna be very, very happy to see Leda marked.
Leda,
because he'll know,
Freya,
the
more
other two things I
Hornsent,
was
Dane. Yep,
splitting
those are the
are
5.
two things that he didn't do. So I think Raydance will be very, very pleased with this.
You did Hornsent quest. I did not, because I
agree,
did not
agree.
summon
Like
on
I said,
Mesmer.
It's going to be an uphill battle for Irony to bring back this match.
You can get
Losing out
5v2
on
in the
set
Leda
of
fight?
sacks and
Yes.
Bird the ceiling tree. He's doing his very best, though, and this has been an impressive match, just overall to watch. Savage Lion's Claw coming out here. Bang! Almost half the health already here from Hornsent.
I did all
showing
5
up
too. I
now.
almost quit. It was.
It's too late, though.
I
Hornsent gets
didn't.
smashed
I
like
was
a
not a fan.
pancake.
I was not a fan.
All right, now he's got to get in on Dane. That's the one problem with not summoning Hornsent for Mesmer is you just don't get a good opening on Dane. Hornsent himself isn't like that bad, but trying to find good opportunities on Dane can be tougher, especially with that projectile. Wow, doesn't hit him on the way back, but he's so
Jesus
low.
Christ.
Does manage to get the kill with no heals.
Nice,
Very
nice.
Fast
quick
Dane
fight.
kill,
Yeah,
and
for
now it's just
Iron,
Leda.
he did have a
2-on-1.
very, very
quick fight
good
Okay.
Hornsent
He has
and
his
Dane.
For the crouch tech, he's
Which
just
the
doing
problem
it
normally,
very,
the
very
reason that
standard.
normally not summoning Hornsent sucks is because even if you get a good Hornsent, it'll turn into a bad Dane. But because you don't get to immediately hit him as he spawns in. But Iron Yu having both a good Hornsent and a good Dane probably means he's on the side of not summoning Hornsent was a little bit better for him.
Do we get a blood? Oh, we don't get a freeze proc there, sadly. Maybe a blood
So
proc,
he
though, here
probably
from the top,
saved
and we
maybe
do.
5 seconds by not summoning
Bang!
Hornsent, something like that.
Wow.
Carries, let's go. There's Leda marked. Okay, Dan, lock in. What are you gonna go for? He's going for
This fight is one of
This has
FromSoft's
gotta
coolest
be any
ideas, but they
NPC
kind of
block
forgot
talismans. He knows
that
all
NPC
he has to do
sucks to
is get
fight.
this one tree spirit,
Uh,
and it's over.
Is it even one of their coolest
Going back to the
ideas?
small private
Okay.
altar here.
He's got to get the key
I mean,
first. I don't think he has grabbed
The
it on
idea is
his
just-
way as
and
he
then you
got
fight
the,
5
Iris of
NPCs.
Occultation, 'cause it's not
I
really in the
don't-
same
I don't really
direction.
know.
So he's got to just go get the key.
I don't know.
And we'll see if he knows the skip down. You can grab the key and then immediately skip down to the sewer, or he could just warp back if he needs to. But if he makes it down there and gets the kill, this will be a GG. This will be 2 games in
I think they're fully aware NPC fights suck and do it on purpose. Yeah, probably.
This is looking very crazy. What a crazy match. What a crazy
Absolutely.
match. Here is the sewer key now. Gets the pickup. Gonna go all
Oh,
the way
Dan,
back
there's
down
a
now.
skip down here.
Run past this horned war.
Instead of going past the Horned Warrior, if you go out to the right, you can just walk off the edge and then land. I think it's it's full. It's sprint, but don't jump off the edge. Land on a railing down below, and you're right at the sewer.
Yeah, looks like he does not know the skip down.
Was he showing me yesterday? It's insane you live that. I know it really looks lethal, but like
That's
it's
fine.
actually very easy.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. It's
Talk
fine.
about the
He's not
concept of the quest. 2 or 5 NPC, it's bad. Okay, the concept of several quest lines with many allies that converges in a climactic ending battle. Okay, I guess yeah, that concept is cool.
You don't know it. Oh, but Irony actually also heading for enemy NPC drop talismans, also heading to Bellarat. Just gonna be
The problem is they are
like,
from
yourself.
Soft Quest.
Unfortunately, went for the wrong one, made the wrong call. Sometimes you lose the coin flip, or in this case, you lose the 1 and 3, 2 and 3. Yeah, however you think about it, he had to pick exactly.
They did
the
both
right one
Ansbach and Tialier with me on the fight, which was cool.
You know,
Yeah, that's
it is what
kind of
it is
cool. And then they
sometimes.
also
He
are
went
with
the
you
wrong call,
for
and because of that, Raydans is gonna close this one out as
for
long as there's no
the
incidents on the final
consort
fight here.
fight as well. That's pretty neat. Yeah.
All right, slide down.
Conceptually,
the well.
Gideon is the coolest boss in Elden Ring. Execution, however. Oh yeah, that he like takes moves from
And
bosses
yeah,
you've
this is
already
gonna
killed.
be GG's
Yeah,
for
that is
Ray,
also
taking
cool
another
in
2
concept.
points here after this tree spirit. Man, what a performance! What a performance from Ray.
What a
today.
performance.
I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah, very, very impressed. I think both of them played like, you know, way better than you might expect from a new player. I think these both players played up to the highest standard you can see in Bingo. Very unfortunate for Irony that he did not take either of these games, assuming that Raydan does close this out here, because I really felt like he played in a way where he was so close to getting that victory. I don't want to
Super
say
close.
deserved the victory, but like I almost want to say deserved a victory. Like he played so good, but Raydan's also just played
Great calls.
slightly better. Like it was so incredible from both of them.
There's the stagger.
and
Tree
there's the
spirit
stagger.
taking the last
think
riposte
this'll
of the
end it.
match. Bang.
Bang!
And G.
There.
G.
This is definitely one of those games where you're like, both of them deserve to win, but only one could actually get it.
It is.
13-11. Ray taking
The pop
another
off,
2
the
points
4.
onto the leaderboard. Currently 4
Holy
points.
Ray Dance.
Undefeated technically in the round robin stage. Irony sadly not taking the game for himself today. But man,
Beautiful,
what a
beautiful
performance.
matches.
What a
Beautiful.
performance indeed.
Jeez.
Yeah, what a performance by both of them. I mean, this is, yeah, undefeated for Raydan so far. Unfortunately, still 0 points for Irony. He did adopt the 0 and 2 record from Chemist, who he replaced. And now, unfortunately, with another 2 games dropped, is going to make him overall 0 and 4. This does not mean he's out
He's got time.
of the competition by any means. He's got time. He's got more opponents. If he won the rest of his games, he's got 3 more opponents after this. If he wins all those and goes 6 and 4, that's definitely into the final tournament elimination stage. So
Games are the best this season until I saw the next match. Yeah, the next match is also cinema. Like, how do they do it? How did the scriptwriters keep outdoing themselves? How do they do it? All right, but with that, I want to do more, but like I can't. The head is aching. The tired is eeping. I don't know why. So hopefully I'll feel better tomorrow, and yeah, we can review the final set of matches, and then maybe start on Dino Blade if we have time at the end, or maybe commentate some live practice or something. But hopefully tomorrow we'll get all caught up on all of the matches that have happened. One last cinema set to go through, and then yeah, and then then we're free. We can do what we want. Why is Chris still awake? What happened? What? Is he usually awake at this time? What happened to Chris? Well, I mean, we gotta raid him then. Why is anyone still awake? True. Alright, but yeah, we'll go ahead and raid Chris. So, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.